Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Jam-packed day today. I actually feel like I know what the day of the week is and I know what the day of the month is. It's the 6th of January and it's a Monday. And this is the first time I've actually known what day of the week it is for weeks. I feel like we're a little bit back to normal now. Still got some tinsel hanging in the background with it slowly sort of coming down. I don't know. It's now the 6th, isn't it? Oh, yeah. It's bad luck, isn't it, if we've still got tinsel hanging in the background? Ben's going to come and take it down now without being on the telly. It's just going to come and discreetly take the tinsel away. It is the 6th. There we go. We now know that it's... Oh, there we go. Christmas done. Christmas is officially done. We've got... You won't seen, Ben. You weren't seen. Just the nutcracker going across the screen. We've got an amazing day today. If I'm being honest... We've almost got too much going on today. It's too exciting. There's way too much to talk about. But we're going to start anyway, as we always do, with an amazing early bird special. Now, as it's a Monday, as it's the 6th, as I know that we've been, we know that everybody is potentially going back to work or working from home or trying to just have a little bit more normality after a festive period, we're going to do an amazing, amazing deal. Now, these are your 8-inch heavy-duty tailoring shears. They're gorgeous quality, lovely and weighty. They're not micro-serrated. It means you can actually, you can obviously sharpen these in your everyday sharpener, but they are lovely, lovely quality. Now, today, shall we start the show as we mean to go on? I need to warn you, it's going to be a really, 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 really jam-packed day today. Sandi is here today, and Sandi has got the biggest 9 o'clock hour I've ever seen. We've got so much to talk to you about, which I'm really, 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 really excited about. But it just means that I honestly advise you to get involved early. Is there still a nutcracker behind me? Oh no, oh no. Levi's now just like slowly taking Christmas down. It's the 6th, isn't it? Okay, so these are $24.99. Now, we are going to take them to an absolute rock bottom all-time low. So these are a brilliant deal. I know that all 200 that we have would fly out if we took them to $9.99. If we took £15 off, it would be brilliant. We're going to take them lower today. We've got over 200 of these and we want everybody getting involved. They are $7.99. $7.99 for a gorgeous pair of your heavy-duty shears, beautiful quality. I just think having the right tools for the job makes such a difference. I only had this conversation this morning with Sandi because she's actually also very, 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 very talented, as we know. She's also a beautician. And I said to her, I've had all new makeup brushes for Christmas. I've no idea what they're doing. She's gone through all of them with me. And I said, it just makes you make it look better when you're using the right. And she said, it's the same with your sewing. If you've got the right tools for the job. We had this conversation yesterday with Stuart with our knitting. Having those beautiful tools, even if you are a brand new sewer today, obviously we're talking new year, new hobby. This is your chance to get yourself a really good pair of scissors at an absolute sort of entry-level budget price. They're £25 scissors and we're at £7.99. We've matched the lowest ever deal on these today, and I'm not allowed to completely say this out loud, but that was on a special day, a very special day, and that is all I'm allowed to say. How many of these in baskets, Ben? We got 30 of you who were there, got them in your basket. Good luck, £7.99. If you've opened your order and you've checked out already this morning, that means that you can now shop and pre-order. Now, I did look on the fan page last night and I know how many people were missing out on Stuart's show. Now, a lot of people are saying, please have a look just before 8 o'clock on pre-order. I will show you how to do it for anybody who doesn't know how to get to the pre-order page, because we do try to jam-pack the shows, but it is very, 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 very busy, especially this time of year. A lot of people getting involved in starting new crafts, new hobbies, especially crafting, sewing. It's just so mindful. It's such a beautiful hobby, I think, to start the new year with. Start on the right foot. Is that the saying? We want to start the year as we mean to go on with nice, mindful projects. And we've got loads of them today. If you do need a really good pair of scissors, I couldn't believe when I started in the craft world how protective sewers were over their scissors. It is so important having a really good pair of scissors. And listen, they are really good pair of scissors. Today, not supposed to be anywhere near that price. In fact, it was only literally decided as we were coming live that Ben decided to go rogue and say, do you know what, I'm not doing $9.99. I'm doing $7.99, Vic. I was like, okay, you do you. He's feeling in that mood today. Hi, Jan. Good morning on Facebook. Hi, Sophie. Come say hello to us today. We are live and interactive. Every question that you have as well for Sandi live on the show, get them in. If you're new to sewing, please, please, please get your questions in. Because if we overlook something, I want to make sure that everyone is able to start their hobby. Our director yesterday was Chris, and his mum's just started sewing. And he was saying, it's just a minefield. Where does she start? What kit shall I get her? Anyway, fantastic price on these shears. I bought 2 pairs. Whoop, whoop. I love Sewing Street, says Claire. Oh, honestly, even if you're thinking, now I'm going to get a pair for my paper. I mean, these are fabric scissors. They are top quality tailoring shears. They're beautiful quality. Have a separate pair for your fabric and have a separate pair, obviously, for your paper. But they are that good value for money that I would be saying, get them for your everyday scissors. Have them as your generic scissors. At that price point, that is amazing. £7.99. Right, there are loads of you who've got them in your basket. I will remind you of those in a little while, but we've got so much that we want to show you. I do think it's important that everybody knows how to access pre-order today, so there's nobody missing out. If you do want to have a look at the website, everything is listed now underneath us, so you can get started. Now, as I said, today is such an exciting day. This first hour, here's your coming up. This is how you add things to your basket. You can start checking out on anything now, by the way. And this is where I think a lot of people yesterday may have missed out. I mean, we've got hardware galore. We shouldn't be even bringing to air items that are 69p. We've got webbings. You say that. You say that, Alex. Alex is my director today, and he's just said to me, 69p, that's the price of a chocolate bar. No. My chocolate bar was £1.10 yesterday in the vending machine. It's because Stu had an Aero, and I decided, oh, I fancy an Aero too. £1.10. Anyway, today's menu. We've got bag making essentials in this first hour. Please, please, please look ahead on pre-order for 9 a.m. The Boho Bag. That title, no offence, Ben, does not do that hour justice. Boho Bag. We've also got the green machine. There's the Boho Bag, new colourways. Sorry, Alex, they are amazing in the suede. We've got gorgeous tassels. They are the sort of cowboy vibe. I love it. I've got my cowgirl boots on today. There they are. Oh my gosh, they're amazing. Love it. So we've got our Boho Bag. We've also got, what's the lovely little clutch bag back? What's the name of the clutch bag? The Cloud Bag. And we've also got the green machine. I've not seen the green machine for months and months and months and months and months. It was last on air in October. It doesn't stop there. The 9 a.m. hour is jam-packed because we are also launching a brand new handy guide. Now, the handy guide to needles and threads and things, that was so popular. It's sold in the thousands. We've got a brand new handy guide. And it's a handy guide on hard to sew materials. So if you're looking at this hour today, or maybe that's your New Year's resolution, is to start tackling different types of fabric. This is the perfect day to get involved. In fact, you can start just purchasing, adding that to your order. If you're only buying that today, then you won't pay any post and packaging. You can literally do the digital download. But if you are shopping, then you can order a physical copy as well. So it's nice to have the option. That's in the 9 o'clock hour. 10 o'clock, we've got extra wide backing fabrics or extra wide fabrics. At 11 o'clock, we've got a brand new springtime quilt. We are still trying to locate the quilt at the moment. We have been told we've got one, so fingers crossed, as our team are arriving in now, we'll be able to locate it because we did find one this morning, but it was the wrong one. We've got the kit. We want to show you the amazing Annie Downs quilt. It's coming up at 11 o'clock and it is the springtime, perfect one to be looking at this time of year. And then at 12 o'clock, it is, of course, new year, new hobby. Anybody that missed out on yesterday's show, we've got some more knitting tools, some more Knit Pro needles. Get ahead. Now, shall we start with some of the webbings? Because these are going to sell out. We've got some brilliant pattern ones, and then we've also got the solids. Now, this is the faux level one. It's flying out. If you want this for the boho bag, or if you want this for the bags in Sandy's hour, go for it. Right, it's cut to order, so it's cut by the ½ metre. This is what ½ metre looks like. It's £1.49, cut to order. These are the ones. Do you know, you see, there's a really big fashion house at the moment that is doing interchangeable straps like this. Get yourself some D-rings. Have a look at the green machine. Yeah, I mean, you could make belts, you could make dog leads, you could make collars, you could do a guitar strap. Oh yes, I love that. £1.49. Right, that one will go. It's £1.49 ½ metre, and it is that beautiful faux leather with your lovely different pattern woven fabrics. Right, now you also have this one, which is a thicker. So just so you can see the width of it, next to the faux leather one. This is the geometric tapestry webbing, double-sided. It is gorgeous. Get yourself some really, really lovely sliders. You know these ones? We've got them on the show. They're underneath us on the web. There's loads of different ones. Today's the day to stock up on your hardware, without a doubt. It's cut to order at £2.25 ½ metre. I think it adds real professionalism to your bag making. You could make a really, really simple little clutch bag. You know, the cloud bag we've got on offer today. And adding a strap like this looks amazing. In fact, actually, can you see the boho bag behind me here? Having these lovely tapestry bags, it does add real professionalism, but also they're really sturdy. They're comfortable. They look so cool. Just having it with, you know, your PU. Just adding it with any of the colours of PU. I mean, we've got the pink coming up in a bit. We've got metallic gold. How cool and festivally are these? Making to sell as well. You could just make loads of straps, couldn't you? £2.25. Okay, shall we do the rainbow colour one? I'm just showing you these really, really quickly because we've got loads that we want to show you, but these are brilliant for the next hour as well. Whether you're making, honestly, anybody who has anybody who has the green machine already, or if the green machine has been on your 2025 bucket list, if you've been saying, do you know what, I'm really going to do, I'm going to go for it, I'm going to invest. Hayley West was talking about it. Thank you, it's my new makeup brushes. Says my makeup looks nice today. It's my makeup brushes. My makeup brushes, thank you. It was Sandy's tips with my makeup brushes. Ben just said, you look very beautiful. Well, he didn't say you look very beautiful today. I've just chosen those words that he said. He says, your face looks good, did you say? My makeup looks smooth? Thank you. Thank you, Ben. £1.49. Oh, I had loads of messages in yesterday saying they love how close we are as a family at Sewing Street. We are. Oh, you wouldn't believe none of us are friends, actually. No, I'm joking. Oh, Levi's still being the Grinch. Yeah. £1.49. It's because we're older and wiser now, Ben. £1.49 for your bright stripes. I'm now thinking of so many, because you could put this round I'm thinking like a cowgirl hat, you know, in the summer or something, couldn't you? This could go round a straw hat. This could go round a summer hat. Right, that one's going to go as well, ½ metre. Right, we also have a few of the solid webbings. Now, it's up to you whether you want to cover these with your favourite fabrics. It's just going to add that sturdy stability. Or you just keep them as they are. Right, I'll go for the grey first, because this is the widest. What about making your own luggage straps? Just these sort of prices, it's worth having in your stash, isn't it? 99p. Now, I actually feel like I've been told once before that we're not allowed to air things under £1 because airtime's too expensive, Ben. We really should not be taking this under £1. Cut to order. It's cut off a bolt so you can choose how much you want. This is by the half metre. This is what half a metre looks like. It's 40 millimetres wide. So just remember when you're getting your D-rings or your slider, what are these called? Buckles? No, I don't think they're called buckles. They're like adjustable straps, adjustable buckles. Right, as I said, we're not actually allowed to spend time on air. It's just to remind you that all of these things are always underneath us on the website, but to see them on air, yeah, definitely check out on those. If you've bought anything so far, go for it. Oh, I use the rainbow webbing to make straps for our suitcases so we can spot ours on the carousel. Yes. Good idea, good idea. Have you got a black one the same as the grey? That same, yeah, like this. Yeah, and then we've got a thinner black one. Thanks, Levi. Oh. Do you know what you could do with that Christmas tree? Just cling film it. Put it up in the loft, cling film it. With all the lights and with all the baubles on. 99p! Right, grab that. I've got navy, exactly the same again. Good idea. I do like the idea of using the brightly coloured ones for your luggage straps so then you can see them. Great idea. Because you always find someone it's that awkward moment of, is that my case or is that your case? Because we've got the same case. And then you think, right, got to open and have a look. I've got the white version as well. We're doing these really quick. Go for it whilst these prices are crazy. This is a slightly different one. Yeah. This is slightly different. Look, this is actually a different fabric as well. This is your white webbing. Look at the price. Just buy it. Get a few meters of these. Even as I say, if you are covering it with some of your favourite fabrics as well, it's just going to add that sturdiness to your straps on your bags. Whether you're making lunch bags, whether you're making long adjustable crossbody straps. Brilliant. I've got ivory. And we got black as well. It's worth just stocking up on a few of these, isn't it? If you've got anything in your basket, go for it. We've got a seam marker coming up in a moment as well. That's the ivory. We've also got black. There's a lot of people checking out on pre-order. These are all just add to your stash prices. I don't think I've ever even seen anything. I've worked on Tully for 16, 17 years now, and I have don't think I've ever seen anything at 69p. That's crazy. Right, seam marker. This is brilliant because, again, another £1 deal today. We're starting the show as we mean to go on with deals galore. Starting your hobby, you know, can be expensive. Now, when I first started my patchwork and quilting classes, I found it really, really, really difficult to eyeball a 1/4 of an inch. I had no idea even what a 1/4 of an inch looked like. I've always, you know, worked in centimetres. And so when they said, oh, you've got to get your accurate seam allowance, you've got to look at an accurate seam allowance, I was thinking, I have no idea how to even gauge what a 1/4 of an inch is. What is brilliant about this is that you insert a pencil into this little disc. I will open it so I can show you what it looks like, because this is such a good little gadget. I'm not normally one for a gadget, but how useful is this? So it's just like a little coin. And what you do is you pop your pencil in, and then this will add a perfect 1/4 of an inch to any template, any shape, any extra ruler that you want to go round. If you need to add a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance, even just to draw, to make sure that you're going around plastic templates that you need to then add a seam allowance, this is perfect for that. I mean, it's one of those things that actually you probably think, oh, I don't know, I wouldn't realise how useful it is until you have it, and then you wouldn't be without it, especially starting out in the world of quilting. Yeah, it's 99p. We've got to move on. We've got to move on. What a start! Can we do these lovely panels, or should we do some zips? Can we do the rainbow one? I love this. Now, this is a 12-inch zip. It comes with the zip pull. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, but when you're looking at this price point of $1.99, normally you would then have to add your own zip pull. Oh, and it's lovely. It's that we've got those rainbow teeth. They look like they're metal. They're not. They're not. So it means that you can chop it down if you need to. It also means that you can sew over it confidently without, breaking a needle. But they are beautiful quality zips. And because this is quite a wide tape here, if you've got the Sewline glue pen or some quilter's tape, this is going to go in, brilliantly, really easily. There's loads of the rainbow zips in baskets. It's such a great morning to get involved, especially if you're thinking, right, new year, new hobby, I just want to stock up my stash, or I'm just starting out. Get yourself your essential bits, and it's not going to cost the earth. Just £1.99 for your zip. I've also got the same size, and once again, it looks like it's a metal zip. It doesn't look like a, cheap, flimsy, smaller zip. It's a nice, chunky zip. This is going to add a real feature to your bag, isn't it? Now, this is 14 inches. And it's also got the lovely large zip pull as well. Size 5, 14 inch, £1.99. And as I say, this zip tape, the tape itself is actually lovely and wide, so inserting it isn't going to be an issue. Oh yeah, right, we've got the HT2 glue on the show. Let's do it, because every single time we have a bag making show, I asked for it to be put in, and it's never available, because quite often we've had a Lisa Lamb show and it's completely sold out. This is available. This is, I know, a lot of bag makers' choice of glue. It is a permanent glue, but if you've got any of those bag frames, the metal bag frames that have got like a little channel that runs in, this nozzle fits brilliantly into that channel. It dries completely clear. Let me see if there's anything else that you need to know about it. No, it literally is a permanent glue. It dries completely clear. It just says here, place the pieces together. And you iron it, so you fix it with heat. So if you haven't got, obviously, if you've got your bag frame that you don't need to obviously iron that, just leave that to dry overnight. But if you are bonding two fabrics together, then you can do that with your iron. £5.99 for your HT2 glue. I know so many of you stock up on multiples of these. Add 2s, add 3s to your order. It's only £5.99. If you got your early bird at £7.99, if you got, a bit of your webbing at 69p, it's definitely worth grabbing yourself a few items off the web shop, off today's show, as you're just paying one post and packaging all day long. No matter how many times you check out as well. See, there aren't very many companies that offer that, where you keep checking out and all your orders aren't actually charged till midnight tonight. So your orders all consolidated into one customer account, and you will only pay 1p&p. It's brilliant. No matter how much you buy, even if you buy the green machine, and even Levi will tell you, our Levi said it is weighty. It's a weighty, solid bit of kit, and yeah, you're not going to be paying any more for the posted packaging on the green machine. Okay, have I mentioned we've got a green machine today? I'm so excited. We've got Sandi here, and she knows this machine better than anybody. So if you've got any questions, please get them in. Now we've got a couple of Debbie Shaw projects. Now, the reason that we've put them into today's show is because this is obviously a bag making hour, but it is the only way of getting, should we do the blue first? Your 5-inch charm squares. These are like gold dust. Now, they've been seen once before. We're now in double digits. So it sounds a lot, but we started with hundreds of them. The only way of getting the Cave 5-inch charm packs is here. We are less than £30. Not only are you getting this beautiful charm pack to be able to make your windmill bag. Now, let me just see on here. So it says here that you need 30 5-inch squares for the outer of the bag. In your charm pack, you're getting 42. So you're going to have another 12 left over. Or you can pick and mix. You're then getting your lining fabric as well included in the kit. And you've got this really, really beautiful windmill bag. A fun bag for every day. This could be used for storage. It's an unusual twisted design, creates quite a talking piece. Made from 5-inch squares. It's a great way to use up all those small pieces of fabric that you're not quite sure what to do with. If you love Cave Facet charm packs, even if you're thinking, right, I've got a project in mind for the blue Cave charm pack, and then I'm just going to have Debbie's instructions. As we know, these are also like gold dust. If you just want them for another project, then this is the only way of getting the 5-inch squares, basically. They are beautiful. We've got them in the pink as well available. Blue Cave Facet is always the most popular though, so we thought we'd start with that one. But look at all of these. You're getting all of those prints, 5-inch squares, the most affordable way of accessing Cave Facet is when you're looking at your 5-inch charm squares, I think. I love them. They're so versatile. Loads of patterns call for 5-inch squares, but to have a really, really lovely Debbie Shaw pattern as well to be able to make. Step-by-step instructions, £29.97. Loads of you got these in your basket. As I said, the only way of getting these Cave charm packs is in the kits. If you have a look through the web, it's one thing that we're always really low on in stock is 5-inch charm squares, because if we launch a collection, if we have the pre-cuts, it is always the 5-inch charm packs that go first. It is, because they're really, really good value for money. We're less than £30 on your 5-inch charm squares. You're getting half a metre of your royal blue, and you're getting your instructions. Oh my word. Right, we've almost got more in baskets than we have availability. So many of you there. I knew it was going to be a busy morning. Remember, add your early birds still. We had loads of those. They're $7.99 today if you're just waking up with us. Good morning. How is everybody today? Did anybody else look in their fridge and think, right, do I have any double cream that I can turn into butter? We went down a right old rabbit hole yesterday of making butter. Stuart makes his own butter. And do you know how easy it is? If you've got double cream, all you do is you put it in your mixer, whisk it, and whisk it, and whisk it, and whisk it, and then that's butter. Yeah? And it'll get to the point that it gets you whip it till it's whipped cream, then you whip it more, and then it gets to the point that it's like too thick to put on your trifle, and then it will go a bit like slushy, it'll make a funny sound, Stuart said, and then it will get thicker and thicker and thicker, and then all of a sudden, like magic, it turns into yellow butter with a bit of like what looks like semi-skim milk to the side of it. You take that out, you rinse it under the tap, or you put it in cold water. It's butter. How cool is that? Well, yeah, you can, because somebody else said that they put it into like a cocktail shaker, not a cocktail shaker, but some sort of jug, and and did it by hand. Yeah. Okay, we've got the pink colourway also coming up. Oh, brilliant. Right, so there you Cave Facets. Should we do the pink? Right. Okay. Pink colourway. Only way of getting the charm pack is in the bundle. It's our bag making hour. It's a bit of a bag making day. Oh, here you go. We had butter churner as a Christmas present. It was great fun. Oh, Lou. Oh gosh, we can't start the butter chat again. I'll get into trouble. We spent a lot of airtime talking about butter yesterday. It's not great for my New Year diet, is it though? Let's face it. Not fantastic, but it's good fun. I got Maisie an ice cream maker for Christmas, which I still need to have a go with. Right, so can you believe that's all that she asked for Christmas was this ice cream maker? Yeah, but it's actually like a really grown-up present. It's a proper ice cream maker. Oh, look at this. So she saw a Play-Doh version, and then someone must have told her, oh, do you want a real one or a Play-Doh one? And then she just got in her head that she wanted a real one, not a Play-Doh one. £29.97 for all of these incredible charm squares. That is an amazing price, isn't it? Bear in mind, this is, how much is the charm squares normally? £15 or £15.99, £16? Wow, actually, I don't know whether they've gone up in price since the last time I did them. Sometimes they're £19.99. Sometimes we can do a £17.99 special, Ben's saying. Then you've got your £10 instructions, and then so you're getting your solid fabric virtually for free then, aren't you? They are really beautiful. Alex, my director, loves Cave. The colours are amazing. It's a great way as well of showing off your favourite K fabrics, isn't it? And you get to have 12, you still have 12 left over for free. You can make a little purse or something to go with it, couldn't you? £29.97 for 42 5-inch squares. You're then getting ½ a metre for your lining and your windmill pattern instructions. When was this on air? Do you know if there was a demo? There was. This was back on the 1st of this was literally hot off the press on New Year's Day. £29.97 for your 5-inch charm squares. They are beautiful. If you happen to miss New Year's Day, you know, there might have been some foggy heads on New Year's Day. Sandy was telling me about her Christmas Day. Oh, I'll let her tell you. But it was, yeah, it was really funny. I really wanted her story to end that she went for one of those cold water swims, but yeah, she didn't. I've just ordered the pink cave quilt. No, let's start again. I've just ordered the pink cave bag kit. Fantastic colours, aren't they? That's going to be so vibrant. Maybe that's, again, a New Year's, I don't want to say resolution, because I know a lot of us don't tend to stick to New Year's resolutions, but it just is it's a bit of a thought process that you have going into the new year, that you want to be more mindful of injecting more colour into things that you wear. Because if you're like me and you end up wearing, you know, dark colours and browns and blacks and tans and things, then this is just lovely to be able to accessorise with a lovely bag. Loads of you there. Well done, well done, well done. Limited now on stock on both of those kits. Shall we do some of the lovely panels that we had from Sandy? Now, we've got Sandy here today. She's got 2 hours with us. We're actually going to do like extended shows today because there is so much to get in, and we want to make sure that we have plenty of time to demo, to answer your questions. We know with new year, new hobby, if there's any tools, if there's anything in particular that you want a closer look at, today's definitely the day to message in, because we've got all of the time in the world. We've got all the time in the world to try and show you as much as we can. Okay, shall we do these amazing panels? Now, I'm going to start with JTUU31, please, Ben. Look at this. Now, it is, for one, an absolutely massive panel. The artwork is beautiful. Look at that garden gate. Oh, I love it. So you have got here your full panel. Now, you get the front panel, you get the back panel. You also get your lining fabric, your flap, all of that included, and your instructions to make the tote bag. Step-by-step instructions. You've even got little labels there. They've used up all of the space on the panel, so I'm sure that you'll actually have excess fabric. But there you go. This is what it looks like. It looks great with velvet, actually, doesn't it? Look at that with the green velvet. You also have, look, the little... the little key fobs in there as well, so if you do want to add a little key fob. But it does look beautiful with velvet. Look at that. So you have got... You've got your picture at the front. If you want to do some quilting or if you want to do some extra embroidery onto it, you can. The back of it is gorgeous. Oh, I love that. Absolutely love it. You've also got all your lining. You've got your inner pocket. £19.99 for your huge, huge panel with full instructions on there as well. Hello, good morning, Linda. I've ordered both with my Christmas money I had. Oh, I can't wait. Oh, Linda, they'll be really nice. And the fact that you're getting both of those charm squares as well. Fantastic, fantastic. Can I just remind you that anybody who's got a Sewing Street gift card, if you had one for Christmas, we have got the green machine back. The reason I say that is because it is a more considered purchase, and it is something that maybe you're thinking, oh, I'll put a voucher towards it because it is so useful. We'll talk about it later with Sandy. We've got her boho bag back. We've got her cloud bag. There's already people coming in and spotting them on pre-order. 2 of the silver versions have gone. There's less than 20 of both of them, so they are going to sell out today. Hence why I do keep mentioning them, just because I know yesterday it was a full sellout day, and I know some people were thinking, oh, oh, have you not got enough to go around? We've hopefully got enough to go around today, but just come involved, get involved early. Yeah. Right, this one's the Lilac Garden tote bag. This is again with that beautiful artwork. Illustrate that drawing, that beautiful artwork. Teamed up with Lou and Sandy to create this beautiful, beautiful panel. I love it. You've got your back panel there. You've got your inner pocket. You've got your pocket lining. You've got your full instructions. Your lining at the bottom there. You've got your strap. See, there's nothing stopping you doing the whole tote bag with just this panel. But I know that Sandy has also added in some beautiful velvet with hers to do the strap and to do the border and the sort of facing of the bag. It's lovely, isn't it? Just about all that lovely artwork. I think there's lots of people are going to ask you about that. Whether it be a project bag, whether it be a shopper bag. Shopper bags like this, you always think, oh, where are my keys? So the fact that they've got that little key fob is brilliant. We also then have, sorry, Leva, I'm just plonking this here. We've also got the, I say the cushion. I believe you can actually do a cushion with any of these if you want to. It's another tote bag one. So if you want to do them as cushions, imagine having 3 cushions like this. You'll have loads of fabric left over. Sorry about my microphone then. Sorry, that was me. Look at that. Beautiful quality. Beautiful colours, 100% cotton. So great to work from a panel as well. Going back to new year, new hobby. Anybody who's starting out in the sewing world and wants a bit of a guide or recommendation, tote bags, brilliant way to get started. You're not being so fussy about, you know, a garment fitting or pieces completely matching. We've got Sandy on the show today and she's a brilliant teacher from start to finish. So if you are working with a panel, the great thing is you're not having to even work out measurements. You're literally just cutting out. You're not even having to add a seam allowance. They're there. Right. Rulers. Oh, wow, wow, wow. Right. So we've got our quilting friends rulers. Oh, I've never seen this little mini one either. 2x4. Oh, hang on. Right, this is your chance to dip your toe into Creative Grid rulers. I had no idea that we even had this available. Was this one that Jenny Jackson recommended, I wonder? If you're doing 2.5-inch triangles that you've cut into squares, that you're then making little half square triangle units, this is brilliant for, you know, cutting alongside your half square triangles. This is amazing. It's 2.5 by 4.5. And what I love about it is it is such a lovely little handy pocket size. If you're going to workshops or classes, if you've done a majority of your cutting and you're just needing to do some trimming or squaring off, this is perfect. Still got all the quality of Creative Grid rulers with your non-slip grip, with your turnaround feature, so your full inch increments here. You've got your half-inch increments in the black, and then you've also got some really useful angles like your 45-degree angle, your handy guide of having a 1/4 inch here. That is lovely. First time I have ever even seen this ruler. Do you know who I bet asked to get this in? Jenny Jackson. I bet this was Jenny Jackson. This is so lovely. And you can still use it with your rotary cutter because it's your thick acrylic. Obviously, with it being a smaller ruler, just be mindful of where your hand is. Just keep your fingers out of the way if you're using it with your lovely Creative Grids. $16.99. That is beautiful. I say beautiful. When we're talking about rulers and adding rulers to your stash, it's things like this that are really going to elevate and help along the way. When we're talking about accuracy, there are a lot of rulers out there that don't have, in my opinion, as clearer markings throughout the ruler. Creative Grids are an amazing British company. They're actually based in Leicester, and they've still cracked America. They're worldwide. They're a huge company in America. So it takes a lot, doesn't it? $13.99. There are so many of you who've got this in your basket. Go for it. Just a really good way of dipping your toe into Creative Grid rulers as well. If you've never invested before, I know that they are, often slightly more expensive, but we talked about this at the start. If you're buying once. What's the saying? Buy cheap, buy twice. Buy right, buy once. No, just buy cheap, buy twice. There you go. £13.99 for your creative grid rulers. I also have the really cute one that says, I love my quilting friends. I think this is a great gift idea. It's also a really lovely one for keeping a bit of an eye on your measurements. So you've got every 1/8 of an inch mark, you've got every 1/4 of an inch mark, you've got your full inch increments on the one side, and all of these hearts as well are non-slip grips. So it isn't just for a novelty, it's still a quality quilting ruler. Still use it with your rotary cutter. 6-inch ruler. Perfect handy size to be able to have in your pencil case. £16.99. We found the quilt. Sorry, it's all been going on all behind us. £16.99. Oh, Levi, it's amazing. Right, we'll have a look at the quilt in a little bit. Yeah, Levi's just hanging it up over there on the other desk. It's amazing. I love Annie Downs. I think the quality of the design work is amazing. It's all printed onto Henry Glass fabric. It's absolutely stunning quality quilt kit. And we are going to do a cheeky discount. It's New Year. We want everybody to be able to start the year on the right foot with a fabulous springtime project. So, yeah, we've got a great quilt for that today. Shall we do some what? Yeah, let's do the PUs. Now I've got loads of colours. Can I start with the only metallics that we have? We've got 2 metallics in the gold and in that lovely green as well, which I've not seen before. This is your gold. Now, when you're thinking of PU or leather and you're thinking, oh, I don't know how I would use this. Do I need a specialist foot? What are the best tips? Sandi's your gal. Trust me, today we are going to be launching the handy guide to working with difficult or different fabrics. So, if you want to get on pre-order, can I show you on pre-order, please, Ben, where you can find the handy guide? If you want to start getting ahead, if you click on Watch Live, scroll down, and on the coming up, you will find, keep going, past all the PUs, past all the different hardwares, add them to your order. We've had some amazing bargains in the show. We've got some more lovely kits from Debbie Shaw there. We've got some more creative fizz. We've got friction pens. We've got scissors. We've got more of those straps that are available. There's your green machines. There's Sandi's instructions. But, keep going. Keep going. I told you that 9 o'clock hour is jam-packed. There it is. Brand new. Look at the price. Brand new handy guide. Now, that is the physical copy. There are 2 options. That one, can you see it's different because it just says purchase. Only click that once. That is an instant digital download that will go straight away into your Sewing Street account and it will stay there. So if you know that that's all you want, you just want to know how to do that, then that will add in. If you want a physical copy of it, add it to your order. Obviously, you'll be paying your posting packaging because that will be sent out to you. But maybe you're getting some PU and the handy guide. £7.99 a half metre. Let me show you. Sorry, Alex. I just want to show you what half a metre looks like. A lot of fabric. And because the back of it is actually like a, what's on the back? Is it viscose? Because that's got all the polyester backing. It's anyway got a woven backing. It's a majority of your sewing is obviously going to be right sized together. So this is really, really easy to manage. If you are stitching on the top, I'm not quite sure of what Sandi's recommendations are, but whether you're using like a Teflon foot or a walking foot, this, I know, is super soft, though, so it's not a difficult fabric to work with. Oh, gosh, I know, Karen. Karen, I didn't mean it lightly when I said today is going to be one of those days. We have got so much to get through. It's literally so jam-packed. And I think today, especially as it is New Year, New Hobby, we want to spend as much time with Sandi. And Sandi is golden. She's literally the dream guest to be on. Because she said, look, I'll just hang around. I'll be here throughout the whole morning. If you need any questions answered or anything, please, please, please utilise that. Get involved. Anything that you would like to ask, get your questions in today. Right, now we also have this green metallic. Oh, for bag making. I love it, love it, love it. It's still nice and malleable. This is metallic, and the colorway is called Bottle Green, which I think it's more of like a mermaidy teal. Oh, it's lovely. Super soft though as well. I know that people have done dressmaking with it before, and it looks really, 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 really nice. Bag makers though, this is absolutely perfect. £7.99. It's 30% viscose, 40% PU, and 30% polyester. Half a metre is wide. I believe it's about 150 wide. You can also, of course, have this cut off the bolt. So if you want multiple units, go for it. It's going to look great in the boho bag. We've got the suede versions coming up in the show today. But if you want to do yourself a PU, get ahead onto these fabrics. They're lovely. £7.99. New year, new hobby. If it's bag making, today is your day. Okay, we've got more of your PUs that haven't got the metallic finish. Can we do that lovely yellow? That cheddar. That mustard. Is it like an ochre? This is so nice. For bag making, this is really nice. I'm thinking with a brown faux leather handles. What do you think? Or do you think navy blue goes well? That's your colour palette, Ben, isn't it? The ochre and navy. Isn't it lovely? When is your dad's birthday? This exactly the same day as John Scott's. I love that you say exactly the same day. Oh, as in like he's the same age as John as well. Oh my gosh. £7.99. A half metre. 150 wide, 30% viscose, 40% PU leather, and 30% polyester. Again, your backing is a lovely woven fabric that you're going to be able to stitch with ease. This could be the year for tackling these, I say more difficult fabrics. There's nothing more difficult. It's just, I feel like it's more of a mental hurdle to get over, isn't it? Thinking, oh gosh, I've only sewn with quilting weight cottons or lightweight cottons. To go to PUs and vinyls and suedes and things like that might have been something that is something you've avoided in the past. Go for it, honestly, especially with Sandi's help today. Sandi is the queen of sewing more unusual, difficult fabrics. So she'll be able to give you all the tips, especially with the new pattern that she's just launched for £4. Add that to your order. Okay, we've got the pink. Whoops, sorry, microphone. That lovely soft blush pink. Where's the time gone? It's 10 to 9. Oh no, Karen. Do you know what? You're so right. We do deserve a medal if we get through everything that's been scheduled for today, because it is absolutely packed. Jam-packed. It's brilliant though, and I must say, anything that we don't get to on the live show is still scheduled, so it's still listed underneath us. So that means you can still check out, you can still fill your boots on all of the deals, and you'll still only pay 1p&p, whether it be on the show or whether it be on the web shops. So obviously, yeah, have a look back through. It's worth looking on the web or the app if you can, and see what is available on the show, because we've got loads of bag making supplies, from hardware to D-rings to marking tools to glues to handles to straps to fabric. There's loads. There's also some kits as well that are listed underneath us. More kits from Debbie Shaw. Oh my gosh, you've got a replacement slider. So I've got a coat that has got a broken slider. Is this going to help me? It's a replacement. It's a zip fix replacement slider for open-ended or close-ended zippers. No sewing required. It's the zip fix. For size 5 zips, and that's an actual to scale zip size, so you can see there. Sorry, this is completely selfish of me because I need this. I'm going to get one of these, £5.49. That's really good as well. You've got your zip puller there, so that is the instructions of how to put it onto your zip, how to fix it. It's just literally like a hinge zip that you can then plonk on. Yeah, fantastic. If you've got a lovely coat or something you like wearing, it's a nightmare, isn't it, if your zipper breaks? I know there are different tools. I think it's Emily who launched a tool of putting zips back on or fix it. Yeah, the zip jig. £5.49. This is your zip pull or zip fix replacement slider for open-ended or close-ended zips. No sewing required on that one. Add it to your basket. That's just another one of those little add to your basket prices, isn't it? Under £6. If you've already bought something today, you're only paying 1p&p, or if you're planning on getting involved in Sandy's show, yeah, that's brilliant. Right, the pink we've just offered you. Let's have a look at the red. Red PU. It is just so supple as well. It's not stiff. I know the reason I say that is because a lot of PU or pleather you see elsewhere is so soft. Morning, I've used 3 different colours of PU and it's so easy to handle. Don't hesitate. Give it a try, says Sue. Thank you, Sue. Here you go. Don't take my word for it. Proof's in the pudding. We always have live responses, lots of messages that come into the live show. So if you are tuning in maybe for the first time, $7.99 a half metre for that lovely red. Don't forget the green machine is back today. It is back today. We only have, I believe, 20 bundles left in the silver. There's loads of you taking advantage of the silver. So you get the green machine and you get the silver bundle, or you get the gold bundle. So you get to choose. And we'll go through with Sandy. There's so many of you who've got it in your basket. If you're waiting to see it demonstrated, today's the day because Sandy's here and she's going to show us. There's an animal print webbing from Sandy's out. Oh, it's the one with the lovely metallic gold, isn't it? I know exactly which one. It's lovely. This is that plum colour, please, Ben. Yes. No. It's like a wine. Red wine. 30% viscose, 40% PU. 30% polyester, half a metre is 150 wide. It's got that woven backing. And as Sue in Nottinghamshire said, give it a go. It's so easy to use. Half a metre is going to go a really, really long way as well. It's great value for money, and it does add such a professional finish to your garments. If you're getting the green machine, if you've got the green machine, then this is your chance to use some lovely PUs with it. Just some eyelets and some cord running through, or some rope. It's going to look lovely with your rivets on there. I think your starter kit actually comes with some magnetic snaps, some rivets, lots of different bits and bobs that you can get started with. And then obviously it gets quite addictive adding all of the different diamantes and things that Green Machine have to offer. Right, we've also got brun. Your classic brown. Look, we've even got lovely brown faux leather buckles as well. You could do a lovely satchel bag, couldn't you? Half a metre, £7.99, 30% viscose, 40% PU, 30% polyester. Half a metre is £7.99. Buy off the bolt. You can choose as much as you'd like, and you'll still only pay £1 postage and packaging, and it'll all be cut, all be joined up for you. We've got the navy blue. Sorry if I sound like a broken record today. Just doing all the housekeeping rules for lots of people who are new to us. It's so lovely to have new customers and new viewers. Remember, we're a live show every single morning offering demonstrations. So if you're buying products from us, it's not like a shop where you go in and you buy something and then you're left to your own devices, or left going down a rabbit hole of tutorials online. We do live demonstrations every day, from bag making to quilts to dressmaking to toy making to hand stitching, embroidery. We cover all bases, so you'll learn loads. £7.99 once again, a half metre for your indigo colourway. We've got one more. Have you been watching Harry Potter? Do you know what I watched last night? Wicked. I stayed up till nearly 11 o'clock. I forgot how long it was, even though I watched it in the cinema literally a few weeks ago. But when you're at home, things change. Like they said, we could pause it and just, nip out, go to get a drink or something, or nip for a comfort break, and you press pause. And before you know it, we're 4 hours in front of the telly. Yeah, well, it's 3 hours and... How long is it? It's 3 hours long, isn't it? It's a long film. And it's only part 1. Kieran said, so did they ever do part 2 musical? Because he's not watched the actual musical. And I said, no, that's the interval. And he was like, oh my gosh, Wicked's really long, isn't it, in the theatre? I'm like, oh, no. No, the Wicked musical is normal length. They just go into a lot more depth, obviously, in the cinema for the film. £7.99, and that's your lovely grey. I'm excited to hear what John thought of Voyage, ABBA Voyage, Voyage. What do you say, Voyage or Voyage? I hope he loved it. I love ABBA. It's ABBA, it's the hologram ABBA show. Yes. Right, can I remind you, the early bird special is $7.99 today. It's $7.99. These are supposed to be $24.99. There you go. One of the lowest deals that we've ever done was $9.99, was supposed to be the price today. But I shouldn't really say this, but it was a special show last year on a certain Friday, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, that these were taking $7.99. We've honoured them. Today, $7.99 for your heavy-duty tailoring shears, your 8-inch shears. They're absolutely beautiful quality shears, and they are today at an absolute steal of a price at $7.99 for your early bird. Now, have a look underneath us on the website. See what is available. There are so many other kits. There's tools, there's bags, there's marking tools and all sorts. What we're going to do is we're going to get Sandi live on air because we've got so much to show you. The Boho bag is back after popular demand. It's sold out first time out. It's only actually been on air once with John and it completely sold out. So we've got it back with new colourways, new kits, new options. We've also got the pattern on its own, which was a sellout. We also have the green machine and we have a brand new pattern, a handy guide to part 2. Difficult fabrics. Stay tuned. What's that, sorry? And the cloud bag. Right, we've got so much to talk about. The cloud bag also sold out and launched. Here's the cloud bag. Love it, love it, love it, love it in the new colourways. Stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Sandi is literally eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got loads to talk about right after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. And you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. I've got all of them on. I'm going to do like a reveal of all of the bags. Boho Bag is back. Oh, I'm so sorry. I've literally just put it straight onto my microphone. We have got the Boho Bag, which was a complete sellout when it launched. How long ago? It was quite a while ago.
It was
now,
quite a while
wasn't
ago.
it?
It was last summer sometime
Last
when
summer?
we did it. Yes.
I love this bag. The new colourways. Do you know what? It just shows how unique and how different it can be when you change your fabrics up. This looked beautiful with your denim and your batiks, but how cool is this in your suede? I love it, love it, love it. And of course, adding in the rivets, adding in your hardware, adding in your jazzy strap. I love it, love it, love it. Now, that's not an essential. We will talk to you about alternatives and how you can do it, but we will also, obviously, be talking about the green machine today. Now, we have made up this kit because I love it. In fact, we've got 4 kits today.
That goes nice with your dress.
How are you, by the way? Because Sandy's already involved. We're involved.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm
Happy
very well.
New Year.
Happy New Year to you as well. It's lovely to see you on the New Year.
Did you have a good Christmas, New
We
Year?
did. Nice quiet one this year. Just me and Andrew for Christmas, which was very unusual, but we went off in our camper van and it was lovely.
Oh,
it was really nice. Yeah, we had a great time. And what about you with the kids for the
Yeah,
first
it was
time?
busy. It was busy. It was really lovely, though. And I was here a lot, so I managed to have my few hours of escaping and coming in
That
here.
sounds ideal. Absolutely ideal, yeah.
Really nice. But no, this bag is brilliant. I love the shape of it as well, Sandy.
It's just a bit unusual.
It is, isn't it?
And it's so, you don't have, there's lots of things that I always say with all my patterns, you can customise them. And this one is no different. You can really customise it. And I've tried to show that in a few of the different materials we've done them in. I put fringing, different fringing on it.
Yeah.
I love the black one with your outfit. That goes lovely.
And this is gorgeous as well with the fringing, your boho bag, style like this. But I know that Sandy's also got the options that we did earlier with the denim in the boutiques, and they look lovely too. So it just shows you bag making, when you've got a good pattern, can then be used again and again and again and again, and it will be really, really versatile. We're going to start with, is it the one with the suede, this one? Not the suede one. Are we going to start with this one? This is the most limited. You are getting 1/2 metre of your lining fabric. Now, we've chosen that beautiful batik. I love it, love it. 1/2 metre. Then you're getting 1/2 metre of cotton canvas, and you're getting 1/2 metre of your black cotton canvas as well. Now, this is the only one that we haven't actually made up yet.
That's right, yes.
It's going to look amazing, though, isn't it?
And
in
the canvas sews beautifully as well. Really lovely to sew.
Our cotton canvas, I must actually stress, it's not like, when you think of canvas, you think quite stiff fabric.
No.
It's not at all, is it?
Look, you can see it's got a real lovely sort of flexibility to it, and it's so nice to sew. Really nice to sew.
Do you need any sort of additional interfacings or...?
Well, again, with the boho bag, when I first did it, I did it so that it was sort of like a bit of a festival bag. I did it was actually May last year when I brought it in. And I did it for sort of like, you know, people going to Glastonbury, you can screw it up, fold it up. Then when you want to go to the shops there and buy all your bits, you can pop it in, or you're off to the, you know, watch a band, you can put your sun hat and stuff in it. And then somebody said, oh, it'd be quite nice padded as well. So I did one padded and one not padded. So you've got them sort of, this one is completely unpadded.
Yes.
And then this one's got some interfacing in it. So you can make it a little bit more sturdy. And I just use the H640 in it.
With these heavyweight fabrics, again, it's up to you if you choose to, isn't it? I know it can be another bit of a minefield of choosing interfacing things, but if you've got the fusible fleece, this is going to be perfect. 1/2 metre of your black, 1/2 metre of brown, 1/2 metre of your lining fabric, and your pattern is back in stock. Brand new kit today, and loads of those are in baskets. Then we also have, is that the purple and...
Yeah, the purple and cream.
The purple and cream. Yeah. This is the one that Sandy's going to be working with.
In fact, I think you get 1 metre of one of the plain fabrics. So
Do you?
Yeah, because you can see, so
you get a metre
so that you can
of this one.
put sort of like fringing or add bits onto it. So you've got, so it makes it 2 metres of fabric altogether.
Amazing. Yeah. Right, so hang on, let me just clear this up. So you're getting...
So you get 1 metre of the black.
1 metre of that one.
Yeah. 1/2 metre of
1/2 metre of your brown.
And 1/2 metre of your lining.
And 1/2 metre of lining.
So then you can do it whichever way round you want. So I always like to give a little bit extra material. I hate scrimping on material because I like to people say, you know, you do it how you want it. So, you know, if you want sort of, you don't want to do it squares, you just want it all plain, you can do, and you've got enough of that you can do that.
Your value for money is amazing then, because the canvas fabric that you get is also quite wide.
It's quite wide. Do you want to hold it out?
Yeah, I mean, look at how much of this beautiful lilac fabric you get. There's, to me, to you, to me, to you. There is loads of lilac. Loads. And then you're getting 1/2 metre of the cream and 1/2 metre of your batik, plus your pattern for less than £30. That is
because when I did it, we worked it out, and I said you could probably just get away with 1/2 metre of that. I said, but if you want to add frills or extra pockets, I said it's really limiting it. So I said, let's put 1 metre in it of that one, so it gives you a little bit extra to play around with.
Yeah, so if you have, if you will have leftover.
Oh gosh, yes.
You'll have plenty of fabric. Just so you know, there's 20 of these available at $29.99. There are so many of you who have got them in your basket. Just be aware, these are all brand new boho bag kits, back in stock by popular demand, but brand new colourways today. They're your 2 canvas options. We also have the suede. Now, suede is something that I might have never sewn with before.
No. Yeah.
Is it something to be
scared of?
Aware of?
No.
Yeah, okay.
No. And because it's not, it's an artificial, so it's a faux suede.
Yeah.
So no animals have been hurt in the process of making it. And it's really easy to sew with. So I've got some handy hints in the guide that we've got, but basically you just need to maybe use a slightly longer needle length.
Right.
Just be aware that it can be a little bit slippy.
Okay.
But otherwise, you'd need to maybe use a slightly longer, wider seam allowance with it as well.
Okay.
So where I've said to like 1/4 inch, I would do, which is again where I'll show you where we've got a little bit extra material as well. So I tend to use just a slightly bigger seam allowance on it, just so that, you know, it gives a bit as well, but it's absolutely lovely to sew with.
I love this bag. I would honestly, this is something that if I saw someone walking down the street with this, I would notice it. I'd be complimenting the person that I see on the train with this bag. It is so cool, so cool. It's a lovely shape. It's actually a really useful bag as well. Like you said, you've got pockets on the inside. You can put additional pockets if you want. You've got your magnetic fastening at the top. You've got your long crossbody strap, which you can do as an adjustable if you
can
wanted.
make it whatever size you want, or you can make it adjustable as well with some of the hardware.
So, now with this one, do I get a whole metre of the black?
You do.
A whole metre of your black suede. Then you're also getting this really plush, beautiful cream. You're also getting your batik, and you're getting also your pattern. Have no idea why on earth this is $27.99, but it's even more affordable. I've got a feeling that might be, again, not quite right. That is so low. $27.99 for a metre of black, half a metre of your cream, your batiks and your pattern. This one will definitely sell out. Just be quick if you can. We started with more on quantity of this one. It's $27.99. And your pattern as well. Anybody who has never, we're talking new year, new hobby, anybody who's never made a bag before, even though this looks, you know, it doesn't look like your first ever bag. No. You've put that it's beginner friendly.
Yeah, absolutely beginner friendly. It's really simple to make, but yet it looks, you know, so quite professional, especially when you've got the green machine on it, adding your little bits of trim on it. You can add different, because I put one of them in the book, I put a button on the front, but in this one I put a clasp on the front. So I put different ways of closing it. You don't have to put a closure on it at all if you don't want to. So there's lots of different ways that you can change it and make it that you can work it for yourself, and it is a lovely easy pattern to do.
And can you see the sort of scalloped edge from there? It looks like you've got this little wavy line. This is an embroidery stitch. Yeah, or satin
That's
stitch.
right,
That stitch, using your fancy stitches as well on your machine, look amazing. Right, how many have got in baskets, Ben? This is going to sell out. 29 in baskets, less than 20 available. Please, 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 if you've got it in your basket, do not wait to check out. Do not wait till the end of the demo. Optional fringing as well?
Optional fringing, yeah, very much so. Again, if you don't want to put the fringing on and just want to make it all like on the other side, if you want to put a nice big chunky button on it and put a buttonhole on it, you can. If you want to put a pocket on the outside as well as on the inside, you can do that as well.
My director said, you've got to do the fringing. You've got to put the fringing on. It looks amazing. Do I have enough fabric in the kit to be able to make my own strap if I want to?
Yes, you do. Yeah, absolutely. I was going to say if you wanted to, especially with the black. So it depends how much fringing you put on, but there's still enough to make a strap out of there as well.
I mean, these really funky straps are amazing. But if you want to make your own strap, then you do have enough in there to be able to do that. And this suede fabric is gorgeous quality.
It's lovely and soft. It goes through your machine so well. You just need the right needle with it. You need the right thread with it, and you'll be away.
Sandi, I know that you've got a lot of experience, especially doing memory bears, of working with all kinds of fabric.
That's right, yes.
And so your handy guide is going to be really useful. This is the handy guide part 2. So we've done, was it
needles and threads
last time?
Yes.
And this time it's the sewing with difficult fabrics. So if you're getting you know, your suedettes or your PUs or any fabrics that you're not normally used to working with, get that. We'll show you. We haven't launched it yet, don't worry, but it is already going on pre-order. Now, this one is about to sell out. There's less than 10 of the black and cream suede. Comes with your lining, whole metre of the black, half a metre of the cream, and your pattern. Now, finally, we've got the tan. Quick message on screen. Oh, wow, you pay more for that in the shops for that bag. It's beautiful. Wendy, you really would. It looks amazing. It looks so... I don't want to use the word, it looks really professional, because all of Sandi's and everything, you know, our designers bring in, they're always, top notch. But if you saw this in a shop, you would absolutely be paying more than $27.99. It is gorgeous.
And fringing is really on trend this year as well. So we've tried to do sort of like the new Pantone colours that are around, which is sort of like mocha is the new Pantone colour. So this sort of like quite mocherish sort of shades. So they're the new shades that are around. Fringing has been seen on the catwalk
I got my
this year as well.
cowboy boots
You've got the
on.
cowboy boots are really sort of fashionable again. So
Yeah.
real sort of, you know, denim, suede, fringing is all so sort of on trend at the moment. So.
Now, this colourway just shows you again different ways using the pattern, keeping that lovely shape, but this time with the fringing just at the bottom, with the button instead for the fastening, the closure if you want. Now, let me go through the kit with you. You're getting 1/2 metre of the lighter mocha, a whole metre of that lovely chocolate brown, and your lining. That lining is amazing, and it is nice to have that pop of colour on the inside.
I love
as
to
well.
give bags a pop, so often I like a more neutral bag on the outside so that it goes with anything. But then when you open it up and people see it inside, I've often gone out with my bags and sort of when you go to the till and you open, people go, oh God, I like that lining in there, you know, because it just gives that real pop inside, which I think is really nice to have. And you know it's in there and it's nice.
Exactly. Well, I would be saying, oh, do you know what? Keep that for your stash.
That's
Just
right.
use any, you know, lining that you've got already, any natural cedar cotton or something, or your calico. But actually, when you are making that bag that somebody, like you said, will comment and will notice.
That's right, yes, it is.
Make it beautiful,
And
inside and out.
It's lovely batik as well. It's a beautiful cotton.
Yeah, it is. It's not too thin, it's not overly stiff. I know a lot of, because of the hand dyeing process, they often can have
Because of the wax,
quite a finish, whereas
But,
that's the
and you
finish
can
off.
always tell a really good batik because you can't tell which is the front and the back of it.
Yeah, yes.
So, because sometimes if you've got a batik that isn't a proper batik, you can really always tell that there's a right and wrong side to it. But with this, I really struggled to find which was the right and the wrong, and I don't really think there is.
You don't pre-wash your batiks, do you?
No, I don't.
No.
I mean, you can do, but I don't think you need to, because your bag, you probably won't be washing that much. I would tend to just, with suede, I would tend to spot clean it more than anything else. So just sort of, you can get sprays to put on them as well these days. So you could sort of spray it if you wanted to and then just spot clean it rather than washing it. But you could, I mean, because it's a faux suede, you probably could chuck it in the washing machine as well.
Brilliant. That one is again going to be a sellout. Both the suedes are extremely popular. The pattern is available on its own if you've got fabrics in mind, but if you want these kits, be quick. They are now limited. We've got less than 10 of the brown and stone colourway, which is to make this one. Love it. Now, pattern on its own, hundreds and hundreds sold out. We don't have hundreds and hundreds this time, but fingers crossed we've got enough to go around. If you want the pattern on its own, looks great here in the denim and the caves. But also, I love these different fabrics that we've used today. Morning all from a very grey London. The boho bag is easy to put together and it's very addictive, said
Brilliant.
Fran.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, I've made loads of them. I really enjoy, because they are quite quick. I mean, if you sit down on a Sunday, I know people say, oh, you know, you don't want quick projects, but sometimes you do want a quick project. And I think if you sit down on a Sunday afternoon, you can cut this out and you could make this up in a Sunday.
I love that. Yeah, you're right. There is a time and a place for, you know, your big quilt that you might be spending time and time and time. Then you want those ones that you're going to finish, especially as a beginner as well. If you are starting a new hobby, maybe you don't want to just go straight in and tackle a quilt that's going to take you months and months. You want to see those results.
You do. You want to see something at the end of it. I think when you do see something at the end of it, it gives you that little bit of a boost as well, because you think, oh, I made that. Especially when you go out and people see it and they go, oh, God, did you make that bag? That's really good. And it gives you that little bit of a boost, doesn't it, I think, which is so nice.
Now, your instructions comes as always. I love that you do the labels as well, so you can then cut these out
and put them on when you cut them out, so that if you do sort of say cut it out one Sunday, you put all your and again, especially if you're new, you cut them all out, then you come back and you go, what was that bit for? Whereas if you pinned all your labels on, you know exactly what it is, and then you can come back and you've got it straight away.
You've got full text instructions and corresponding photographs, and they are super clear. The quality of the pattern as well. You print these yourself, don't you? They are absolutely top quality patterns, and you've got your template again that you need, which is again, look at how amazing this is, which you're going to use time and time again. It's on a sturdy card. Sturdy card. Would you recommend tracing this out and putting it onto?
No, not
you don't
necessarily.
need to.
No, I mean, I've used mine that I've got. I've used it several times, and it's still fine. You know, I mean, if you wanted to sort of photocopy it to two, but it's quite a big, so you could trace it out on like a template. You know, plasticky if you wanted to, but I always find that that's fine because you're just laying it on and cutting around it. So and then fold it up. The bags that it comes with are like resealable, and you can hang those bags up as well in your sewing room, so you can keep everything together. The only thing I would suggest is the labels. I would photocopy those before you cut them up, so that then if you do lose them when you're doing your pattern, you've got them for your next time you want to do it again.
Just looking at this as well, the squares that you need to cut, this is brilliant for all of your scraps.
Yes.
Also charm pack friendly as well, aren't they?
If you just had a plain material and a charm pack, you can make a beautiful bag and put it together.
Yes.
Really nice.
Right, your instructions are on screen. If you want them, grab them now. There are less than 30 of the patterns remaining. Oh my gosh, it's very, 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 very busy, as predicted. Right, Sandi, what are you able to show us? Don't forget, by the way, when we get to the green machine as part of the demo, I will let you know about it and what you get in the bundle, because I think that is something that a lot of people are thinking, oh, do you know what, 2025, maybe it is time to invest in an amazing machine. We couldn't agree more, honestly. We're really excited about that. So let's talk about the construction of the bag, though.
Right, OK. Just to say, I've had my green machine for about 8 years.
Have you?
My dad bought it for me. As many people know my story, I was looking after my dad for about 4 years before he passed away. And I started making lots of bags, and I'd go to craft fairs and sell those. And he was always sort of really interested in everything I did. And he's going, oh, is there anything that would help you a bit more? I was going, oh, I said, I've seen people that've got like rivets on the bag. I said, it's really hard to put them on. He's going, is there anything that we can do to do it? And we found the green machine online, and my dad said, I'll buy you that. And so I've had my green machine for well over, because my dad died 7 years ago yesterday. So I've had it for over 8 years now, my green machine, and absolutely lovely. It doesn't always come out, but when you're doing bags, which I do loads of, you think, oh, I could put a stud there. When I was putting the fringing on, it was funny, because I was thinking, how am I going to attach the fringing? I thought, I can just sew it on. I thought, that's going to look a bit boring. Andrew said to me, he said, why don't you put rivets on it? I said, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. So the rivet, they came out again, and they just made it to just sort of go across with it. With the cloud bag that we'll show later, I've put different rivets on it to just sort of, for fashion on it really, to sort of make it show. So there's so many things that you can do with it. It's amazing.
I know that you're not the only person. I think Hayley West I was chatting to the other day, and she said, honestly, if you can afford to do it, get it. You won't regret it. There's so much that you can do with them.
It's a good purchase, you know. It's not everybody can afford it, but if you are doing a lot of bag making and you want to go to the next level with it, I would always say something like the green machine would really help you do that.
Right, brilliant. Thank you.
Right. Okay, so first of all, you want to sew your squares together. So I'm just going to sew a couple of these squares together. So, now with the canvas, you don't particularly need to do anything different with it at all. Let me just change that to 1/4 of an inch. I think it's 04. So on this one, you can change it to 1/4 of an inch, which is great. So, and it's just like quilting. So it's also, oh, wait a minute, that's the wrong way around, isn't it? Which side is my 1/4 of an inch? 06. There we go. So again, everybody's machine's slightly different as well, isn't it? So there we go. So I do this as 1/4 of an inch. So it also sort of gives you a little bit of an idea of quilting. So if you've never quilted before, just sort of sewing these squares together gives you a good idea of sort of doing a little bit of quilting as well. So if it's a new hobby, you sort of almost got 2 in 1. Now you can sort of chain pieces. So I sort of put 2 together first. So I put my 2 colours together, and then I'll sort of chain piece those 2 colours together.
Even though you've got this patchwork element to it, which I absolutely love, and I think, like you said, this is giving you options of so many different stash, you know, things that you've got in your stash, or giving you this lovely finish. You could, because you've got your template, just do it all in one fabric if you wanted.
Absolutely, yes.
So don't be put off by the fact you've got the patchwork on there.
No, I've done it, so I'm actually making the material first. So that's what we're doing, we're making the material. Before we cut anything out, we're just making that material. So yeah, if you've got a lovely material, or if you just think, I love the suede, but I don't know if I'd sew those together, just do it all in the suede in one, because you've got enough material. You can do the front and back in whichever one you want. So, and then you could still add fringing on it, so you could have a plain one and fringe it. So there are so many different ways you can do it. So I've sewn 2 together, then I'm going to sew it to make 4.
There are less than 10 of the cream and black, which is the one that Sandi, is your main graphics. It's the one that Sandi's made up with that gorgeous fringe. That's that one. That's that one, which was your main graphics. All of the stock, in fact. Ben's just looking through the graphics. All of them are limited. Do you open your seams with a canvas?
I always open my seams, because canvas is probably slightly thicker than your average quilting cotton. I would open the seams up because then it just gives a little less bulk there as well. So then I'm going to sew that. So I've already done 3, and then I'm just going to sew this one onto here. Just get my clips. Now I tend to clip as well. I always find clippings a lot easier. It doesn't move the fabric. So especially new people, when you're trying to pin, I think pinning's quite hard sometimes. I always end up pinning myself. And then you're bleeding over your fabric, which isn't a good look. And also, if you sometimes you do it and you think, I don't want to sew it that side, I want to sew it from the other side. If you've got clips on, you can do, you just turn it over.
Yes.
So it really doesn't matter. Whereas if you've got a pin on the other side, now try and match the seams up. But as you can see on the black bag that we've done, we've used, and on the brown one, we've done a fancy stitch. I've done like a blanket stitch on the one, and I've done like a lovely sort of embroidered satin sort of stitch on the other one.
So if they don't match, it doesn't matter. That's going to cover it. You can even put buttons or your rivets or different bits over there as well.
Absolutely. So this is why it's a lovely beginner pattern. So I always say never stress about matching up. Even on my quilts, I don't. I'm on the Janet Clare fence with that one. I think sewing's for enjoying. I just love sewing, and I like other people to enjoy it. So you literally just sew it and enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I've been sewing for 50 odd years.
Oh my God.
Probably nearer 60 years.
No, Sandi.
I know. And yet I still feel I learn every day. There's things that I can learn. You know, and you go, oh, I didn't know that, or I didn't know that. And so always listen, always be open to new ways of doing things as well.
Yeah, well, we're creatures of habit, aren't we, as well? And we were talking about this yesterday with Stuart, and he was saying, look, I'm just not very good with change. And he said it took him ages to change his pins. He was talking about the magic pins.
Oh, yes,
And he said,
yes.
you know, I was just one of these people that was like, no, you know, I've got my pins. And he said, actually, like you said, listen to other people sometimes and take advice because, yeah, things do evolve and change as well. And there are tools out there that can make things really easy for you.
When I was doing a quilt last time, I was given, you know, the little tiny thin ruler for the half square triangles.
Yeah.
And I'd always done my half square triangles where you cut them in half and then sew them together.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, have a look at this one. I was going, that's brilliant. I love it. And I mean, I've been, sewing for 50 plus years, and you're thinking there's still new things out there.
Yeah.
And I always think if you can get the tools, they are good. You know, I mean, you can do sewing with just a needle and thread, and that's it. But if you've got the tools for the job, it just makes it easier. It makes it a lot easier. So once you've sewn them all together, now with the suede one, it's not so bad with the cotton one, but with the suede one, because you're doing maybe slightly thicker seams on it, I added an extra 2. So I would then sew these 2 together, and I would just add them on the side bit here, because where the bag comes out,
right,
you may just need that extra ½ an inch. So you can always add an extra 2 squares onto that side, and you've got plenty to do that. So just add them on. I haven't with this one because I've just done a 1/4 inch seam, but otherwise, so you can do that. So don't sort of look at it. So if you what you do now, I put it onto H640, and with this one, I've literally just sewn in the ditch. So I'm going to just sew along here. If you've never sewn in the ditch, it's one of the easiest ways of quilting something.
There's a lady's asked about video tutorials. Jot down today's date because you can watch back all these shows. Is there a video tutorial?
If you buy the pattern, it tells you with a date that I'm on Sewing Street.
Brilliant.
So I was on last in May. I think it was on, here we go, the 18th of May.
Right.
And if you go onto my website, which is www.family-comforts.co.uk, you'll find they've got them all there and the links through to the Sewing Street as well.
Oh, there you go. Get your pattern and you'll be able to find all of those and you can sew along.
So you can sew along to that one of all the tips that I've given you on the day. And there'll also be, soon, because we've got a new website, so there's going to be some video tutorials as well. So harder bits to do, they'll be on there.
Lovely.
But I've just need time to do them. So if you're sewing in the ditch, I'm going to take it back to 1. So we've got the needle in the centre, and I'm going to put my thread count up to about 3.5. And then literally you just need to keep your eye on the needle and just go straight down, as it says, sewing in the ditch. So you want to sew just between those two squares. And again, it doesn't matter if a bit of the thread comes on either side. Sometimes I will put a different coloured thread in.
Oh, yeah.
Just so that if it does catch, you just sort of catch like a variegated thread in there or something. So a nice sort of a
Well, like you
creamy
say,
lilac-y
use your
one.
fancy stitches. We always want an excuse to have a go with all those cool stitches that we've got. And I love, it looks great with the checkerboard having. Which one is that? Do you know what?
It's
Okay.
something like, on this one, it'd be like the 76 if
Right.
you have this machine.
Yeah.
So it's just sort of like a little diamond shape,
Yeah.
isn't it? Like a soft diamond shape. I just thought it gave it quite a 70s vibe.
Yeah,
to it as
it's
well.
really cool.
So once you've done this, I would leave, so again, I would cut the interfacing slightly bigger if you're going to quilt it. Again, you don't even have to quilt it because when you iron it on, by the time you've sewed it all on as well, it's not going to come off. But you can, I think it's just nice to do a bit of quilting. So then we're going to cut this one out. So you need to get your pattern. Now your pattern, I always do full-size patterns or it's on the fold.
Right,
'Cause sometimes
brilliant.
they're just too big to do full-size.
But you never need to upscale them.
Nothing.
or
You've always got the
enlarge them on your
seam allowance
printer.
in it. You've always got
Brilliant.
everything on it. So you've got sort of like the placement for the pocket on here. It normally tells you what you're cutting out from it. I've got here if you want to put a buttonhole where you'd put your buttonhole on it.
brilliant.
So you've got everything on here. So we're going to fold it in half. So you're going to fold it down that seam. And I'm going to put this on here and just line it up. So you can see with this one, it does just come to the outside here, but when you do a slightly thicker seam allowance, you might just need to add an extra bit on the side there.
Right.
So there we go. So I'm going to just clip these on here and then put a couple of, sometimes you do need to have a pin, so I'm just going to do a pin there. Now, when you put a pin in the canvas, it's not too bad because it won't show. But if you do it on the suede, you can always just draw around it and then cut it out because a pin on the suede can mark it.
Okay.
So try not to put the bit, or if you do, try and put it just in the seam allowance as well.
Right.
Okay.
Good
Then
tip.
you need a good pair of scissors, which I see you've got
Oh
on the
yeah,
show today.
great pair of scissors is the
You've
early
got
bird
some-
today, $7.99 for those.
So you need a good pair of scissors and we're just going to cut this out. You can use a rotary cutter if you want, but I always find when you're doing curves and things like this, I quite like to use scissors. Oops.
There are literally a couple remaining of the black and cream. There's 14 baskets. This is your final call. I know that we're watching the demo, but please, please, please don't miss it. Yeah, because these kits I love. I think these are my favourite ones. I love the suede versions. They're so cool. Yeah, it's about to sell out. Pattern on its own, less than 20 left. This is £11 if you want the pattern on its own. Inside the pattern, it's got the dates when Sandi actually launched it. So there's a demo then. Jot down today's date, we're the 6th today, aren't we?
For the 6th,
of
there we
Jan.
go. So you do 2 of those. So you've got 2 of those done. Then with your lining, so you've cut your lining out already. And then I'm going to do a patch pocket inside. So literally, I've just done a lining and whatever colour canvas you want, sewn around it. I've also put a bit of interfacing on it as well. Again, you don't have to. And then leave a turning gap. And I've pinked all the way around it so it's easier to turn out. And then I'm just going to turn this the right way out. And we're going to sew it on. You need something that you can just push your corners out with and then give it a good iron as well.
Sandi, you need to tell everybody about your Christmas day then.
Oh, my Christmas day.
So you went out off in the motorhome.
Yeah, because it was just me and Andrew, so we said, what should we do this year? So we said, let's go out in the motorhome and we'll take our breakfast with us and a nice mug of coffee and we'll go to the seaside because it's always my happy place, the seaside.
How far are you from the seaside?
We're about a 30-minute drive,
Okay.
25 minutes, so
Nice.
not too far away at all. So we go to a place called Porthcawl, and we often go very early in the morning, and there's nobody around, and it's lovely. So we thought Christmas Day, there's going to be nobody there. We'll have a lovely, very romantic, a nice walk, the 2 of us. And we got there, and it was the annual 59th year of their Christmas swim. There was more people there than on a summer's day. It was absolutely heaving.
Oh my gosh.
We didn't
Did
go
you get
in.
a parking
No,
space?
We did, yes. We managed to
Did
get
you
one
watch
right up
all
on the
of
top.
crazy people getting into the cold
Do we didn't, because the tide was out, so they were all sort of coming in waiting for the tide to come in. So we we had our breakfast, we had our coffee, we had a nice walk and thought, this is mad, we're going to go home now. So
It's
we went
supposed to
home.
be really good for you, isn't it?
Yes.
I can't see it myself, but
I have done an ice plunge.
have you? Oh my gosh, you've got to be so careful with your breathing. I just get
Yes,
concerned thinking,
yeah.
oh my gosh, you've got to
I know.
control your breathing,
Yeah,
haven't you?
yes, absolutely.
Cold. No, I'd rather a jacuzzi. I have got one of those coats though that you're supposed to go
Like a dry coat. Yeah, they're great.
You're
We've got our dry coats. Yeah, we went to a yoga place near us, which is a mountain retreat. And we were just going to go for a yoga day, and they offered us to do like a fire and ice trial. So they've got like a lovely big tent with a big sort of fire inside it. And then they've got a mountain spring at the side. So you go in and you do a bit of like your Wim Hof movements, you know, and then they tell you how to breathe. And then they said, we're going to, first of all, they sent you in for a minute without telling you how to breathe properly. So you go in and you sort of like, and you're moving around, so like thinking, oh, I've got to keep warm, I've got to keep warm. And I went out and I thought, I'll never get back in again because I hate the cold, I'm terrible. And I thought, oh, okay, I've done it once, I can do it. So we did these exercises and they told you how to breathe. And they said, don't move because it builds like a little air pocket round you. Whereas if you're moving, you're breaking that air pocket all the time. Right. So it keeps you warmer if you don't move. And you have to get your vagus nerve under the water, because she said if your shoulders and sort of anything higher is out of the water, your body thinks you're half hot, half cold. You want to be the hot bit, not the cold bit.
Right.
So if you have to go right down.
Oh.
So, and then you had to do it for 3 minutes with this sort of box breathing. So we sort of all walked down. Andrews always wants to be first for everything. So he was straight down going, don't be so quick. We're going to be there longer than the 3 minutes because there's about 20 of us. So we all sort of walk in and you walk down into it and go down. And then you dip down and then you do this box breathing.
Okay.
And then she sort of said, right, OK, you've only got about another 2 minutes to go. And we're thinking, oh, and then she said, no, I was kidding, it's finished. And you're going, really? I've stayed in there for 3 minutes. And you feel absolutely
really good
amazing
after.
when
Oh,
you
my
come
word.
out.
No, you know when you go on holiday and you get in the pool and there's someone in there and they go, it's all right when you get in.
Then
It's all right,
that's
it's lovely when you get in. That's classic.
Yes.
Andrew said I've booked us in for New Year's Day's Christmas dip. Oh no, maybe next year. Right, so that's your pocket.
So we've done the pocket. So, and I've just done a top stitch along the top. And where the opening gap was, you just want to sort of push it back in, as you can see, and just iron it so it's flush. Mm-hmm. Then I'm going to use that as a bottom, so that will be sewn in. So find the middle. So again, all the placements are on it, but just for ease, I'm going to do here. And then I'm going to just get my pins, because I like the magic pins.
Yes, they are amazing.
Again, they're expensive, aren't they? And you sort of think, do I need something like that? You know, I've got lots of pins. And I just bought one time, I think when they were on offer on an early bird here, and I thought, I'll try them. Absolutely love them. They are an absolute game changer.
Well, we were talking about changing your rotary blade or changing your sewing machine needle, and you're probably looking thinking, actually, I haven't changed my pins for 30 years.
Well, this is it, yes, yeah. I mean, I do a lot of classes now, and the times that people come in and they're going, oh, it's not sewing right, what do I do? And the first thing I always do is, when did you last change your needle? And they go, oh.
Yeah.
And if they say, you think you've not changed it for a long time, you need to, because I'll change this almost every day because I do a different project and I do a different needle. Because it's good to have a different size needle as well, because sometimes people just think, oh, I've got a needle in there. It came with a needle and I'll use that.
You talk about that again in the guide, don't you? Obviously, there's the guide to needles
and threads. But it also sort of tells you in there what sort of size needle
talking about
to have.
We are going to be launching this before the end of the hour. You found it on pre-order. There is an option of a digital download, which is an instant purchase, and there is also an option of a physical copy. We are launching it very, very soon, along with the green machine. Don't forget, that is also coming up in this hour. And we got the cloud bag. I said to Sandi, someone said, you deserve a medal if you manage to get through everything today.
We will.
And Sandi's been very, very good. It's only Sandi today in terms of guesting, so you're happy to come and stay, and we're going to merge, stay on a little bit longer.
Happy to stay as long as you can put up with me. Can I just say hello to Wilma, one of my lovely ladies
Hello,
I know.
Wilma.
She often messages in and she said they don't read them out. So she said she's having
Okay.
breakfast and watching us today. So, hi Wilma, how are
Hi,
you
Wilma.
today?
Ben, why don't you read Wilma's messages out, please?
Oh, no.
Have you had a message from Wilma?
Yeah.
She says, no, I haven't.
No, she's probably given up, Ben. She probably says, no, I'm not. So what we do then is we put this together and just sew all the way round.
Okay,
And that makes your lining.
brilliant.
With these two, sew it all the way around.
Yeah.
You've got that. Then literally you're just going to put them inside each other, sew along the top. That's your bag finished. But then we'll do, if you want to do the fringing on it, I'll just quickly do. So if you want it, if you have the canvas and you, I think, did you have any of the suede on its own?
I don't think we do
But
have suede
if you
individually,
have got
do
suede,
we?
or you did have the PU, didn't you?
Yes.
You could do the same with PU as
Yes.
well. So you need to get a strip. I get about a 6-inch strip. And then I draw a little line along the back of about 3/4 to an inch there. And then you can either just use your scissors and hand cut them up. You can use a rotary cutter. On this one, I've sort of shown you can, was it this one? No, I've got one here. Anyway, I've sewn it, I've sort of marked it all as well.
Okay.
And then you can do it like that. So then you literally, before you sew it all together, put it along here and then sew it on. And then, because it doesn't fray, so this won't
Yeah,
fray and the
brilliant.
PU won't fray either. If you use the canvas, it's going to fray. So you need to use something like the suede or the PU if you've got it.
And then you fixed it in with the rivets.
With the rivets, yes. So do you want me to show you what we've done so we can go onto the green machine?
Yes.
I'm going to just pin this on here. So again, I'm just going to pin along almost where my stitch line would be, and then we're going to sort of rivet over.
Right, whilst you're pinning,
Yeah.
let me show everybody
Right.
what they get. I'm just going to
Okey-doke,
bring them
yes,
over
yep.
to me, and
then
then
we
I
can go through them all. Are you all
go
right?
through them.
Yep.
Yes. So, if you are getting the green machine today, this version is the silver colourway. So, with your silvers, you get the dies that you need and the cutter that you need to be able to insert all of your bits and bobs. So, within here, you've got your snaps, you've got the little snap fastenings, the S-spring snaps, you're getting rivets and you're getting magnetic snaps as well. So you get your press studs, your rivets and your S-spring finishes. Is that right, Ben? All in a silver mega bundle. I believe we've got a picture so I can show you. £149.99. It's 3-way split pay and you're getting the dies that you need to insert them. There we are. And you are getting also the cutter. So, the green machine itself, we're going to go through with Sandi, see it in action and talk about. It is a heavy bit of kit. But what I love about it is that, you know, this is your real... It looks quite industrial and quite daunting when you see it. You don't need to be Popeye to be able to use it.
You don't
It's
at
easy
all,
to
yes.
use, but you're not looking at anything that's computerised or anything that can go wrong with it. It is a real sturdy tool. Now, not only have you got that, you also get the additional foam handle to make it lovely and comfortable to use. You get your 15mm S-spring press stud set. You're getting your rivets, your 8mm double cap rivet sets. We've not seen it, by the way, since October. There are so many people that I know would have had this on the Christmas list and waited for the show, or had it as something that they may have wanted to invest in if you've got a Sewing Street gift card or something to put towards. Brilliant. Now, you've also got in there all of the corresponding dies for those bits of haberdashery to get you started, and you're getting your 3mm cutting hole as well, which is brilliant for today's project. Now, that's all in the silver colourway. You're getting loads as well. I think you get 100 of the rivets, 50 of the magnetic snaps, and 50 of the... I'm saying magnetic snaps. Do you get magnetic
Yes,
snaps?
you
Yeah?
do.
And you're getting the S-spring press studs as
Which
well.
I think I've used both of them on the bags for fasteners as well, which I'll show you in a minute when we come in.
Fantastic, fantastic. That's the silver colourway. In the gold, you're getting your 100 rivets, 100 gold rivets, your S-springs, and you're getting the magnetic snaps. You're getting all of the dies that you need to put those in, and you're getting your hole cutter included as well. £149.99. Obviously, you're getting your green machine, and then because you're going to want to get the bits and bobs to put them in, aren't you? Anyway, so it's definitely worth getting.
You've got a really good bundle there, because for the bundle, yes, is a real bag maker's bundle. So you've got your magnetic snaps for fastening. You've got your little S-spring ones, which are great fasteners as well. And then the rivets will do for all sorts of things, for fastening the handles on. I'll show you how we'll fasten the handles on with that one as well. I'll bring that over. So there's lots and lots of things that you can do with that kit. And then it's worth going on to their website. They do some fabulous things as well.
And all sorts. It's very exciting.
I know, because the bag that I bought in at the end of last September. Oh God, September. I'm lost for you.
Yeah.
In December, I put the little pyramid studs along the bag as well.
Nice.
So a bit sort of Valentino-ish style as well.
Oh, yes.
So we had those on it, which
does
was lovely.
elevate, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Now, using it,
Sorry, I'm disappearing from it.
it is a weighty bit of kit, isn't it?
Yes.
Do I need to fix it down to my table or anything?
No, not at all. There you go. That was the cloud bag, and I've just put like the little tiny studs on here, just to sort of
Cloud bag's back as well, by the way. We're going to do that. See, they look brilliant as decorative.
So you can use it purely as decorative or as functional.
Amazing.
So it's great. And often, so on the side here, you've got them on. When you're doing sort of like a bag like this and you've got the suede on the side, to make your little bag handle holders, you've got a piece of material and you fold it over in half, and then you'll fold it again into the middle, and then fold it over. So you've got 4 pieces. So if you're doing like, this is like a tweedy material, the suede, it can be a little bit bulkier.
Yeah.
So then you're going to put it together because you want to encapsulate the little D-ring inside it. So sometimes, I mean, with this one, I've just used the batik, so it's quite soft, so you'd be fine to just sew it. But on a thicker material, using a rivet is absolutely ideal to hold them on with.
Yeah.
Because they look really good. Especially if you'd put them on not crooked like I did on that one. But
No,
it was a style. It was the style that I was doing.
Yeah.
So, and then to hold the handle on with it as well.
Can you show us how you do it? So when you get it home, you get the cutters and you also get the corresponding dies.
Yeah.
No, you don't need to fix this to your desk.
No, because it's heavy. I mean, as you can see, it's a good weight to lift. So put it in. I've got it on the side, and I just bring it over onto the table. And I would put it on a bit lower table than here as well. So if your work surface is normally a bit lower than these ones here at Sewing Street, so you're at a better angle for pressing it. Then the only thing that comes separate, I think, is the handle here, and you just have to attach it with like a little screw and an Allen key sort of thing on here. There we go. So then, and that's it. So that, and then you don't have to touch it again. So you've got it already. So then most of them come. Should I bring
Yeah,
these
you can
over?
take all these
Let me
bits.
Take all these.
Right, you get...
Just give me the silver.
Silver one is the most popular. There are only 8 of the green machines with the silver bundles available. We started with, hopefully enough of these as they are back in stock today. There are a lot of people who have had these on their Christmas lists, I think. Yeah, literally 8 left.
Yeah.
There's 12 in baskets. Just check out. It will sell out today.
Let me have a look. Right. So, and a lot of times I've seen
7
people
left.
sort of talking about them, and they go, I don't know which dies go with which. They will sort of show, and on their website, they're very good with it. And I think it comes with a pattern of all the dies that goes with it as well.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be collabing with the green machine later on this month.
Oh, yeah?
I am indeed, yes.
Oh, my gosh, this is huge. What are you doing with them?
Well, I can't tell you. But Dave will be coming on, I think, on the 18th of this month, and he'll let you know what we're doing.
Oh, this is exciting. Oh, so any questions that you have today while Sandy's here, get them in, because as you've had this machine for 8 years.
I've had it for a long time. And I find that I keep all mine in like little tubs.
Yeah.
And I keep whichever rivets or dies that I've got, and then keep the dies with it. And then also what I do, so most of them come with 4 dies because you've got 2 sides to it. So the rivets obviously just come with, well, not obviously, but they just come with 1 die. And depending on what size rivets you have will depend on what size die you have, because they have smaller rivets and the larger rivets. So I'd keep those two together and I keep them with the packet of your little rivets and I put it in a jam jar. So I've got those together. Then when I come to do, say, these ones, so these are like your S-spring ones that you've got. So I'm just trying to find, yep, those are those. So now here you've got 4 different dies. So have a look on the little sheet that it comes with. And what I do is I put the 2 dies and the 2 bits from your studs that go with it. In fact, I put it wrong thing. And then 2 on the other side, so you know which one goes with which. Yeah. So then I never use those ones, so I always keep those ones in the bag with the dies.
Oh, I see,
so that you've always, so when you take them out, you don't have to go, which die was it that went with that one and which die went with that one. You've got it there, so then you know. So I'll take one out at a time and I'll go, right, I'm going to do the bottom one, so I'm going to use this one. So I can open it up here. So this is what I've done. So you've got your dies. So those are the two dies for this one. So the one that's always chunkier and it doesn't have a thread on it, and that one just slots into the bottom. And then the other one's got a thread on it. Now you can just feel, if you feel, you can feel like a little hole at the top there. So just guide this in. Normally I can do it, I probably won't be able to do it now, I'm telling. There you go. And then I tend to hold it once you've found it and then just screw it in like that. And you can pop the other side into there and it will sort of slot in, but sometimes I'll just put them both. If I'm doing quite a few of them, rather than unscrewing it, you can just, so this one will just sort of push up into there.
Oh
so
yeah, it's got like a little magnet.
So you can see it's just sort of pushed up into there, and then you've got the other one that you will just slit over there, and then you put your fabric on it. So we could do it with this one. So you put your fabric over it, and then you put that on, and then you press it down. So I'm going to show you with the rivets anyway, but that's what you do with this one.
Somebody's asked about grain machine for dressmaking. I think,
Yes, yeah.
if you look at any professional trousers, jeans, belt loops, buckles, straps, anything on dresses, again, just for like, you say, accenting, if you've got the Tallulah shacket, I know Hayley's used it to put on all of the snaps on there. She's used it for decorative on shoulders and collars.
If you've got an outer jacket, often you'll find like a little rivet at the top, because when you're pushing your hands into your pockets, those are the bits that will split. So if you put a little rivet on there, it really sort of holds it. Or if you've got a patch pocket on something, just put a little rivet on it, and then it will hold it, and it looks good, and it works well as well. So I'm going to do. So I've got the my bag here. So I've sewn on the tassels. So we're going to go along with the. So you can make a hole with the hole punch. I tend to use my other hole punch, but these I'll show you this one as well. So again, you've got just a flat base on this one. And you'll pop it in, and then again, just find the hole and just guide it in, and then just screw that in.
Gold one's now on your screen. You get the same machine, and you get the same amount of rivets, press studs, and magnetic snaps. It's just in the gold colourway this time.
And then you'd put your material down. Did you hear that little click?
Yeah.
There you go, you've got a hole.
Oh, amazing.
Now, I mean, I use both hands because you just sort of push it down, but you don't need to. I mean,
no. And this desk is actually
it's very high,
yeah.
So I tend to do it both on, but I mean, you can see the pressure. You can just do it with one.
Yeah.
But when you're getting a bit older, you need to do it. So that's your whole one. Then we're going to put, and I think there's also a larger hole one that you can do. So I've done a slightly larger hole one in here, and I'm going to do, here we go.
Your rivets.
So, my rivets. And I'm just going to check that, there we go. So again, you've got the length on the one, and you've got a little cap. So they come in 2 parts.
Right.
So if you can see, you've got the length. Now, it doesn't matter, even if it's a thinner material, it will squash into there. And it'll be fine. So and if you've got a thicker material, it'll hold it as well. So you've got your 2 parts. And then we're going to put...
I do think it's brilliant. It comes into its own when you're working with the thicker fabrics, though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's what I like them for, because I used to struggle sometimes sewing on, you know, the little... Yeah, absolutely. So again, just find this and just screw it in. So, I mean, it's not hard to put together. That's the only thing you need to do. There you go. Then I'm going to put... Now, with the rivets, I tend to make a hole, then put the rivet through, and then the back will just clip on. So, I mean, again, you can put them in and it will hold into the top here. But if you're doing a lot of them, you're not going to keep unscrewing this and putting it. So I will clip them together and then put your material inside. Make sure that that one's in the little gap, the little hole at the bottom, which means that this one will line up with the top one. Put it down. Oop, there you go. Little press, and it just sort of, it catches. There you go. And you've got a rivet. So you've done it. So it's great. So then you can do it on this one here. I'm just going to make a hole in here. So again, you could put 2 on these because it's quite wide. I'll just say that with the bag, I think the straps that I've suggested are a 1-inch strap, but we've used a 1.5 inch for the boho bags because of the lovely webbing that we've got is slightly wider. So if you want to make it wider on the pattern, instead of using a 1-inch strip to for your little D-ring, you always make it 4 times the width of your D-ring. So whatever size your D-ring is, so because this is 1.5, I've made this strip 6.
Right.
Because you're folding it in 4. So so whatever size you've got, it doesn't matter if it's a 2-inch one, you can do it. If you've got 2-inch webbing, get a 2-inch D-ring, but then make sure it's 8 inches for the strip that you do, not the 4 like I've said in the pattern.
Honestly, I can't believe how easy it is to put in, because the sort of handheld ones can be quite difficult if you've got dexterity issues, or they might not give you that professional finish. This is what they use in industry, isn't it?
Yes.
It's brilliant. Now, just so you know, there are literally 4 remaining in the silver, 10 in baskets. If you've got the gold in your basket, we are, again, less than 10. 19 in baskets and less than 10 of those. We're going to have to move on to the cloud bag.
Okay, so there we go. That's it, done.
But that, honestly, think about it. If you've had that on your wish list, thank you for showing us, Sandy, because I know that if you see that in a shop, you're quite daunted by it, aren't you? If we walk past that machinery and you think, well, how on earth am I going to use it? Whereas to see it in action and see how easy it is.
And I think people are daunted with sort of like all the dies and stuff, but if you just take a minute or 2 to work out which dies go with which one, because it'll show you on their website, it'll show you exactly which dies to use. And then you save jam jars, save the little jam jars.
Yeah, or like your little storage boxes that have got the dividers. Get your label maker out and everything, get organised with it.
And it's so easy. So there we go, those are all those. It's a considered purchase, but it's well worth considering because it really is cracking little piece of kit there.
Now, Cloud Bag is back. I love this kit. We've literally got a few minutes, but we're not going to have a chance to do a demo because we did do a demo with it on a previous date. It's in your
And it'll tell you in the instructions what date that is.
Now, this is the new colourway. It is gorgeous in the animal print. I love this. This is absolutely bang on trend. There are now less than 20 of these kits. Well done on finding them on pre-order. But you can see, again, using
those
the
magnetic,
snaps,
those are the
springs.
spring ones, or you could use the magnetic ones on there if you wanted.
Using the rivets. Again, with these beautiful fabrics. So, within your kit, you've got your pattern for the Cloud Bag. You're getting
half a metre of the velvet.
And that is a gorgeous velvet, isn't it?
And it's a good width of velvet as well. You could possibly, if you were careful, you could get 2 bags out of that.
Amazing! Yeah. 2 bags, and you're then getting your Bumbleberry Lewis and Ivory lining, which we absolutely love. It's such a beautiful size as well, isn't it?
Do you know, I use mine all the time. I took it on because we went off to America this year, and I took this little pink one, so that's why it's looking a little bit shabby now. And we were with our friend, and she'd knock on the door sometimes, and she'd go, "Are you using your pink Cloud Bag tonight?" I was going, "No," she goes, "It just go in my outfit. Can I borrow it?" So nearly every night this went down to dinner because you could put your phone in it, you could put a card in it, you could put your lipstick in it. It's actually deceptive with how much you can fit in those. Yeah. And then you can just pop them over your shoulder and you can dress them up, you can dress them down, you can put the long chain handles on them, you can put the leather handles on, you can make the handles with the fabric that you've got. Yeah. You can add 2 handles on, so you've got a longer one, so you could just pop it over your shoulder when you're going out. And then if you just want to, you can just hold the handles.
So handy.
Very versatile.
I do think it's one of those that, you know, nowadays, especially since COVID, I take out my phone, my keys with me. Yes. All my cards, all my loyalty cards, everything is all on my phone.
Yes.
So this is such a handy size. And to have it in a really, really...
It's gorgeous, isn't
it? Cool leopard print. It is so so on trend. It is so on trend. You've got your cloud bag pattern, which you are going to use so much. This is probably going to be one of the most used bag patterns. Your price per use, the amount of times you are going to be using. And you could do quilted versions.
Well, yeah, I've got a quilted version here, so you can do a quilted one. You've got it with tweed, where I've done sort of a bit of quilting on it and put the studs on it. We've done it in fur.
Oh, wow, I love
So I've got fur with some lovely buttons, so got some nice lining in there and a little... This one I put a zip pocket. You don't have to put a zip if you're new and you're thinking, don't want to do the zip. In this one, I think I've just left it open,
Yeah,
so
you have.
can just... So you can do the envelope pocket, but don't put the zip in.
Yeah.
And you can just pop maybe a card or some lipstick in there, because it's quite a deep pocket. So you've got quite a deep pocket there.
This kit's about to sell out again.
The
Less than 10.
velvet is quilted as well. So again, just very plain. That one I've left the back plain with just the handle on it. And then we've got the other velvet one here, which again, I put nothing on that one at all, but we've got the double handle and chain on it.
Gorgeous. We also have the beautiful velvet version.
Yes.
I love this as well. Is that very similar to the blue?
Yes, yeah. It's just a very slightly different shade to it. But it is, and I've quilted that one, so you can see how it's being quilted. Very, very easy to quilt.
If you are new to sewing with velvets, with suedes, with denims, with heavier weight fabrics, with fur, then watch this space. We are about to launch as well the handy guide to sewing with difficult fabrics, which is already selling in the hundreds, by the way, on pre-order. This one, you're getting your cloud bag instructions, you're getting your 1/2 metre of your velvet. Once again, do you think I could make 2 bags
I
if
think
I'm
you could,
careful?
yeah. If you're careful, yes. You might not, you might even be with the lining, but you can definitely with the velvet, you'd be able to make 2.
That is beautiful. And you're also getting 1/2 metre of that lovely quality cotton. I love, love, love that. You're getting your pattern as well included at £27.99. Once again, loads and loads and loads of you coming through for this. Pattern is available on its own. And as you see, velvet, quilting weight cotton, fur, suede, tweed, cord,
Denim,
tapestry,
PU, you could do it.
suedette.
Also,
Anything
yes.
in your stash. The PUs, absolutely. Anything to match your outfit. Is this something that, again, I could be making up as part of an afternoon project?
Yeah, I'm doing a course in it in February at J&B Sewings in Newport.
Are you?
So, yeah,
Oh,
because
brilliant.
they loved it there, so they said, would I come in and do a course in it? So,
Oh,
And
amazing.
so, yeah, we'll be able to make one up in an afternoon there with them. So, and it depends what you do with it. So obviously, if you're going to be quilting it, that's going to take the time quilting your material. If you're just going to be making it up plain and maybe just putting a leather handle on it, that would take you, you know, good afternoon, you could get that one done in. So it depends.
Can you model them all again for us?
Yes, yeah.
Because that one's the one with the extra chain. That's the
So
one,
that
the,
yep,
the
so you've
William
got-
Morris.
That'd be just sort of like a handbag.
Yeah.
Or you could actually put it over and you could use it as, I should have
Yes.
actually got that one.
Love that.
Then this one is just so handy. And again, you could wear that out with just, you know, a denim jacket or something, leather jacket. I use that leather.
That's beautiful. And I do like the idea of, you know,
Then my-
experimenting with the different handle options as well.
Then the fur one, which I
Make your
absolutely
own
adore.
handles or-
There we go. Yeah.
Yes.
So you've got that. You could make a little fur handle, which would be really cute to go on that one as well. I've just got some fancy buttons and sewn them on. So if you've got trim, you could always do that. You could always put bits of fringing around there as well.
Yeah.
So there's lots you could do. And then again, you've got the little... This one might just, that's a bit too short, so that one would just be a hand one.
Yeah.
So you could use that. And again, you can make the length of the handle any width you want, any length you want. So if you want that handle a little bit longer, just add a little bit more extra onto it because you've got plenty of material in it. So there we go. And then you've got the nice tweedy one.
Love that. I mean, how amazing is that?
Yeah. And those have got the little magnetic snaps inside them.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And if you got the green machine today, get one of these patterns because this is going to be brilliant to then
yeah.
really try out your magnetic snaps, your
studs, all sorts
yeah,
of
your
things you can
rivets.
try out on that. Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah.
How's the green machine doing in the silver? 2 left in the silver colourway. Again, less than 10 single figures on the gold. The cloud bag pattern is flying out. We love that one. Back in stock. It was a previous sellout. We bought it back today. But there is actually a date that you did this
Yes.
again in the
Yeah,
pattern.
there
So
is
you'll
in
be
the
able to find that
yes.
and watch it back.
Yes.
I could tell you, in fact, actually. It was the 3rd of February.
Right.
2024.
Good grief.
Nearly a year ago. And we still talk about the cloud bag, don't we? We love it. That is beautiful. It's there. Okay, come on over, because this is the second edition. After, you say, I mean, they're still selling every single day.
Every day somebody buys the handy hints and tips for the needles and threads. I was blown away with it because I'd sort of suggested it and said, you know, it's something I've always wanted to do. Would you be interested? And they went, oh, we'll give it a try. And we got a few and they absolutely flew out. And I had to bring them straight back in the following time I was on, sort of like 2 or 3 weeks later. They sold out again. They're on quite a lot of times when I come in, and most days people will pick up 1 or 2, pop them in the baskets.
Now, this is brand new. The Handy Guide to Sewing Difficult Fabrics. And as you said, you do workshops, you do classes, you talk to a lot of people.
Yes.
And you also have made memory bears for a long, long time.
A long, long time.
So you're obviously given lots of different kinds of fabric. So you've learned over the years how to sew more difficult fabrics.
I'm known in the memory bear world as the one who can do any fabrics. So I have people send me absolutely anything. So I have sewn memory bears out of all sorts of things.
So what sort of fabrics are we talking about in the Handy Guide?
Because it's only a 4-page one, we wanted to make them sort of quite small, make them quite nice and cheap for people to be able to buy and pop in their sewing rooms. So we thought if we can make like a little section of them, so we're going to try and do one every sort of month or so with difficult things. So if anybody thinks of anything that think, oh, we'd love a handy guide on that, do let me know. We've got quite a few ideas. So there's one on the computer at the moment for next month.
Ooh.
So that will be hot off the press. So this literally came out this month. Yes, it came out today. We only sort of sent it to you on Friday, I think it was.
Yeah.
So
hot
it
off
really
the press.
is hot off the press, yeah. And as I say, it's not... there's not everything in here because we put in what we could. If you sort of wanted to put absolutely everything in for sewing with materials, you'd have a book.
Yeah.
And people don't want that in the sewing room. They want to think, right, I'm sewing with velvet, how shall I do it? And you can go in here and we've got sort of like the weights of it, the types that you can have, how best to cut them, what the stitch length, seam allowance was with leather, faux suede. Then we've got the velvet, fur and denim.
Oh, amazing.
And we felt that those are ones that are sort of like a good bag making materials.
Yeah.
And just put in, literally, it's a handy hints and tips.
So it's from how to cut it, how to mark it, how to pin it,
Yes.
Your seams, how to manage the seams, how to press them.
If they should be washed first, because like denim should normally be washed first, because especially if it's like 100% one, it will shrink more. Suede and velvet you wouldn't necessarily wash. How you would iron this one. So it's the things that I've sort of worked with through my career and thought, oh, ironed it, oh, big mark on that. Don't necessarily put an iron on the front of it. So and you've learned the hard way. So all the little things that I've sort of learned about it, I thought, right, add that in.
Yeah.
And it just sort of, it's just little handy hidden tips for you.
Hundreds and hundreds have gone. These are the physical copies that are on your screen right now. That means that this will be sent out to you with your orders if you've bought anything today. Maybe you've had a go with the suedes, maybe you're having a go with the velvets. I know it's New Year. Quite often we do have people that come in and say, oh, I only, you know, so with quilting weight cottons.
That's
and
right,
you do then love the leopard print velvet, or you love the suedes and you think, oh, I wish I could overcome that fear.
I think it's just a fear. I mean, we put sewing with difficult materials, but then we put inside no material is difficult if you know how to work with it.
Yes.
Nothing's difficult if you know what to do with it.
And is it often your needle or your foot or something like that that can help?
Yeah, I mean, we've sort of said when you're sewing with PU, especially PU can be very sticky, and you can use sort of like a walking foot, you can use a Teflon foot, and sometimes I've still found it, especially if it's thick, so you're doing a top stitching along the top and it's really thick, it will still stick.
Yeah.
If you get a piece of tissue paper and put it just along the top of the, so say this was your PU, put a thin strip of tissue paper along there, still use your walking foot, go along the top of it, and then you can just split the peel, but it will glide on that tissue paper. And you can get your top stitching done really
things like
nice.
that, you would never even think to try that.
This is it.
Brilliant tips in here. Everybody who's got one in the basket, check out, go for it. Now, there is also an option as a digital download. This is a new thing for Sewing Street, and it is brilliant. It means you could be reading it this afternoon. If you click purchase once on the web basket, it will automatically then go straight to your Sewing Street account, which you can access at your leisure. Just click purchase once and it will then work. It will then appear, can you see up at the top where the little person is next to the heart? It will then appear there in your Sewing Street account along with any other PDF patterns that you've downloaded. So yes, £4 today. If you've only bought this, you won't obviously be paying your postage and packaging. So that's why it's a separate, it's not an add to basket and checkout, it is just an instant purchase. But yes, I love the fact that you could have it physically handy in your, or to be fair, on your iPad, on your phone, where you go, actually, hang on, I just need to refresh my mind.
Yeah, you
doesn't
don't
need to be for a new sewer.
That's right. No, I mean, sometimes I still look at things and think, what needle would I use with that?
Yeah.
You know, because if you're doing real leather and you're doing faux leather, you'd use a completely different needles because you'd damage it.
Yeah.
And one wouldn't work very well. So you've got sort of lots of different things. So it's just a really quick, handy guide. You know, we've said there isn't everything in there, and people might go, oh, they didn't add this in it, or they didn't. We may bring another one back, so it might be part 2 of sewing difficult materials. And there's not every difficult material, which as we said, they're not difficult. It's just mastering them.
Yes.
It's just getting to grips with them and going, I can do this.
Michelle is loving these handy guides. She says, these little guides are going to be so handy to have close by. Oh,
it's
lost
gone.
her. What did you say? Did it say even as an intermediate bag maker, there's still fabrics that I find tricky?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are. And like sometimes you'll think, why is this doing this? And you might think, oh, just have a look. Oh, I should have used that thread, or I should have used that needle, or I should have used a different stitch length with it. So it's just, or maybe I should have done this with it first, or, you know, so it's just sort of, just some real handy little hints and tips. How you cut fur.
Tips on pressing,
Yes.
tips on your pinning or clipping, or avoid when to avoid it.
Yeah.
What sewing needles to use in your machine as well.
That's right, yes. And the weights of the threads to use with them as well, and things like that, because real leather would need a different weight thread to a faux leather. If you want to top stitch, you'd need a slightly different weight thread on it as well, and things like that. So,
do you know, actually, this is a lot of information that you've managed to pack into the 4 pages. Like, that is brilliant, isn't it? For £4, that is amazing value for money. If you bought anything else today, just add that to your order. If you've got any of the kits today, if you are new to working with suede or PUs, or if you just want to add that to your order, go for it, especially your PDF version, which is your instant purchase. This is, again, your physical copy on screen. Very, very busy. There is going to be a bit of a queue, which we're going to a call centre. We're going to a break in a moment anyway. There is over 60 of you who've got it in your basket. Keep checking out. We've probably sold part 1 in the thousands now.
yes, yeah, we really have. And it's so nice because you get so many people sort of commenting, going, I just keep it under my sewing machine, or I keep it in a little Polly Pocket pinned on the side of the wall, or whatever in your sewing machine. So you just
Polly Pocket?
Little Polly Pocket.
Little Polly Pocket. I love that.
Yeah, you get a little Polly Pocket and hang it up. Yeah. So yeah, sort of, you know, do that, and then as we get more, you can have more pinned up on the wall. So yeah.
And there will be more.
Yes.
And lots of people have been asking about it, so we are going to try and do, you say once a month, or we're going to try and do a bit of a series of these.
Yes, yes.
But this is one that I know a lot of people do struggle with, not just necessarily for bag making, for dressmakers as well, home furnishing.
Yes, because I do quite a lot of home furnishings, so I don't do a lot of dressmaking anymore, but I do home furnishings, bag makings, and so these were the ones these are materials I bring into Sewing Street. Oh, got Sewing Street quite a lot, and you sort of think, you know, you're trying to tell people, so like on the links you can see that I've put hints on there, but sometimes you don't want to keep going back and thinking, right, what did you say about this? You just got a little leaflet there and you can just have a look, because most of the tips that I brought with me I've put down in here.
Absolutely, it's really invaluable actually. And as you say, these are all brilliant for bag makers. They're fabrics that we know, but if you're a soft toy maker as well, this is how you probably learned I've used these tips.
I've used all these materials in making memory bears. So if you do make memory bears or soft toys or anything like that, especially like the velvet, so sometimes it's like the polar fleece is very similar to this sort of velvet, and so it's the same. It can sort of, I tend to make those, cut them a little bit bigger, because then you can cut them down, because they do move slightly, so they'll sort of shift a little bit.
Yeah, we don't want you to be put off. The amount of people think that, oh, it's me, my sewing's rubbish, whereas actually it's just knowing those few little bits that are going to help.
Nobody's sewing's rubbish, and it's just practice with everything, and it's just I've practiced a lot more for other people. Yeah. So I can bring you all the mistakes I've made. Believe me, I mean, you've seen me do quite a few mistakes here, and as a sewer, you just have to sew. You can make mistakes. It doesn't matter. Yeah. But if you learn from them, and hopefully this will help you learn from the mistakes that I've made, because I'm thinking, you know, as I said, I've done a bag and then ironed it on the right side and thought, oh, I shouldn't have done that, you know, and stuff. I made a lovely bag once I was selling, and I'd done a handle on it, and I was ironing it and caught the handle, which was PU, and burnt it, and I had to start again.
no.
So
Yeah.
you just sort of like, if you were doing that, put a cloth over that bit of PU, because don't put it anywhere near the front of your PU, because it will sort of melt it. So
You've got all of that information in your
Yeah.
handy guide. Well done if you are there. There's still loads of you coming through. We're going to leave that one with you because we are running out of time. Just very quickly, Boho Bag is back. How many patterns have we got left? Three. I'm calling it a sellout. Check out. There are a couple of the kits available. If you love the black and white, oh, that's sold out. We've got the... It's a busy day. We've got 9 left of the brown and stone. There it is. 24 of those in baskets.
don't forget, you can put the fringing that you've done on the black one, you can do on the brown and stone one. It's just that I've done the 2 different
Yeah.
style of fringings, and you've got enough material in there to do whichever one you
Yeah,
want.
mix and match these ideas. Then we've also got, oh, this is the other kit, by the way. This is the cream and lilac, the one that you were demoing
Yes,
with.
yeah.
Single figures on that one. And then the single figures on the other one as well. Now, the cloud bag, which is your lovely clutch bag, crossbody bag, if you want to add a chain to it, £9.99. Half the stock is gone. We had a lot more, and we literally spent a minute talking about this one briefly. So if you've been waiting for this to be back in stock, if you've never seen it before, this would be a brilliant one, I think, to have a go with your new green machine with.
Yeah. The 2 go so well together, the green machine with the bag.
The silver sold out completely. We've got a bundle with the gold rivets, S-snaps and magnetic snaps, £149.99. We have also put it onto split pay, I believe, for you. There you go, a 3-way split pay as well. So it's under £50 a month on split pay. And I know that this is something that you spoke to our team a lot about before we had it at Sewing Street, saying you've got to get the green machine
Yeah,
in.
because I've used it for so long, and it's just brilliant. It really is, it's cracking.
Honestly, change your bag making sort of journey. It'll make it easier, but also makes it look super professional. Any questions you have, by the way, Sandy's going to be back at 11 o'clock. So if we get chance, we can recap any questions that you have, or have a look at it again, as there are now only 8 of the green machines left and 20 in baskets. Don't sit on the fence.
No,
Go for it.
don't.
Sorry that we've run over a little bit this hour,
Sorry.
but don't panic, it's only me. We've got extra wide backing fabrics. And the quilt, can I just show you? The quilt that's coming up with Sandy is amazing. Amazing. It will be launching in the next hour. It is an Annie Downs beautiful quilt.
And again, if you're a newbie for a new hobby, don't look at that and think, I can't do it. That is so easy
I can't
to
believe
make.
that centrepiece is a panel, isn't
I know,
it?
yes. So the centrepiece is a panel, you've got borders, and there's only one sort of like pieced bit round it, which looks much harder
It
than
does.
it is. It's just half square triangles.
Really?
Yeah.
It's like you've got lots of fancy templates
Doesn't
and
it
all
just?
sorts.
Yeah. When I looked at it,
Foundation
I
paper
couldn't work
piece.
out. I was thinking, I wonder how they do that. Is that a different shape?
Yeah.
And it's all half square triangles and quarter square triangles.
looking
it's
forward to that.
Brilliant. Lovely
not
to do.
Go anywhere. That might be slightly later than scheduled, just after 11, so as we've got a lot to get through the next hour as well. But thank you, Sandy. Go and have
Pleasure.
a cup of tea.
I think you need one as well.
We all need to lie down.
That's right,
Don't go
yeah.
anywhere. We've got extra wide backing fabrics coming up right after this.
Thank you.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back. Hope you're enjoying all of the new content as well in the ad breaks. I find it so useful. Isn't it brilliant? There's more amazing, videos that are going to be launched as well from our sewing school. Sorry, by the way, that I've just come back to my iPad across the side of the screen. There was so much going on over on the other desk that I didn't have my iPad, and there were a lot of people who were messaging in, loving Sandi's show. Wendy's also giving you a tip about ironing out PU. you, and she just said if you steam it from the back, always from the back, or just have a pressing cloth, try a tiny little patch of it first, that it's not going to burn it, but yeah, just to relax those creases in PU, because sometimes you do get those fold lines, don't you? Hope that helps, but I did ask her in the break for you. Right, I cannot believe this fabric. Oh my word, this is the latest Untamed collection from Tula Pink, literally hot off the press. This is called Hello Dahlia. It's absolutely amazing. And I thought we've got to start with this. Now, it's only $14.99, which I don't understand because our Untamed collection is $8.99 a half metre. Half a metre is 112 wide. It's about this width. Sorry, my microphone. About this width. You are getting more than double the amount of your regular width of fabric for $14.99. That is 274 centimetres wide. Now, it's so soft. You all know with Tula Pink's extra wide backing fabric, she adds like a lovely sateen finish to it. This is stunning. I actually wouldn't even put this on the back of a quilt. No way. I'd have this as a dress. I'd have this as the cushions. I want to be able to see those huge scale prints. I suppose if you've got a really vibrant, gorgeous Tula Pink quilt that you've spent a lot of money and a lot of time doing that amazing front and your patchwork on your quilt, then you want the back to look equally as beautiful. But this, you know, like the dress I'm wearing now, oh my gosh, how beautiful would this be in this colourway? If you're going to a wedding, if you've got any big events to go to, this is stunning. It comes in 2 different colourways. This is the one with the green background, just so you can see the difference if you're choosing. This one's got a lime background. So they are so vibrant and so colourful. This is £14.99. And I mean, even if you're looking at cushions, how many Tula Pink cushion fronts are you going to be able to do? You could even make Tula Pink bedding with this. I think a duvet cover would look absolutely amazing, and because it's got that lovely sateen finish, it's 100% cotton, but can you see that it's got such lovely drape to it? Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it, I love it. Half a metre is just $14.99. It's 274 centimetres wide, and you can now get this bespokely cut to order. So if you want to get yourself a whole metre of this, do bear in mind it's really wide, then of course add another unit to your order and it will be cut as a whole 1 metre piece. Just so you know though, if you are planning on getting multiple units, maybe for a large Tula Pink quilt, to back it, maybe if you're using it for dressmaking, if you want multiple units, then we don't have enough to go around. If everybody just checks out on 1 unit, then we're going to have about 8 people missing out. There are now 11 units left in stock, and there are 17 of you who've got it in your basket. Remember, I don't know how many you're planning on how many units you're planning on getting. But it is literally the newest, gorgeous Tula Pink Untamed collection. That colour is just gorgeous, isn't it? One of my favourite extra wide backing fabrics we've ever had. Look at it. That is hello spring, hello summer. We are moving into 2025 with our best foot forward to have that gorgeous, vibrant, amazing fabric in your stash. Is just going to be so uplifting, isn't it? Very limited indeed. There are less than 10 units, 5 units remaining, 2.5 metres. There's 20 people in baskets. Right, this is about to sell out. It's about to sell out. There are literally 2 units gone. Sold out. Shall we do the lime? I say lime. This is your classic colours of Tula. Oh, your pinks, your oranges. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to see this. MUMCUY. Yeah, you found it. You found it. Oh, wow. Hello, Dahlia. That lovely Untamed collection. Amazing vibrancy. You've got your lovely turquoise, teals, Oh, now, right, if you're looking at this and going, it might be too bright for me for a dress, or it might be too bright. Do you remember when we had your popper linings, popper colour in your linings? Remember when we had, if you were doing a jacket with this as your cotton lining, because it is really, really beautiful and a slightly lighter than quilting weight cotton, I'd say. It is so luxurious. It would be amazing for dressmakers. And having that extra width is really, really useful. Love it. £14.99. There's less than 20 units remaining on this one as well. 274 centimetres wide. Hot off the press. This is literally the second time it's been to air, and the last one completely sold out just then. This is now the only other extra wide untamed, I think, that we have, isn't it? From the Untamed collection. This is the only other extra wide that we have. I'm just looking through to see what other designer extra wide fabrics we have. We've got the Moda one coming up, and I'm thinking about our quilt that's coming up in the 11 o'clock show. It's going to be slightly later than scheduled as we ran over so much with Sandi, but we will be making sure she gets the full hour demo, don't worry. So the quilt that's coming up, the Annie Downs, we've got some beautiful extra wide backing fabrics which are going to look amazing with that as well. Can I show you the, oh, is it the, did you say Shell Rummel? I love Shell. Okay, we've got a new, is it this one? This one? I love Shell Rummel. Oh no, Shell Rummel, if we see it. Shell Rummel is the most beautiful colours. I haven't even seen Shell Rummel for absolutely ages. You get like watercolory. Yeah, that's it. We've had this by the ½ metre before. I think this is a brand new extra wide backing fabric. Oh, I love it. This will go really nicely with the Annie Downs one. This will look really good. And in fact, I think that this will look really nice with a majority of your quilt. Maybe this is your New Year's resolution. Have you got, as Janet Clare calls them, flimsies? Have you got just your quilt tops? Are you yet to go and get them long arm quilted? Are you sending them off? Stuart made an interesting point yesterday. He actually said, look, don't be afraid. I know it's an extra cost to it, but don't feel that you're doing any less of a process. If you don't enjoy the quilting process, get it long arm quilted. If you've spent a lot of time doing your patchwork, send it off to be long arm quilted. There are a lot of places locally, or you don't need to live near somebody to get it done. But a lot of our machines, especially if you've got the Gracie, then that would be amazing for quilting. Especially the quilt that we've got today. It's a completely manageable size, especially with the fact that it's a panel and half square triangles and borders, really achievable. This is going to go with everything. In fact, right, just throwing caution to the wind, I know that it's saying here, it's obviously your extra wide backing fabric, but just having this as your mixer or as your blender, instead of using a solid within your patchwork, I think this will really, really work well. This is 274 centimetres wide. So look, you are getting oodles and oodles of fabric. So if you are using it for linings, or if you are using it with your bag making for straps, if you're using it for backs of cushions or backgrounds of applique scenes, it's going to look amazing. It's just one of those, isn't it? Neutral colours that are going to just go with everything else in your stash. We actually have the Moxie long arm quilting machine coming in at the end of the month. Oh, that's exciting. Shell Rummel, brand new pebble denim extra wide backing fabric, 274 centimetres wide for $14.99 a ½ metre. Love that. Shell Rummel, I know, does like lovely watercolour blues, and this print I think we've seen by the ½ metre, but not in this colourway. This is called denim colourway. There's nothing really blue denim about it. It's more of your grey tones, which, let's face it, goes with everything, doesn't it? $14.99. Right, can we do our moders? So have you got a picture of the quilt that's coming up, Alex, or not? No. So the quilt that's coming up is a beautiful Annie Downs quilt. It's an amazing springtime quilt. It's got lovely notions in the centre that look like they've all been hand embroidered. This would be perfect to go with that. This is your Moda Fig Tree collection, extra wide backing, $13.99. $13.99. 274 centimeters wide. Jelly and jam. When we're talking spring, does it get any more springtime than this? And when you're talking about Moda, Moda obviously are industry leaders. I remember when I first started in the quilting world, and there were so many people that would message in that they literally only bought Moda for their quilts. And actually, can I show you the picture of the quilt that's coming up really soon? There it is. Oh, it will go perfectly with the fabric that we've got on screen now. That will back it beautifully. If you get yourself a few units of this, you're going to be able to back the whole of that quilt without having any, without doing a patchwork back. That's what I love about having the extra wide backing fabric for quilts, is that you're not having to piece the back. You're not having seams running down the back of your quilt. You're not having to root through your stash to try and have a bit of a mishmash back of your quilt. This is going to all be consistently beautiful throughout the whole back of the quilt. £13.99. It comes in another colourway as well. Everything is better in a mason jar, it's called. I love them. The little quotes on the edge as well. All of the Moda fabrics, aren't they? Moda used to be originally in like a cake factory or a bakery. That's why they called their pre-cuts design rolls. They call jelly rolls and layer cakes. This is jelly and jam. Do they do candy packs? What's candy packs? Aren't they called something like honey buns or something? What are they called? A honey bun. That's a charm square, isn't it? Oh, is it a honey bun? Okay, this is your extra wide. Even though it says backing, please don't think it's any lesser quality. It's 100% quilting weight cotton. It presses beautifully. It sews beautifully. It's brilliant for dressmaking. If you've got any of the lovely bags, the Boho bag. I know when we think about the Boho and you're thinking all your tassels and rivets and quite cowgirl vibes. Whereas, what have I got? Look, I've got a sticker on me. I always go home with either stickers on me or covered in threads. This one would be beautiful in that boho bag shape for your summer parties, for your picnics. It'd be beautiful. I do love Moda quality. You can't go wrong, can you? And that's only $13.99. Why is that one even better value? That was not supposed to be $13.99, I don't think. Yeah, Ben says, I'm just copying what someone else has done. I didn't do that. For once. For once, that's not a deal fairy deal. £13.99. 274 centimetres wide, half a metre. Grab it by the half metre. Yes, go for it. Now, speaking of spring, can we do this really, really pretty daisy print? We're so lucky, by the way, that we have access to all of these different prints, because when we first started here, we actually shared a studio with our sister channel Jewelry Maker. In fact, I say shared a studio. We were in the cupboard under the stairs, quite literally. And we have grown and grown and grown and grown and grown over the last nearly 5 years. We're celebrating our 5-year birthday. Do you remember when we all came over, Ben? Because Ben was actually working over on our sister channel. He was director over on our sister channel. And he remembers when we all came in, and you know, it's that moment when this new crew are sort of taking over your little home, and I say taking over, we were in the cupboard under the stairs. But anyway, it was obviously then turning into what obviously we knew COVID. We didn't know at the time how the year was going to pan out, but we didn't have the warehouse space that we have now, and we've grown and grown and grown and grown. But when we started, we probably had one extra wide backing fabric, and then it was so exciting when we said, look, we've got the warehouse facility to hold these massive bolts. There is a lovely sewing shop in my town where I live called Quilter's Den, and it's a tiny little nook of a shop, and they don't store any extra wide backing fabrics. As you can imagine, the bolts for these are huge. So to have all of the ones that we've got on the show today in stock is, you know, just bragging rights for us. It's brilliant for us to be able to stock so many of them, which means that you've got choice. If you've got a quilt, like the Annie Downs quilt that's coming up, if you got the Seth Apter quilt yesterday, if you got Stuart's Cheddar at Midnight quilt yesterday, there are so many different fabrics that are going to suit those quilts. Yeah? When we were at Sewing Quarter, I don't think it was even a thing. I remember when we launched Extra Wide Backing Fabric and it was like, we have this fabric that is this wide. That is amazing. So yes, make the most of it whilst you can. At $12.99, that is literally got to be the most affordable of the hour. What does that make? If you were to divide that price by 3, yeah, because this is, oh, in fact, actually, so let's try and do it. So you've got 112 plus another 112 is 224 plus another 112. Is it 3? 2.5. 112 plus 112 is 224 plus another 112. Yeah, it's just under 3. It's right. 2.5 is £4.34.5 metre, and it's quilting weight cotton. Did you just do the maths, Alex? No. $12.99 is around 2 times and a bit of what you would normally get with 112 wide fabric. It's 274 centimetres. My brain isn't working. Sorry. Everyone is shouting at the television. Like, how can you not do that maths? Thank you for anybody who is now writing into me on Facebook. I will really appreciate the maths. Daisy Sky extra wide for $12.99. That is so good. Oh, we'd love to do guided tours of the studio. That would be brilliant, because we actually do have like a lovely green room. You come in, there's the security bay at the start, and then we've got the dressing rooms on the left. You come in and there's a beautiful green room. There's a canteen here. We've got a huge gallery up the top, and you can look at all of the different studios, because there's 4 studios in the building. So yeah, we should do that. We should do guided tours. I will ask the management. I don't know if we'll ever will. I'm just saying, I'd love to have a live studio audience as well one day. I think that would be good, you know, at least women. Because sometimes when I'm chatting, Ben just, Ben just ignores me. Right, can we do this one? Because I've never seen this one before. This is ZSUL84, please. I love this. I love the colours. It's Lewis and Irene. It's Lewis and Irene for $10.99. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. Oh, Sue said you can give me a guided tour anytime. As an OG from Sewing Quarter and Sewing Street, I think it's only polite. Exactly right. I'm going to put your name forward then as being our first guided tour. Maybe then John Scott could put on afternoon tea for us. He lives quite far away though now. It's about 40 minutes from... Yeah. Sorry, I don't know where that was from. It was attached to me. Yeah, it's the other side though. It's probably a good like 15 minutes out of Stratford. $10.99. Half a metre is $10.99. That is brilliant value for money. For Lewis and Irene, extra wide backing fabric. Now you can, there's nothing stopping you using this for your front of your quilt. I mean, this is going to be lovely for the boho bag, for the cloud bag. This would be lovely for any of your patchwork projects. Just being able to have more fabric for your money when the price of cotton is going up and up and up and up and up and up and up, and you know how much it is elsewhere. This is designer fabric from Lewis and Irene for £10, 99.5 metre, 274 centimetres wide. Still exactly the same quality from what we know on the front of our quilts. We're at just $10.99. I live 4.5 hours away and I'd still come. Oh, Sue. Let's try and make it a thing. Let's try. I will genuinely ask because I think that would be lovely for our customers, especially, you know, like Sue's been watching us for years. Whereabouts are you then? 4.5 hours away. That's a trek. I mean, it's not that exciting. I've probably, like, you know, over-egged it a bit saying that we've got a really lovely canteen and everything. We have a vending machine and we have a hot water tap. There you go. There's your canteen. There's no one there serving lunch or anything, but yeah. Sorry, I've just built up this massive tour and I don't want you to come here and it be like, you know, that Willy Wonka, you know, that Willy Wonka experience when you've bought the tickets, you've won the golden ticket, and then you go to that experience where it's like, oh no, oh no. Who? Oh, I live in Lou. Oh, Cornwall. Oh no, yeah. Redditch hasn't got the same vibe as Cornwall. $10.99 a half metre. That is beautiful. 274 centimetres. No, 274 centimetres wide. Can we do the colour wheel one? Love this. This is coming up next. Just get that. Honestly, that is really good value for money. There aren't very many at $12.99, let alone $10.99 a half metre. Very good value. Right, colour wheel. How fun is this? This is, again, 108 inches wide. Just looking who the designer of this is. Annabelle Wrigley. Whether you're fussy cutting this, whether you're using it for your workroom. I'm thinking now this is personally, I'd be making like big toy storage baskets or big washing baskets, things for your workroom, injecting a bit of colour. Very arty. Big block keeper. But actually, right, we talk about backing quilts. This would be really, really fun for a kid's quilt or a very bright quilt that you have. But if you subcut this down, if you're doing English paper piecing, look at how much colour you've got here and how much different fussy cutting opportunities you've got. Love that. Colour wheels. Or appliquing them on, yeah. I love the fact that it actually looks three-dimensional because of the way that they're sort of angled. Very clever indeed. Another one at just £12.99 a half metre. Storage boxes, cutting them up into smaller segments as well for bag making, for linings. £12.99. 274 centimetres wide. You'd love it over there, Ben. 108 inches wide. And of course, remember, you can buy as much as you want off the bolt. And you'll still only pay 1p&p. Even if you've bought the green machine, all your 1p&p is covered for the day. Even though your weighty bit of kit in your green machine is still available. £12.99 a half a metre. This is lovely. That is lovely. Right, there's so many of you there. We're moving on because we're running out of time. Can we do the sequin-esque one? I say sequin loosely because it's going to look like sequin. Look at this. Oh. I've never seen this before. This is amazing. Are you ready? I want to do a grand reveal on this, Alex, because I've literally unfolded it and look at that. And then I unfold it again and it looks like that. And it keeps going. Oh my word. Right, I want a quilt. I want a quilt with this. Like literally, just get this fabric and quilt it like that. I wouldn't even cut this up to patchwork it. That is beautiful. Ben, can you please come and hold this out with me? It's £12.99 a half metre. Winden fabrics, 108 wide. This... Levi, would you just hold the other end of this, please? Sorry, Ben is very busy. Oh! Right, anybody that has got I say children or grandchildren, get this, or, you know, for Christmas parties, bunting with this would be amazing. I wore sequins on New Year's Eve. Thank you, Levi. I wore sequins on Christmas Day and on New Year's Eve on the show, and I kept getting attached to everything. It was doing my head in. John came and gave me a hug over on Gems, and he was wearing sequins, I was wearing sequins, and we both got attached to each other. This is going to be that lovely soft, you could make a gorgeous dress or a waistcoat or kids' clothes. It's not going to be itchy. It's 100% cotton. What about making a cool pair of trousers with these amazing flares? Oh, I just want, I'm not going to lie, I just want a superhero cape. I just want to make this into either a big TP play den or a superhero cape for the girls. I love it. There's not going to be enough of this to go around for me, is there? I just keep wanting to do this, thinking that the sequins are going to move. They're not real sequins. It is all 100% quilting weight cotton. The bag. The bag, the bag, the bag, the bag. If you want to make yourself the boho bag for a festival, this is going to be gorgeous. And with one unit of this fabric, you're going to be able to make so many, so many. How have I never seen this before? It's going to sell out today. Have a look on the, tell me if I'm lying, but I honestly don't think I've ever seen it before. And it goes right from the lovely greens to the turquoise, to the blue, to the pink. Am I the only person that's not seen this? And I am literally, yes? I'm the only one. I'm the only one. Has Bex Reed seen it? Yeah? Just me then. And I love sequins. This is gorgeous. £12.99 a half metre. Right, now, okay, now I've just got over the giddiness of the fact that I want a superhero cape and I want to make the girls matching ones as well. How would this look in a big Dresden plate? How would this look in a plique? If you're going to just take my name and put it onto a birthday banner with bunting, oh, I love it. Just get one unit and use it for a plique. Appliquing hearts onto white T-shirts. This is gorgeous. Oh my gosh, Ben's made it. He's made it. He's in the Hobby Maker intro. Keep your eyes peeled for that. 1 o'clock, you'll be seeing Ben in the Hobby Maker intro. Did you know that you were being filmed for the Hobby Maker intro, Ben? He said, yeah, that's why I was topless. Sorry, that tickled me. Imagine if it came live and he was like, woo! I don't know why I thought he would probably just be doing a shimmy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Sue. I'm sorry, Sue. I can confirm, I've never seen this before. It's about to sell out. Sue says, sorry, Vix, but yes, you are the only person who's not seen it before. Yeah, this is it. It's about to, yeah, sold out. Sold out, sold out, sold out. Okay. Checkerboard. The rainbow checkerboard. Yeah, because it comes in monochrome and in bright colours, doesn't it? There's the colourful one. Love it. What are you going to use this one for? I do love all of these beautiful, bright fabrics going into the new year. Again, shirts. Don't just think of this as extra wide backing for quilts. Think of this as the top of your quilt. Colourful fabric in your stash. This would be lovely for storage. This would be great for all sorts. Using it just in your actual patchwork would look really, really nice. Have you seen that fabric before, Levi? Yeah. Yeah, I am just the only one, so literally only person. It's fine. I was very excited about it. Oh, $12.99 extra wide, 274 centimetres wide. We are going to, well, the quilt, just so you know, that's on the back wall, the Annie Downs ones. Can we show it again, please, Alex? Is available on pre-order. What price is it on pre-order, please? Right, we're discounting it, by the way, so if you are checking out, you don't need to amend your order, you don't need to speak to the team or anything, we will be discounting it. Now, it looks like Sandi has done a lot of work in terms of hand embroidering, but it's actually all on the panel for you. You can embellish as much or as little as you'd like. So it's a really, really, really great beginner quilt. Love it. That's coming up at 11 o'clock. I say 11 o'clock. We are running over slightly. We will run over into the 12 o'clock hour though. Sandi will get her full hour. It's just basically because the 9 o'clock hour was so jam-packed. We really wanted to get in her handy guide. We really wanted to give you the chance to see the green machine in action as well and give her enough time. So sorry that we've run over a bit. Right, we also have, the monochrome version. Okay. This is the monochrome version. This would look really nice with the quilts that we've had from Seth Apter. Have you seen the Seth Apter quilts? They're nice, aren't they? If you love Tim Holtz, you'll love Seth Apter. They're friends, aren't they? Both multimedia artists. $12.99, a half metre. Prism patch monochrome. I just think it's fab to be able to have loads of fabric that you know is quality quilting weight fabric that you can then just have ample of. You know, if you are using this alongside some of your designer prints, some of your designer fabrics, it's just going to go that extra mile, especially your neutral colours. You can't go wrong. We had the Pebble Shell Rummel fabric earlier, and this one. These are so useful for your stash. Don't get me wrong, I get way too excited about the possibilities of the denim, of the sequin one, which I love, and I'm so pleased that's sold out. I'm so pleased you love it as much as I do. But this is one that actually is going to be really, really, really useful. You'll probably come back to a lot of times in your stash. Okay, that's your monochrome. This one, this one is really cute. Oh, look, it has got a really cute little piggy on it. This would be lovely for all your kitchen makes. Look at him just sitting here, and you've got a cow creamer. You got your hens. You got your sheep. It's a cow creamer. Debbie Shaw collects cow creamers, doesn't she? Oh, this is gorgeous. Sorry, Levi. It slid off the end of the table. £12.99 for your Dan Morris Got Your Back collection of farm patches. How about doing like an apron, oven gloves, tea cozy? What would you be making with this? I do like the idea of, so Stuart Hillard was telling me that he's just bought a dungarees pattern. Imagine doing a loose slouch pair of dungarees. I know, Stuart says, do you think I'll get away with wearing them on air? I'm like, absolutely, yes. So, yeah, I've encouraged him to be wearing his dungarees. I think they look great. What about a shirt? $12.99, 274 centimetres wide. Half a metre is $12.99. Dan Morris. So you can fussy cut this. Can you in applique it? How about doing some nice little, if you make your own butter. We're saying about making your own butter. Or if you odor coat things, or there's something you can do with the fabric, correct me if I'm wrong, that makes it like an oilcloth. Yeah, oud coat, that's it. Odor coat. Because you could do some really lovely like table runners and placemats and everything, couldn't you? Or bags, shopping bags. Right, that's the winner, shopping bags. You could do a nice farmer's market shopping bag, can't you? Your fresh corn. I love that. Pick your own fresh corn. And your galvanised steel jug. I just love the little pig. I'd be fussy cutting him and putting him somewhere on the top of a pocket or something. Peeping out my pocket on the top. Oh, you could add Lamifix to make it waterproof, Sue said. I need to show you more. $12.99. Okay, stay tuned. Okay. Should we do the poppies? Oh, I've never seen this one before either. Oh, I do think this would be lovely. Lovely for home furnishing. Sorry, I've got the giggles. I've got the giggles. Ben's making me giggle. He's just giggling with a little pig. So cute. Poppy, multi-extra wide. Oh, this is lovely. I love the fact that you've got like the printing element on the petals as well. Beautiful, really beautiful. And all of the writing in the background. That old script. 274 centimetres wide. If you are just tuning in, ready for Annie Downs quilt launch. Oh, it's the spring version as well. We're going to be starting slightly later than 11. Bear with us though, you can get ahead on pre-order. This is the quilt that's coming up. It's a brand new, amazing quilt. I think we've got a slightly different colourway, but it's exactly the same in terms of your panel, your borders. I love it. Love it. Oh yeah, and Sandy said it's very easy to make, which from a distance, you look at it and you go, how is that? How is that? How is that? And that's what I love about quilts. It's the last of with those Annie Down quilts, by the way. If you have loved them, they've all completely sold out. This is the last sort of edition of the springtime. I love it. Do you know what's been flying out on pre-order? We've got some white on whites. Is it the white on whites? Oh, I don't have those. Which one? I've got this one. This one. Oh, sorry. When you said solids, I thought you meant solids. Oh, what about doing some nice... What about doing like a swimming bag? If you've got your green machine, you can get a die and the hardware for eyelets. You could make a really lovely swimming bag with this, with eyelets and string, and have it as like a drawstring one, couldn't you? How are we doing on the green machine, Ben? Stock update, the silver colourway is completely sold out. There's 6 left of the gold. There's only 6. And remember, they are all, that's not just telling you, oh, you know, you choosing the gold. This is just to start you off. You are then going to be able to add, you know, as many different colourways and all sorts to your stash. In fact, if you have a look underneath us on the website, if you really had your heart set on the silver version, there might actually be the silver kit available to buy on top of it anyway. So if you get that, if you know that you want to be using your silver, because we have silver rivets available individually. We've probably got silver magnetic snaps and things that will go with it. So your dies and the cutters are what you're going to need anyway. And then you just buy your bits and bobs to go with it. Any questions that you have though, or if you get a bit stuck with it, speak to our customer service team. They're brilliant. They're so helpful. We praised them a lot yesterday. We spoke a lot about our customer service team. And yeah, they're brilliant. They really are. Well, they're real people as well. I know that sounds ridiculous to say, but nowadays you don't have that, do you? You call a help team and it's all AI. Or chatbots online. It's just, it's infuriating. I don't know whether I'm just at the point of like, I just don't think AI is very good. But I know it will be good for the world, maybe, you know, going forward. But I'm just like, oh no, just don't like it. No. Anyway, our call centre, they're all real people that you can speak to about your orders or about anything off the web. Do you know what else is selling really, really well? Is the green. Is that this one? Ooh. What's the code? Yeah. This looks like batik. It's not, it's a printed fabric, $10.99. Oh, lowest price we've done on any extra wides. Go for it. That is lovely. What are you seeing with this? Oh, a bigger peacock tail. Yes. Oh, that's really cool. Now, this will go very, very, very well with the Seth Apter quilts or your Tim Holtz quilts or your more grungy. I love that. But yet still with the turquoisey colours. Oh, that looks so expensive. I'd like a dress out of this. £10.99. Of course, now you can multi-buy on it. I would absolutely, it's when you're multi-buying, that's when you'll really see the saving, I think. I'm excited. I got the gold green. Oh, brilliant. I got the gold green machine. I used my £10 voucher off from the advent calendar. Can't wait to get it. Pauline, brilliant. This is what I was thinking today as well. Bearing in mind we're not seeing it since October, there's probably a lot of people who have had it on their Christmas list or have had vouchers for Christmas or got your discount codes that you can use. I managed to get the Annie Downs quilt twice, not today. Missed it twice. Oh, not today. I got it. I've purchased it and I've used my advent calendar voucher as well. Oh, amazing. Well done. Because all of the Annie Downs quilts that we've launched have completely sold out. It's my first time I've seen the quilt kits and they are beautiful. We're discounting it as well for you, so you'll have a bit of money back in your pocket as well. So anybody who is checking out nice and early, yeah, speak to the team, use your codes, use your discounts, fill your boots, go for it. It's nice that you can use, you know, that as an addition. Sometimes, do you ever go to a place where you've got a gift voucher and they say you have to use, you know, the value of it? I hate that. I'm like, no, I just want to put it towards this, please. I've got this same print in a different colourway. Sorry that I know it's 11 o'clock. Don't panic. The Annie Downs quilt is coming up. Derek, I'm not going to lie. I did think of you. I don't want to say I thought of you, but I did think this would be nice as a waistcoat or something jazzy, something for the music world. So I'm pleased that you've got that. I've got to say that rainbow sequin fabric would make the most wonderful shirt. I did just think it's very stagey. But when you are in the orchestra pit, you will get noticed, Derek, wearing that, won't you? Love this. I've never seen this. It's so arty. Wow. It's again £10.99. See that on the back of a quilt or the front of a quilt. Gorgeous. This looks like Southampton. It's amazing. How do I pre-order? Right, don't panic, don't panic, don't panic. Pre-order service isn't like, oh, you're pre-ordering something that's going to be available in weeks to come. You can get ahead now. So if you're on our website, it's sewingstreet.com. Can you see at the top where the cursor is? Ben's just click that button that says watch live. And that'll take you to this page. And this is where you can watch us live. This is where you can send in any messages. Right. On the bottom of that page, you can see here, there's two separate columns. Coming up on today's show and today's show deals. If you go into coming up, that's what we call pre-order. Sorry, I should start just calling it the coming up on today's show page. Scroll down past all of these extra wide backings. We won't get through all of these. We won't get through all these. So if you want them, go for it. Right. If you add the Annie Downs Springtime White quilt kit to your order, you will not be paying £179.99 today. Click add to your order. It'll then appear up in your basket here. You need to obviously make an account, open an account with us, which is free to do so. Then you can check out, and that is pre-order. Now, the way our system works, if you've checked out at £179.99, I've told you now we are going to go lower on it. It will automatically update itself. Your card isn't charged till midnight tonight. So it's definitely worth, you know, like yesterday with Stuart's show, there were so many people who were saying, how do I pre-order? I missed out. It's because we put them live before 8 o'clock. So yes, they're already selling. And as you've seen from messages, a lot of people have got the Annie Downs quilts already. Okay, £10.99 for your Carnival extra wide, gorgeous backing fabric. It's not long to wait, by the way. It will be coming up very, 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 very soon. Shall we do the blue? This is again the same print, different colourway. This is your favourite, yeah. It looks completely different, doesn't it, in this colourway? It looks completely different again. It's gorgeous. Does it have a direction? I don't think it has a direction. These are like amazing big cushions, bolster cushions or outdoor garden cushions. It looks like it's been block printed, doesn't it? There are literally 2.5 metres left in stock of this colourway. This is, well, you're obviously a bit of a trendsetter, Alex. This is the most popular colourway. There's 5 units left, just £10.99. I can't believe the prices of these. £10.99, that's really, really good. It's worth having a look back through on the web and seeing what is available through any of these amazing extra wide backing fabrics because they're such good value for money. And this is probably I'm just presuming here, but I do speak to a lot of our customers and a lot of people at shows. If you have got unfinished quilts, if you've done all the piecing and you've finished the top, 2025 is the year to get them quilted. Get them completed. I know that Janet Clare, she actually calls them flimsies. She says there's a place for all the flimsies, but you want to make sure that it's all nice and secure, don't you, with your quilts, and you can use them. Leaves, very popular. Once again, it's extra wide. I've got a nice dress similar to this, and I always get a lot of compliments on it. Happy New Year, Derek, by the way. Happy New Year. Can you believe, Derek, that we are 5 years old next month? I remember Derek, through lockdown, kept us all entertained. He was doing a sing-along every single night, and it was amazing. We used to do all the music songs from the shows on Facebook, and he's an amazing pianist, and we sing along at home. So good, our sing-alongs. Right, we're going to get Sandi on. Are you ready? It is time. Get ahead on pre-order during the break. I've just shown you how you do it. We are discounting the price under 150. We're going under 150, so definitely get ahead if you can. We're going under 140. I don't want people to miss out. If you want it, please, 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 please get it now. It's the most gorgeous quilt, and Sandi's going to show us how easy, simple it is for us to be able to do. Yeah, we're going to tick through more of these extra wide fabrics underneath on the website, so keep your eyes peeled on those. Don't go anywhere though, because Sandi is joining me right after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops, like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. I am so pleased that I finally got to see one of these Annie Downs quilts, because they are beautiful. They really, really are. And when we're talking about going into New Year, this is exactly the kind of quilt that I would be choosing. I love it. Now, first of all, I need to tell you that we are oversubscribed on baskets. So before we talk about what's in the quilt kit and talk to you about the quilt itself, we're going to go straight down to the best price point for you. I promised under 150. Ben has squeezed everything out of this. It's on three-way split pay, $137.99. There are more in baskets than we actually started with. And I mean, Sandi, isn't it beautiful?
It's absolutely stunning. It really is. When I took it out, I loved the materials to begin with, and then I couldn't work out how to do the pattern. I was thinking, gosh, that looks really complicated. Then when you start reading it, it's just such an easy quilt to put together.
Wow.
It really is, and you can do lots of different embroidery on it. I think you were speaking before, you could hand embroider this quilt in the
Well,
middle.
can I just say that isn't all hand embroidered there. It's printed onto the panel, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
So you can do as much or as little on top of that.
Yes.
That you
Literally, you could just do nothing on that panel, maybe a bit of, stitch around the squares.
Yeah.
Or you could really go to town with it.
And it's beautiful. I mean, some of those quotes, smile, happy, relax, enjoy.
Be kind to yourself and to the world.
Oh, I love that.
Go on adventures to anywhere.
We actually said that this would be a really nice one to hand quilt as well, hand
Yes,
tie.
I think so, yeah. Because it almost has that sort of vintagey feel to it.
Yes.
And I think it would be beautiful sort of doing some hand embroidery in the centre and then just doing a bit of hand quilting around the sides and then maybe just stitching the ditch to just sort of hold those borders on. It'd be lovely.
Oh,
Isn't it pretty?
look. Take time to breathe, just floating. Simple is best. This is your central panel. This is why I'm so excited for anybody who has decided as their New Year's resolution to have a go at a big quilt. And this is so manageable to quilt on your machine though, isn't it?
Easily, because it's not a huge quilt, but it's still a lovely
Good size, yeah.
I mean, that'd be lovely on a playroom floor, wouldn't it, as well as like a play quilt? And you could sort of read to them, sort of like the little sayings on it, and it would be lovely.
Oh, so you're getting, let me show you what you get in your kit. So you get this huge, beautiful panel, which is through the centre. You're then getting loads of this beautiful border. So is this actually part of the patchwork, this one?
Which,
This is the Ditsy...
Here.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's part,
of the patchwork.
Now, they're not foundation paper piece. They're not done with templates.
No.
They're actually just half square triangles, aren't
Square
they?
triangles, yeah.
Amazing. You've then also got this gorgeous green. Where's this?
Oh, the green. Now that's the border. That one's on the border.
That's your binding.
But on this quilt, I think
okay.
it's one of the borders.
Oh, right, so it's slightly
It's
different
slightly
colourways to the
different
one on the
colourways
wall.
to
So you're
this
going to
one,
get
yeah,
this one,
yeah.
which is that beautiful border.
yeah.
You're then getting all of these amazing Henry Glass, Annie Downs fabrics, which have got lovely ditzy prints. So if you are using them within your patchwork, you're still going to get these fabulous ditzy prints. You've got the peach, you've got the cream, you've got the most beautiful plain fabrics as well. You're also getting this one, which it looks like it's all been embroidered.
isn't
These
it
lovely
lovely?
little stitching.
That's part of it in here.
That's part of your patchwork as well.
Yeah.
You're getting loads of different fabrics in here.
And you do, and they're really generous with them as well, because I cut most of mine out, even though I was just doing a sample of it, because I really wanted to finish this quilt.
I was gonna
So
say
I've
you
cut it
will
all out, and you're left with a lot of material. So if you are a new quilter, sometimes I think people are worried about when they cut out, how much have they got left? Because if you make a mistake, sometimes literally you've just cut all the squares out and that's it. And if you make a mistake with it, and sometimes you need to unpick it and it can sort of fray a bit and you think, oh, I could do with, you know, making another square. You've got plenty of material in here to do that with. So they're not skimping on it at all.
Oh, look at all of these fabrics. They are absolutely
They're beautiful, aren't they? Absolutely stunning fabrics.
The only way of getting that massive panel as well is in your kit. You get full instructions included, all of that lovely fresh spring fabric. What I love about it is we mentioned, and I don't know whether this is just because of, you know, selfish reasons, I really want this quilt, and I think this would make a beautiful sort of picnic garden quilt as well. You could put like a waterproof or a fleece background or something, couldn't you, if you wanted to snuggle under it or have it out in you know, in the garden. But also, it isn't babyish. This is perfect for any age. It would make a beautiful new home gift, wedding gift, wouldn't it?
And if you made it even for like a christening gift, that would last them forever because it's something that's going to grow with them. It's not something that when you get a bit older, you go, oh, I don't want that quilt anymore because it's too babyish. It's not at all. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, those fabrics are stunning. Right, we haven't even got to the demo yet. We've just literally looked through all the fabrics and we've got 10 remaining. We've got 43 people who have got it in their basket. If you love it as much as we do, please do be quick to check out. I love it. So the construction itself is not done traditionally like you see block by block by block.
Not at all.
How is this sort of constructed then?
Right, so you sort of fussy cut out the bit in the middle. So it gives you a few sort of like little extra panels around the side. So you can choose which one you want and whereabouts you want it. So you cut this out. Then you cut out the borders. So you've got 3 borders to put on.
Yeah.
So literally, some of them you'll need to piece together, which I'll show you how to do in a minute. And they say do it on a diagonal seam, so that's a bit like when you're doing the binding, so I'll show you how to do that. Then we've got literally just 4 quilted panels. Then you've got another 2 borders, and then you've got the binding on the outside, and then you've got your square corner blocks here and here. And so these, they're made out of, so you've got a quarter triangle here, and a quarter triangle there, and a half square triangle there.
Right.
So all your units, so you've got lots and lots of different units that are just made out of 3 pieces.
So, I mean, it looks like it's been done with some really
Well, I thought,
unusual
we've
templates.
got sort of like maybe curves almost in there by the looks of it, and then there was, how would you get that block in it? And it was, But then when you see it put together, it's the simplest quilt, but I think you need to be organised with it.
Right, okay.
Because all of these, every little square is a different unit.
Right.
So it tells you which unit to make and how many of each one you do to sew them together. So if you're organised, which I'll show you how I organise it with, then, and the rest of it, literally, I think if I'd have sort of done it in a weekend, you could have done.
Yeah, if you wanted
know,
to do that. But I actually think, how lovely would this be to sit and hand stitch, embroider, get your lovely skeins out. If it's not for a baby or for a child, if it's for you, you could do some bead embroidery onto
You
this.
could do some beautiful things
some
on it.
ribbon embroidery.
So you can make your flimsy
Yeah.
really quickly.
Okay.
And then sort of you'd put your backing on it and then you'd really go to town with all the embroidery on it. And then you could sit down on these cold nights. There's nothing like sitting down in front of the fire and doing some hand embroidery. So you could literally hand embroider the whole quilt. You could hand tie it all. And then each little square here, you could sort of do chain stitching on the little tree here. You could put little beads on the little flowers.
Could I do free motion quilting on
Yes,
this?
yeah, you could do, because I think they've done a bit of free motion on here. So you could, yes, so here they've got some free motion quilting on it. So you could definitely do free motion on it. Or if you don't like doing free motion, you could do hand quilting on it as well.
Oh, it's lovely. Now, the finished size of the quilt is 165 centimetres by 145 centimetres. So, yeah, if this is your first, larger quilt, panels are a really good place to start because you are, well, it's sort of there for you, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a manageable size.
Yeah.
If you sort of roll that up, you can get it under your machine. Just your ordinary home machine, you can get that under without any problems at all.
Oh, that is beautiful. Right. Just a quick stock update. It's also on three-way split pay, don't forget, which takes your split payments under £50. There are less than 10 of these kits remaining. I will let you know when it's sold out, but at the moment you're still okay. What elements are you able to show us then, or what do you want to go through?
Right, so I'll show you sort of how I started it really. So when you're cutting it out, always use your best press first.
Okay.
So I think we've got some best press as well.
Yeah.
And I always use that. So get each of your materials and label them. So go through, I use sticky notes here, so I don't know if you can they're just sort of, there we go. So I got sticky notes and I label them all. So it tells you which material is which number. Because then on your chart, you've got each material here will say A, B, C. So your main panel is A. And then it tells you to fussy cut the panel out. So you can go around and decide, it doesn't give you an awful lot more, you've not got lots left over, but you've got enough to sort of get it just right in how you want that one. So you'd cut this one out first. Then you cut the strips out. So the first two lots of strips that you've done, you can cut out of the width of fabric. So I would get my width of fabric and I always put best press on it first because it makes it cut it easier. And it makes it sew better as well, and it just gives it a better finish. It's really nice, and it makes your room smell nice as well,
Yeah.
I think. So I normally use the lavender one, so I'm very zenned out when I'm doing my quilting because I've got my lavender on. So I would iron it, then fold it width of fabric way, and then cut strips of it. So you want your border strips, and then you'd sew those on. So you've got 3 border strips.
When you sew those on, do you go one way and then the other? Because I know a lot of people worry that they might get banana
You
in.
do the top and the bottom first.
Yeah.
So I'd tend to sew one way, then the bottom the other way,
Yeah.
and then put your 2 side strips on, and again sew one up, and then I sew one down.
Right.
So I do that. And so we're talking about that, we'll do a strip. So this is the last strip that I'm doing on the side. Now it says sew the strips together when you've not got enough diagonally. So what they mean, done it like this here. There we go. So you'd lay one piece of your strip out facing up, then you lay the other piece facing face down. And where it meets here, I don't know if you can just see in the corner here, I've just put a line across there. So from where it meets at the top to where it meets at the bottom. It doesn't have to line up at the top, but where it's gone across, you'd put a diagonal line across it. So you can just see that. Can you
yeah,
see?
yeah.
So you just sew that, and then I put a pin either side of it, and then I'm just going to sew that together.
Do you think that's just so your eye isn't drawn to...
To the seam, I think,
To the seam, yeah.
If you wanted to sew it straight, I don't see there's any reason why you
Lots of people do that with binding as well,
Yes,
don't they?
yeah. It's also, if it's cut on the bias, it just sort of gives it that little bit of stretch as well in it, rather than a straight seam that doesn't give you any stretch in the seam at all. There we go.
do
So
love
once
these
you've-
colours. The colour palettes are really like sort of muted
Yes.
spring vibes.
They're
isn't it? It's
beautiful, aren't they?
lovely.
Just a minute. And then I'm just going to cut this off here. So about a 1/4 inch seam. There we go. Then iron that. I tend to iron that open then. So give it a little bit of a press first. Whoops. A little bit of a press first, and that'll take off the any pen marks. Then just open it up. Iron your seam flat. And then I would just trim the top and bottom off. So trim all the little ears off it. There we go. There we go. Then I clip it on down the side. So I've done the 3 already.
Oh,
so then we'll
lovely.
find the long one here. And then I just start at the top. I've still got a little bit on the other side. I've still got a little bit of the border on it. So I always go off. I never sort of line it straight up.
Oh, okay.
So
You've got
I'd rather,
enough
and you've got
fabric to
enough
do that.
fabric there. So I would line it just up with the sides here. Always clip where the seams are as well, so that you know you're going to be clipping those down. And again, I would use clips rather than pins. And we're going to just clip this all the way down.
I know it sounds silly, but these are all the things that if you want to have a real good go with your Gracie frame, or if you love free motion, it could take a lot of time completing, you know, big patchwork quilts. Whereas this is something that, obviously, you still got your patchwork elements to it. It isn't
Oh,
just
yes, it's
a
not-
panel
no,
with, it's not
at
completely
all.
basic. You've got a
No.
lot going on there, and you're still going to learn some great techniques. But it is nice to know, actually, I'm going to be able to really focus on getting this completed.
Yes.
Do you have quilts that are unfinished then, Sandi? Yeah.
Do I have quilts? Ask me how many are finished.
Do you like to start a project and then sort of think, oh, actually, I'm going to have a go at this one?
time really. And a lot of them are samples as well, but there's a few that I've got there
Yeah.
that I keep thinking I really must finish those off. So I finished one over Christmas because my daughter wanted it, because she doesn't always like all the things I make, but she did like this quilt that I'd done. So she said, can I have that quilt? So I finished that one off for her, and it was one of her little Christmas presents.
Oh, nice. Oh, this is another one of those that I can't actually imagine anybody that would, it is not to their taste. It's
No.
so beautiful. It's so whimsical. I love all of the different sort of little quotations on here. Relax at home. Be gentle, be kind, be silly. Today is a great day. Be kind to yourself and to the world. Go on an adventure to anywhere. Simple is best. Enjoy a quiet moment. There are some really lovely quotes on there.
They're almost like New Year's resolutions in a way, aren't they?
Yeah.
But really nice. And I love the word whimsical for it. It really is a whimsical sort of feel to it. So I'm sewing the borders on 1/4 inch seam and slightly smaller stitch length as well. When you put this machine on 1/4 inch, it goes to a 1.8, which is very small, but it's fine. Normally I would do about a 2 or a 2.2 just to do it. But I think sometimes if you've got a massive quilt and you're a beginner quilter, it can be a little bit overwhelming because it does take a long time to do.
Yeah.
And we were saying before, sometimes you just need that satisfaction of finishing something, don't you? And I think with this, you'd be able to sort of do it and not take too long to get the flimsy bit done. And then you can sort of really go to town on however much quilting you want to do, you know, on it, hand quilting, hand embroidery on it, and really make it your own as well. It'd be lovely.
Tracy says, Happy New Year. She says, love watching the show, and it's a beautiful quilt.
It really is, isn't it? It's stunning.
Happy New Year, Tracy. Just so you know, how are we getting on with stock? Ben's just having to reassess. Taking the graphics out. There's so many of you got it in your basket. In fact, over 40 of you have got the last 5 in your basket. 5.
And
Yeah,
don't you
Ben
think
said
this
there's
would
nearly 50 people there.
this would go with any colour scheme as well, wouldn't it? You wouldn't have to worry about, if you were, like we were saying, you're making a new home present, you wouldn't worry about what their colour scheme was.
4 left. What are we going to do, Ben? Have you got a plan B when everything's gone? Because this is it. Honestly, I thought we had enough to go around this hour. It's been going absolutely crazy on pre-order. We've literally got 3 left now. 3-way split pay, 137.99. There's 57 of you who've got it in your basket. Oh, I hope we do get more of the Annie Downs quilts, because I know this is the last one of the sort of series, isn't it?
I did one more of hers, and they're beautiful quilts. The materials are lovely.
Yes. Oh, I believe it's teamed up with Henry Glass, so anybody who's worked with Henry Glass fabrics before, they're lovely quilting weight cottons, but so soft, so soft. Yeah, 3 left.
There we go.
Don't worry, I'll call it. I'll tell you as soon as they're gone. Please go on a wish list if you miss out.
So what we're doing now is we're just going to trim off those excess. And then with the borders, I didn't open the seams out. I did it to the dark side, or sort of, I think sometimes you know which side the seam wants to go to anyway.
Yeah,
it does tell you, yes. And so I'm going to, and because most of them are quite pale anyway, there we go. So you just line it up and just trim that bit off. I think it just makes it neater when you do that, rather than if you do it straight to here, sometimes you'll find it just bends in slightly. So if I'd have started it really flush on both sides, by the time you've sewn it, it sort of pulls this way slightly, whereas if you've got it over, you can trim any of that bit off, so it makes it really neat on the edge there, so it gives you a lovely perfect edging there. So I'm just going to, and again, always set your seam, and it does make a difference.
Wait, what does it mean when you say
So when you set your seam, before you turn it out, when you've sewn it, just go over with the iron, and just press it. Don't sort of iron it particularly, you want just a bit of a press on it, on that seam, and it just sort of helps that cotton embed into it. So, and you want quite a nice, a thinner weight cotton as well, I would say, for something like this. And don't forget.
I'm excited to see everybody's taken this. I'm really excited to see, you know, other people who choose to go to town with their embellishing. Yeah, I think it would be really beautiful to add beads and different colour skeins, to do hand embroidery, to do hand tied like little bows on it, or ribbons. Oh, it looks so beautiful.
It would look beautiful, wouldn't it? And you've got around here, you've got some like little stitching marks. So you could do those little stitching marks in different threads, if you can just see. So like round this one here, you've got, and then like little crosses, so you could do like a little cross stitch along there, and cross stitches up here, and sort of hand embroider the little arrows. You could put little French knots on the little ladybird here.
It's so nice that that's already on there. Because I'm not very creative. I'd be thinking, oh gosh, I'm going to get it wrong. What do I do? Whereas it's there for you. So it's not one that's going to wash away. It's there, and it will stay there. But so it's up to you whether you want to, you know, go over those, add more. Yeah.
So this is that's the one with here. So you've got your borders there.
Oh, I like those colours.
They're lovely, aren't they? So those are
really
the ones on here. So that's the one done. So then you can put that away for a bit now. So that can just go away. Now this is a bit where you need to be very organised, I think.
One left.
Oh gosh. So once you've best press them and you've cut them all into strips, you cut them out into either half square triangles or into 4 quarter square triangles, and then there's a couple of squares as well. And do look on it, because when I was looking, most of the squares were I think 4 7/8 or something like that, and then they put one in that was only 4 1/2, and I thought, oh, they've done that wrong, but in fact it wasn't wrong. You did need that for something else. So and then also one was just a square, and I thought, because you're looking at it thinking, where does that go? And then you sort of realise.
So trust the process.
So yeah, absolutely trust the process as you go along.
I'm packing it away because it's gone, Ben.
Oh
gone.
Gosh.
What are you going to do next, by the way, in terms of graphics, just so I could tell everybody? He don't know. He doesn't know. What about Sandi's machine? She's using the 680 today. Can we sell the 680?
Oh, yeah.
I haven't done the 680 for ages.
Lovely machine. I always use this when I come in.
Ben said no.
Oh.
He doesn't think he can.
Oh, Ben.
What we'll do is we'll just run through a couple of backing bundles and we'll ask the question, because it was on a deal, wasn't it? Ask if we can do the deal. Yes, that will be good. Just very quickly before Sandi goes into the half square triangle units. Look, you've got 3 different colours to choose from. This one would be lovely. We've got some nice extra wides. They will be running through your graphics. That one's your Lewis and Irene extra wide. $11.99. That would be perfect for this. We've just had a whole hour of extra wide, so I'm sure you will find something that will go nicely with it. These are both extra wide. There is also your normal colours. Do you want me to go through those? Just the bundles very quickly, Ben's asking kindly. Definitely this one. If I'm being really honest, I wouldn't go for that one. I think that's too bright. Do you, Sandi? That orange.
Because it's such a gentle quilt,
coral.
isn't it? Yes.
I don't think the blue either. I think that one's lovely.
Yes.
But I do think that these two, are a bit too vibrant. There's loads of lovely fabrics on the website though, and that one is making a saving today. There's 9 of those 3.5 metre bundles. You need 3.5 metres if it's a regular width to back your quilt. Right, over to you.
It'd be lovely with the fleece on the backing as well, wouldn't it?
Fleece, yeah.
If you're going to hand tie it and you could put a fleece on the back so it's quite nice and thick and a nice wadding in it, you can make a really nice thick cosy blanket to lay down for a picnic or on the floor and sit on it. Lovely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So that was the easy bit that you've done, and then you go into another easy bit, which is just your panels again. So you would sew these together in the same way. I think you can just see here they've sewn it diagonally, and then you've got your extra long ones with your cornerstones on here. So the next bit to do is this border panel, which is your quilting bit. So it's made up of what they've called lots of different units. So you've got 24 different units that you need. And it tells you how many to make of each unit. So some you need to make 4, some you'll only make 1. So I would go a unit at a time. So I've done the first one. So I'm on to unit 13 here. So I've labelled all my triangles, so I've got all the material out. So some are bigger than others. So you've got your quarter square triangles, you've got your half square triangles, and you've got a square as well there. So on 13, you need an H here for the bigger one, and then you need an L, an L and a G. Let's have a look. So I did the wrong one here. I did an F. So you want an L and a G. There we go. So it's that one and this one here. And that's it. So we're going to sew these together. So first of all, we'd sew the 2 quarter square triangles together. So just right sides together. And I always put a clip in, because when you put a clip, you can hold it and put that clip in it. Whereas when you
that's
put
the
a
side that
pin-
needs sewing as well, because it could spin round and all sorts, can't it, by the time it gets to the machine?
So you've got it here, and then we're going to start. Now, when you're doing the point, you can put a piece of fabric before it, because sometimes if your needle's not as sharp as it should be, it can go down in there and it'll chew that end corner up. So there's a couple of things you can do to stop it doing that. You can first of all, make sure you've changed your needle before you start your quilt. So you want a nice sharp needle for this one, and you want a fine thread. So I would do anything from like a 40 minimum, 50 or even an 80 you can put in your sewing machine. And then also sometimes you can change the plate on the bottom of your sewing machine. So sometimes it will have, this one here's got sort of like a long bar across where the needle goes down. I don't know if you can see it. If I took the needle bit off here.
Oh, if you have a straight stitch needle plate.
So it's got a long bar across it, which means that if you go into some of the fancy stitches, your needle's going to swing.
Yeah.
So it means that if it's swung over to the left or the right, the needle will still go down into it. But if you wanted to do it so that you're just quilting, you could have just one little dot there. So if it's a wider mouth, it can grab more, so it can really take this down with it sometimes. Whereas if you've got just that tiny hole where your needle will go down, it won't, so you'll find that it won't.
That machine comes with a straight stitch.
It does,
plate,
yes.
It? There's a lot of the bigger machines that do. Ben, can we do the machine? Just because Annie was talking about it. Right, we're going to do it.
Brilliant.
The 680 plus. Do you have the 680? Is this the machine you have? No.
Only here.
This is
This
your,
is my
this is your
my
machine
work.
that you use
This is my work.
This is one I saw in John Scott's photo the other day.
Yes.
In his sewing room.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Yeah.
It's the 680 plus is one of our favourite machines. It's on 5-way split pay. Is that the deal, that it's on 5-way split pay? It gets better than this.
Ooh.
We're going to do the deal. Just because I know it's been a sellout couple of days. 1,149 is your deal on the 680, and it does come with the straight stitch needle plate. Obviously, any questions you have about it, get them in. We can answer them for you. But if I'm being honest, we just need some graphics on screen because it's been very, very busy. So why not offer you the deal on the 680?
That sounds good to me.
Yeah,
because
any
it's a
excuse,
cracking
eh?
machine. It's almost verging on. It's obviously a domestic machine, but it can do so much. I mean, and I bring all sorts of materials into the show here. and I've used it on my machine at home. Then you come in and you think, oh, will it go through it on this machine? Never had any problems whatsoever with it. You can get walking foot for it. As you say, it comes with just the little pinhole on the plate. So I've sewn the two together, and I'm just going to trim those little bunny ears off. There we go. So then you've got 2 half square triangles now. So we're going to fold this over. And then I tend to put a clip in the centre.
Swatch your head, Sandi.
Oh, sorry, clip in the centre.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay. I'm always doing that. There we go. And then I'm going to sew that again with a 1/4 inch triangle. 1/4 inch triangle. 1/4 inch seam allowance.
We know what you mean.
So if you can sew 2 straight seams together, you can make, and that's all the units are made out of 3.
Right.
So the 2 1/4 square triangles and a 1 half square triangle. So as long as you're organised with it and you've got sort of them all out with your labels on them, this is what I do at home. I have them all out at home with all my labels on. So then again, you would just set that seam, then open it up, and then I do tend to open the seam up on these.
Are all the blocks slightly different? Are you best to make
Yes.
them individually as opposed
I would
to doing a
start at the beginning with unit 1. So that's your block really, so that's it.
Right.
And that one will go along here somewhere.
Yeah.
And you look at it, you think, how does that make that? So that's a unit 13, and I need to make 4 of those, so I'd make 4 more of those. And then you can see where I've ticked off the units that I've done.
Right. Oh, that's
And it tells you. So then the next one you only need 1. So it's a really good chart for it as well. So literally just follow it along. You've got them all labelled because they change the colours. So each material is then given like a chart with a colour. So I work better if I'm working with letters rather than the colours. So, or you've got the colours anyway, but sometimes, especially if you're doing it when it's a bit darker, it's harder to see the colours. So that's why I always label mine with the numbers and the letters. So then I'm just going to trim these bits off here.
And are they to the right size, or do you need to do any squaring up, cutting down?
No, they're normally to the right size. Just look at them. I think they're measured 4.5. But you can check, but yeah, that's right, yeah. So that's fine. So it's lovely. So they all go up to, I mean, you can check each one if you sort of like seams are maybe a little bit smaller, because don't forget every machine's slightly different, so the machine stitches can always be a little bit smaller or wider, making the seam allowance a bit slightly different. So that's your unit. So then I would sort of, so you can see I've marked that one as unit 4, and I've marked the one underneath as unit 2. So you can see they're all slightly different, but all the same. So you've all got one half triangle and then the others. So there you go. So you've got those there. Then we're going to sew them all together. So again, you've got top, bottom, 2 sides, and they're all slightly different, which is why you've got all the different units.
Do they tell you what order to sew them together then?
Yeah, so then you've got your top border. So this is the one that I've sewn on the top border. So I've put down, so you've got a plain one at either end. I don't know if you can, I'll just move this slightly here. There we go. So I just laid them all out, so you've got the ones at either side. Then it says you've got a unit 2, a unit 3, a unit 4, a unit 6. Then you've got another plain one in the centre. Then you've got a unit 8, 10, 12, 13, and then another plain one.
Right.
So lay them all out. So if you do, I would make up all the units first and label all your units. So like you've got this all laid out, I would then start making little piles of your units, or put them in bags, clip them together with a little post-it note on it. Then when you come to sort of sew them all together, you do it this way. So that's the top one that I've got. Then you've got a bottom one. So I've got a unit, just an E there. Then you've got this one, which is a unit 13. And then a 12. So you can see how those two go together to make that sort of bigger piece here.
Yeah.
Then you've got a unit 11. So again, you've got these sort of almost like half rectangular sort of blocks here. Then you've got a unit...
Oh, it's so clever how it comes
9.
together,
So,
isn't
yeah,
it?
can you see how it sort of goes in?
Oh,
And
I
you
love
have
that block. I've never seen like a border like this before.
Then
Have
you've
you,
got-
Sandi?
Never. I've never seen one done like this before at all. So you'd start doing this and then literally just go along. There we go. And sewing all these up, and then we can put them onto the top.
You would lay them out first?
I would lay them all out first, and then I would put right sides together with here, because it's easier to unpick one than it is to unpick all of them. So I'd do that and again, you can clip it, or if you want to just put them together, for quickness here. So this is what I was saying, it's not complicated, you just need to be organised. It's one of those quilts where if you're just organised with it, there you go. So I've got those. Then I would then fold this one over here. Now the only, and again, this is why it's good for a beginner quilt, because the only bits you need to line up are the 2 seams there. So if you try and get those 2 seams lined up there and put a clip at the end, so, and you don't need it at the other end. So that's literally the only bit that you need to join up. So it's really good for sort of, it will show you how you need to join up seams, you know, and get them to match. But there's not loads of them. It's not sort of they're all coming together in a point and things like that. And again, just your 1/4 inch seam allowance. So there you can see how those are matched up there. So that's the only bit you need to match up.
Right, okay.
And then we'll put this one on, and again, it's those that are matching up here. So you'd make sure that those 2 seams, if you're very unsure of the seams matching up, sometimes I'll get a pin, and if you put it through this seam,
Yeah.
and then put it through the other seam, just lightly, and then match up the ends, you know that those 2 seams are going to match up there.
What, and you'd leave that pin in there?
No, I would then clip it and then
Right.
take that pin out.
Okay.
And then clip along. But you just know that you've sort of met, those 2 seams are sort of joined together almost. There we go.
Sandi, do you make New Year's resolutions? You're doing some workshops and classes, aren't you?
Yes, yes, I am.
Have you got a New Year's resolution?
Lots.
Lots. Oh, yeah, you've got to start with lots, haven't you? And then see which ones last.
I know. Get a better work life. I work all the time.
Yeah, work-life balance.
Definitely,
Yeah.
yes.
When you love your job, though, I bet it's really difficult
Well,
when
it's
your
not.
job is sewing.
It's not like working though, is
No.
it? And it's your hobby as well. So if you weren't sewing, you'd be
Yeah.
sewing because you'd be doing it because you love it so yeah, no, I do. I absolutely love it. And I love sort of coming up with new ideas for bags and things. So we've got lots of things planned for the new year, really. So and just to keep doing my yoga every day as well.
Oh, nice.
So I do try and do about a 20-minute yoga session every day. It doesn't always work out, but I try.
Brilliant.
I'm not very good at going to the gym and things like that, so I do like my yoga. What about you? Have you got any New Year's resolutions?
No, I don't know. I feel like I've never really stuck to New Year's resolutions.
They
so
don't,
I've
do
decided
they?
not to put myself under the pressure.
My daughter, Kate, she was obviously watching, looking at Pinterest or Instagram, one of those, and people now have these sort of like bingo cards. Have you seen those?
No.
So you have a sheet of A4 paper and you have about 25 squares on it, and you write down things that you would like to achieve in the year, and then you can sort of cross them off as you go through the year.
That's
so you
a
can,
good idea.
so if you do like a line, maybe you treat yourself to something, and
that's
which
a
is
really
really
good
nice.
idea.
So we've done that. So we got it out. So on New Year's Day, me and Andrew sat down. What do you want to achieve this year? So,
Oh, that's
so
really
which is really
good.
nice. And if you achieve it, you do. And if you don't, put it onto next year's. But
Yeah.
because sometimes I think that's better than if people have got big ideas. It's
Yeah.
Never works,
No,
does it?
no.
Just little habits.
Achievable things, yeah.
Drink more, do some more exercise, I think.
Drink more.
Water.
Drink more water. Drink more water.
Drink more water, yes, sorry. There we go, yeah. No, I don't drink enough water. There we go. So that. And the other thing I like to use, this one, you don't need it as much, but if you are joining these together as a sort of like, so maybe you're joining this one onto this one. At the moment, you're only joining it onto a straight line.
Yeah.
So these I've opened out and the straight lines I've done flat. So you don't have too much of a bulk at the seams.
Okay.
But if you do find you've got a lot of bulk, so if I was joining those, say, together, you've got quite a lot of bulk in that one sort of little area here. And especially if you've got quilts that all sort of join in and you've got that bulky bit in the middle, I use a clapper. And I think they are on the show today, and they are brilliant. I've new to the, well, not been long on the clapper, I must admit. I've sort of used them. Sounds terrible, doesn't it? But I've started using one a lot more, and I thought, why haven't I been using this more?
Well, you always think it's traditionally more so for dressmakers,
You
don't
do.
you? But actually quilters. We had like pinwheel blocks yesterday, and we were
Yes.
talking about how you have a lot of seams in the centre. This
right.
would be brilliant for that. then.
Yeah, absolutely. And all you do is, because it's wood and it sort of soaks up the heat, I like to do it on a wool mat as well, because that sort of
Nice.
soaks the heat up from the bottom as well, so you get into like 2 lots of heat on
Yeah.
it. And literally you would just, so if I was doing the clapper on this one, you would set your seam and then open it out or fold it to whichever way you want. So you've got your seam. Just hold the iron on it just for a little bit, sort of wiggle it. I say wiggle, not a press. So you've got it, then put the clapper on it and just hold it.
Yeah.
Just leave it there, just to let it cool, and you don't need to press it, 'cause people often pick them up and go, they're really light, how's this going to flatten it?
Yeah.
And sometimes I used to think, I don't know, they've got them on screen. So you'd hold that up and then you'd just press it on here. They're quite light, but the heat on it, it's sort of, so you've got the heat from both sides, and it just makes it so smooth. It makes them look beautiful. So they are a really good tool to have for if you like quilting.
Well, you know, at £20, it's things like this that you may have got a Sewing Street gift card and you're thinking, right, do you know what,
What can I
actually,
do?
I'm going
Yes.
to treat myself to one of those.
Because if you've got a gift card, you know, it's something that you wouldn't have had. You're not spending your
Yeah.
money, you know, and so try and get a little bit of a tool that you wouldn't necessarily use.
yeah.
Or something not that you've got and you're thinking, oh, is that a bit extravagant to get
Yeah.
that? But I think sometimes when you do use these little tools, you suddenly go, how did I
Actually,
manage without this?
Yeah, and the clapper's been one for you.
Definitely, yes.
Yeah.
Because I do a lot of memory quilts, and so you've got real thick material sometimes because you've got shirts, jumpers, woolly, t-shirts, everything. So when you're joining those together, even in sort of like a blocks like these, you've got quite a lot of bulk in those. And sometimes you try and trim them down a bit, but they still don't, and you can press them and you put best press on them. But just putting that clapper on them has absolutely been a game changer.
Brilliant.
So
Brilliant. Thank you
if
for that
it's
top tip.
if you're looking for a new tool this year, then I would go with that one.
Speaking of top tips, we've had a nice message from Liz. She says, I bought a copy of Sandi's Needle and Thread Guide when it was first on sale. Great for senior moments.
Yes.
She says, today I
Lots
bought
of
the
those.
fabric guide for me to get an extra copies for both my granddaughters as well.
Oh,
That's brilliant. So
thank you so much.
We do have the Needle and Thread one, the original one. So if you haven't seen part 1 of the sort of series, then we will have a look at that after the demo, if that's all right.
Yeah.
And we'll recap anybody who missed the one that we launched today as well. We've got the brand new handy guide to sewing with difficult fabrics as well.
So you see, even with those, the seams sort of come up a little bit, and if you just put the clapper over the top of those,
That would be
it
flat.
would just, So, and that's all you do. So you've got 4 of those, and then you would just sew it on like you did the border. So I'm just going to move this one over for a minute and go back to the one that I've done. So you want to find the top of your quilt, which is here. No, that's the bottom. Here's the top. And we're going to put this one along the top there.
Nice.
So this time you do need to match it up. So match it up. But again, sometimes I start in the middle. So I would fold it in half. There we go. And fold the quilt in half.
Find your
So you've just got your central point there. Just finger press that there. Oops, did I do that? I didn't do very well on that one, did I? Fingers weren't as sharp as I thought. There we go. There we go. So you can even just put a little heat erasable pen mark there. And then open it out. Then make sure you're going the right way. So we got it. There we go. So all those are at the top there. So you want to do it face down. This is in the middle. There's my pen mark there. Clip this on. And again, I tend to clip where the seams are so that then when you're sewing, you know you're going to sew them open and flat. So go along, just clip all those on.
Main graphic at the moment is for the 680 plus because the quilt kit, if you're just asking, it has completely sold out. We're going to try and get more of the Annie Downs quilts because they've been so
beautiful,
popular.
yeah.
They are really beautiful.
Just keep sewing
Love
and then
them.
sew those along, and then you put your other border on it and do that.
Amazing. I love, love, love it.
Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely stunning.
Thank you so much, Sandy.
That's okay.
And we can't
Do you
wait to
want
see all of your additions as well. If you're doing free motion, hand embroidery, just hand quilting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it'd be brilliant. Now, the quilt kit's completely sold out. Well done if you did manage to get it.
You'll love
now,
it. You'll absolutely love it.
Liz just messaged in about the handy guide to needles and threads. We've got the physical copy and we also have the digital copy available today. This one is the physical copy. So if you've bought anything already, then add this into your basket because you'll pay your postage and packaging anyway. If you want the PDF version that you can start looking through this afternoon, then click yourself purchase on the PDF pattern. So, Sandi, why was it that you wanted to start with the needles and threads? Because this was your OG. This was the original.
Absolutely. I'd done a course in Orifil threads because I love them so much. Yeah, it's like an online one. It was called Lab Threads, and because I just love Orifil threads. So they sent you little packs of Orifil thread each month, about them, how they're made, what they'd be used for, and I just completely...
I want to go on that course. I've never seen that before.
It's lovely.
Yeah.
I think they started another one as well. But
nice.
yeah, it's beautiful. And obviously they all come from Italy. And the method that they use to actually make an Orifil thread is about 15 stages. They go through oil baths, they get singed, they have like spa days, really.
Love
a spa day for a thread. And I just notice a difference when I use Orifil threads. I think through your machine you don't get as much lint on it, sews better. And again, we were saying if you've got the right thread and you've got the right needles, it does help a project.
So is this a guide? This isn't just a guide to Orifil thread, though,
it's
is
not.
it?
So, but I do use other threads as well.
Yeah.
And then it was the needles as well, because I've noticed that, I mean, I was like most people, you'd put a needle in and you think, yeah, that needle's fine for it. And then you're thinking, why doesn't it sew that well? And you're thinking, well, why have I got all these other needles? You know, you'd have a jeans needle, a denim needle, a non-stick needle. And you're thinking, you know, is it worth putting that in? You know, can I not just use a universal needle?
Yeah.
And for a lot of things you can, but for a lot of things you can't.
Right.
So I was mixing sort of like the Orifil threads and then the weights of the threads as well with the needles. And so the needle sizes, they go up the thicker they go.
Right.
And the threads go finer the bigger
the number.
So an 80 is finer than a 40.
Right.
But in a needle, an 80 would be much thicker than a 40. So it's
Okay.
so it was quite complicated. And lots of people go, oh, I don't understand this.
Yeah.
So it's trying to get your head around it all. And then we sort of went into like sewing needles.
Oh, so it's
and
hand
different
sewing needles, machine needles,
needles
and threads.
Now, these are based on the Orifil threads because there's lots of different spool colours. So a lot of the Orifil threads don't come with a weight on it. They come in a coloured spool. So I wanted to sort of tell people what coloured spools were, but then tell them about the weight of the thread and the uses. So if you've got lots of different threads out there, there's Guttermans and Madeiras and all
Majority of us think of just, you know, use a 50 weight thread.
That's
That's
right, yes.
like your sort of universal
This is
thread.
it, yes, yeah.
But then there are lots of other weights that are useful for different things.
because I tend to use a 40 for quilting and things like that, or most sewing. And then if you want like something a bit thicker, you could use sort of like even the other 40s, or the 40 is a bit thicker, so you could use that for a top stitch, would be nice. Then, your 40 for your quilting, then you could even do 80 for quilting. Then people say, well, what would you put in your bobbin? So I tell you what weight you would put in your bobbin as well. So even though it's based around an Orifil thread, if you've got a thread and you know what weight it is, you can work it out and sort of you can see what needle you'd need to go with that, what you would use it on.
That is so handy. Same with machine needles, like you said, you've probably got packs of machine needles that you're thinking, I don't know, you know, what I'm using that for. And
do I need to use it for that? You know, yes.
So it will tell you here.
Yes.
Use a quilting needle for your quilting sandwich.
Yes.
Use your jeans needles for denim or canvas. Because
right.
we mentioned this in the first hour, and this goes on to, again, talking about the next handy guide. But if you're working with real leather or if you're working with PU, you need a completely different needle.
Because a lot of people get a PU and they go, it's a leather, and they'll put a leather needle in it. Well, if you do, you're going to puncture your needle because it's a leather needle's got like a little triangle on the end of it because the leather's quite stiff. So it needs to really, it's almost like an arrowhead. So it needs to go through that leather to really sort of get through to it. But if you did that on PU, because it's a man-made thread and you're piercing it like this, you'll put a big hole in it.
Right.
So you don't need to do that.
Right. I mean, it's brilliant, isn't it? Because these are all things that with the best will in the world, you know, it's not going to be part of every pattern that you buy. And that's through no fault of a designer not telling you something.
That's
it's
right,
just, it's not necessarily things that you're taught as a beginner, or it's things that you might just need refreshing on when you start a new project.
Yeah, I mean, I always get confused with threads and I have to check, right, which one's that thread? Yes, because it's like you're thinking, right, that one goes up, that one goes down, and you've got to sort of remember which one goes with which. So I mean, I check it as much as anybody else would, and I think just to have that handy guide, because there's stuff on the internet, you can go on the internet and do it, but then you've got to check through it, you've got to go through it, find the right bit, whereas here, you've got it in a chart.
Yeah.
So you can just go along in the chart. It's, you know, and again, it's not a complete guide to everything, but it's a guide that will really help with most projects that you've got. It really does.
Honestly, and it will make such a difference in your sewing. The amount of people, even some of my friends have come to me and asked whether Sewing Street offer like sewing machine services. I said it's making a funny noise or it's skipping stitches, and it was. I said, have you changed your needle? And as soon as they changed it, that made an almighty difference.
Absolutely. I think 3 things: you need to change your needle, you need to rethread your machine, because sometimes, I mean, I've done it myself. You thread it and you think you thread it, you start sewing again, it starts looping on the back. Just take it out and rethread it again, and never pull your thread out through the top of the machine. Cut it there and pull it out through your needle, because it'll damage your spring in your machine if you just sort of pull it out at the top. So always just cut it at the top by your bobbin, pull it out through your needle, so you don't want to damage that little machine, that little spring inside it.
And give it a clean as well. Wendy just said, I just opened up my machine to clean it, and I can't believe how much fluff there is in there.
Yeah. You need to clean it. I clean it after every project, because it will get fluff in there. And if you've got a metal cased machine, you'll need to oil it. If you've got the plastic cased machines, you don't. They will do it on a service for you.
Right.
Get them serviced as well every year. And if you do those, you're 90% there to your project, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
You really are.
This is really fabulous handy guide. I mean, thousands of these have sold. I'm presuming a lot of you have already got this, but just in case you haven't, this was part 1 that we launched, the handy guide to needle and thread, and today we launched part 2, which again has gone absolutely wild in the aisles. Hundreds and hundreds of you have got part 2. Now there is a couple of options on both of them. We are now doing digital options as well. I do like having the physical copy. I like the idea of having it in a chart in your workroom, but even if it's on your iPad, you know, you go to your customer account and you've got that chart to open on your tablet or on your phone or on your laptop or something. But is this the same one now in a digital? Yes. So this time, all you need to do is click purchase once and it will appear this afternoon in your Sewing Street account. And if this is all that you're buying today, you won't pay your post and packaging. Obviously, that's taken off for you. You just pay the £4. But it is brilliant for anybody who is just maybe entering into the sewing world, and it is so daunting. It's like learning a different language. When we talk about thread weights and different needles and things, you're like, oh, it's so much information. Just having it condensed, not into a massive book, into literally 3 or 4 pages where it's in a chart that you can very easily
find what you want,
find what you need without scouring through loads and loads of text. It's a leaflet guide. It's brilliant. Only £4 as well for your digital download. Now, today's launch was amazing. We're opening up the floodgates to message you as well of what everybody wants to see throughout the year.
Yeah, that would be absolutely great. Yeah, because we've got quite a few lined up. There is one we know for February. That's halfway done now, which will be a really good one, hopefully. And we've got a few other ones that we're sort of like looking at as well. But yeah, if people think, oh, I'd love to have a little handy guide to that, please message us. We'd love to hear from you. You can get in touch with me on the website through Sewing Street fan page, because I'm always checking that and everything. So that would be fabulous, and then we can find out.
What do you find sewers class as a difficult fabric? What do you think everybody is struggling with?
I would say the heavier weight fabrics, because a lot of people are dressmakers, quilters, and then there's the bag makers. So your bag makers are sort of like the more heavier materials, but even those will tend to use cottons a lot of the time as well. But I like to try and do something a bit different. So I like working with the PUs. I think is probably, I would say, one of the hardest one because of the stick on it. But if you do that little tip with the tissue paper on it, that helps it a lot. Fur can be quite hard because it's hard to sort of cut as well. So if you know how you're cutting it, make sure you cut the backing, not the fur. and then just make sure you've got the right needles for those as well.
So within here, you've got leather, PU, your faux fur, faux suede, velvet, denim, all the different things that are potentially at the point where you might need to change your needle, you might need to change your foot, you might find like the little tips, like you say with the tissue paper helps. It isn't necessarily always your sewing machine or user error, is it? We said this yesterday with Stuart. You know this term that we say, I can't remember this. What's the saying now about like a tradie blames his tools?
Oh, that's right. Yes, shoddy workman always blames his tools or something.
And actually, it's not. Having
no.
the right tools for the job makes a massive difference.
It really
on your
does.
end result.
And I always put at the back of it, always practice, because I can tell you what works on my sewing machine, and then when I bring it in here, it doesn't always necessarily work on this sewing machine. Sometimes it works on better on this sewing machine than my sewing machine at home. So I'd always say, before you start any project which you deem as maybe a slightly more difficult material, cut a little piece off. Try it. I will do it with lots of different threads. I'll see what colours it uses, because you've got a thicker pile. Sometimes if you want, say, a fancy stitching on it, you'll put it on and you'll think, it's completely disappeared. So you obviously need a thicker thread weight to go on that, or maybe put a backing on it as well, so it gives it that bit of stability as well. And so always play with it first. Never just go, right, this is what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut it out and it's going to work. Because it might not. If you want to quilt on velvet, there's lots of different, I've sort of tried lots of different stitch lengths, and I found that on some velvets, 4's really good, but you might find on others you might need a 5 almost to make it work, because it's a thicker velvet. So all of these come with slightly different piles as well. So just have a play with them, go to the guide and think, right, okay, if I use this needle, this thread, this foot on it, then hopefully you can have a play and think, actually that works, and then you can cut it all out and really have a good go at your project, and you're going to be happy with what your project is. There's nothing worse than doing it and thinking, oh, that was rubbish, and then people get really disheartened and sad, when really it's not your fault. You've only followed something, but maybe not quite used the right threads and needles and you know what you needed to do with it.
Even down to cutting it out on a flat surface, or singular layers, or making sure it's in the right direction, especially like you say with fur or something,
and
with
velvets
a
and
pile.
with a nap on it.
So this is another one that is absolutely brilliant. It has gone wild in the hours. Woo! Woo!
Woo, woo. Thank you so much,
£4, and that is your physical copy. It is also available as a digital download. You can also click purchase on the web, just press it once and it will automatically complete your order. It will take you straight to your account, so you can actually access it today. You'll be able to have a look and a read through of that today. And then it's there forever. It just stays in your account. You'll be able to access it on your tablet, on your phone, on your computer, wherever you need. Are you a digital person, or do you like a physical copy?
I like a physical copy. That's why with my patterns, some of my patterns I'll put on PDFs, but I like a full-size pattern as well. So, and when you you print it out, it often comes and you've got to try and stick bits together, and then they never quite work. So that's why I always like
a template.
So I always try and make my templates on full size. So my pieces, it's very hard to fold them up and put them all in the patterns, but we do it so because it's better, and I do like to have a physical copy there in my sewing room, definitely.
Whilst Sandi is here, can I also just mention for the last time the green machine? The green machine literally has a handful left now with the gold pack colourway. In fact, there's literally 2. That will sell during the break. But for anyone who's sitting on the fence, because there's so many who have got it in baskets, what would you say?
Go for it, Honestly, if you're, as you say, dressmaker, upholstery, home furnishings, bag making, you will find somewhere to use your green machine. And then when you're doing it, you're going, I'm glad Sandi reminded me to buy that green machine, because it really is, it's a game changer.
Amazing, amazing. Now, for anybody who missed yesterday's show, or if you were involved in yesterday's show and missed out on any of the Knit Pro products, do you like Knit Pro? Have you heard of Knit Pro?
No.
Knit Pro. We've got Knit Pro needles. We've got some of Stuart's yarn. We've got another amazing deal on a storage bag. If you watched yesterday's show and you missed out, I've asked Ben if we can match the price of the deal that we did yesterday. So stay tuned, we've got it coming up. When are you back with us, Sandi?
I'm back on the 3rd of February.
The 3rd of Feb, we will see you then. Thank
with
you
a new
so
bag
much. More new bag patterns coming your way,
maybe
and part 3.
And part 3.
Exciting. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, check out on the green machine. There's literally 2 remaining. It's been amazing today. So jot down the dates for Sandi's demos. But we're back with gorgeous new year, new hobbies, knitting and crochet right after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen. Then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back. Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops, absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take your tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longest stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius, simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now, when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Thank you for your company today. It's been a fabulous day. I'm very excited for everybody who's managed to get, their green machine today. I thought you were going to go really close then, Alex. I was very scared. I panicked. You came too close to my face. Right, so we've got no Sam Sabilo's not on today. She wasn't scheduled for today, I don't think, was she? Said Mary. What's happened to Sam? Sam Sabilo's not in today. She, wasn't supposed to be here today. I think this is just a tools showcase for you. We have found, right, so I did knitting at 9 yesterday. I'm sure you were there. There were a lot of people watching yesterday's showcase with Stuart, and it was brilliant. Now, all of the kits, I know, they completely sold out. The Knit Pro products that we had were amazing. We have got some brilliant Knit Pro products to bring you. We also have some fabulous storage. Now, yesterday, Hannah did a little bit of a cheeky deal. Yeah. We're going to do it. We're matching the price because so many of you missed out on the storage bag yesterday. We have matched the price. That one was like a rose, quite, Kath Kidson-esque one. This one is that gorgeous owl print. It still has the little eyelet here for your yarn to go through. What is lovely about having a nice knitting bag is that you can have this down the side of the sofa and it doesn't look messy. You're not going to get all tangled. You're not going to get your yarn in a mess. You could have this as a project bag for just $14.99. Now, I did ask very, very kindly, because of what we did yesterday, as it sold out yesterday, this one, if we could do this at a brilliant price point for you as well. It's $14.99. Have a look elsewhere, because we did have a look in, I think it was in Hobbycraft, to be fair. Have a look on the high street shops and see what you can pay for project bags like this. We were very, very competitive still at $24.99. This is $14.99. Now, we had 50 of them yesterday, and they all sold out. We have now got just 34 of these left. At $14.99, it is flying out again. I do like the idea of if you've got, there's a space for your knitting needles in the front as well, look. There is an extra storage pocket on the front, and there is a little individual pocket for all of your knitting needles. And so this one, as we found, I told you, is an amazing price at $24.99, because that one was selling at $29.99 and they've discounted it to $22.99. So yeah, no brainer, no brainer. We've got less than 20 of these bags now remaining. It doesn't need to just be for your knitting, could be for your crochet, could be a nice little project bag, but it is actually designed with knitting in mind to fit all your yarn in there. When you're a knitter or a crocheter, correct me if I'm wrong, but you might not have a designated craft room. It might be something that you're on the move with, going to a cafe with. It might be something you're commuting on the train with, to have it all together. But it's also something that will sit nicely down the side, down the back of the sofa. Now, I also have a matching smaller little case as well for your knitting needles to put all of your knitting pins in. So this one was $14.99. This one just $7.99 today. Oh dear, this is going really low. Keep your knitting needles in there. Obviously your nice long knitting needles in there, but you could also just have this as a little ruler. I'm thinking for the sewers who are watching, you could keep some of your smaller creative grid rulers in there, couldn't you, that we had on the show? Just £6.99. Loads of you, oh, which way am I going? Loads of you have got this in your basket. Check out as soon as you can. If you've paid your postage and packaging already today, then your P&P is paid for the day. We've got some really lovely Knit Pro long knitting needles. So yesterday we had a beautiful Knit Pro case that was £100. There was another one that was £89. They were circular needles, they were the interchangeable screw ones, and they were brilliant. They all sold out. They were supposed to be actually in today's show, but they completely sold out. But we have got for you the longer ones. So if you don't get on with circular needles and you want to do the shawl from yesterday, maybe get yourself a pair of the nice long Zing ones. They're the Knit Pro, which I was told yesterday are like the Rolls Royce of knitting needles. $6.99, there's loads of you there. We had hundreds of these, we've now got 55. Yeah, my knitting bag yesterday was the rose one. Where? These completely sold out. Right, Ben's found another 21 of them. Right, we're matching the price of yesterday. Yeah, it's exactly the same style. It's got the front pocket like this one. Very, very similar. It's slightly different, as you can see, the positioning of the pocket. But it has also got, I believe, there was a little slide that came with that. I don't know if it's still on the computer system there. But there was a few of the specs on there. $14.99 for your knitting bag with that lovely rose print. If you missed it, there are now 15 of those remaining and we've matched the price. Thank you, Ben. See, if I weren't here, you wouldn't have known about that discount, would you? It wasn't actually supposed to be. It really wasn't supposed to be at $14.99. Do you know the reason we did it? Because we had, I'm not going to lie, so many people really, really upset with us yesterday because they missed out on Stuart's kits. There were loads of people who were watching the show yesterday. It's all right. That's where you get it for just £14.99. Sorry, I don't have it physically here. As far as we were aware, it got sent. Obviously, we didn't have it here yesterday. We didn't have it here yesterday, Ben. She found it. Well, she obviously found it in your show. She found it as a little sneak peek in the last 2 minutes of the show. $14.99 discounted today. $14.99. Okay, there are literally 10 of those now remaining. Can I please also... Oh, yeah, let's carry on with our storage, but I've got something really exciting to show you if you're a crochet lover, but if you watched yesterday's show, stay tuned. Okay, there's another lovely storage bag. $21.99, can't discount this. That just shows you how crazy we went on that last one. But yeah, if you love the design of this one, if you like the circular drawstring bag, that one's just $21.99. I also have this, which is a lovely tote bag. It's a Janie Crow one. Oh, it's not a tote bag. Look at this. put all your crochet hooks in here, or your smaller knitting pins if you want to. So you've got loads of individual dividers. It all rolls up beautifully though, and it's got the zip pouch in here. You could keep your stitch counter in there, or your marking pins in there. You could keep your pom-pom maker, or yeah, you could keep all your tape measure bits and bobs, whatever you need, little snips or something in there. And then this folds up, and I believe, does that just tie round? Yeah. You can just tie that up, can't you? And it's nice to be able to store all of your crochet hooks, your marking, your little what are they called? Marking counters. £90.99. Nice with the Jamie Crow print, that crochet print, isn't it? Love it. Okay, now, so yesterday we introduced to you the Rolls Royce of knitting needles. When we're talking about new year, new hobby, this is where I know a lot of us probably make the same sort of mistake. But when we're talking about knitting and crochet, there aren't millions of tools that you need. There aren't, in fact, huge investments that you need to make to start this hobby, start this craft. And I know so many people out there that might start running in January and go out and buy themselves a pair of running shoes, or buy themselves, you know, the gear and or join a gym or something. And it's expensive. Any hobby that you're starting, it costs a lot of money. This is a really sort of, you know, you don't need to spend much. And a lot of people might have a couple of crochet hooks that they've been hand-me-down and don't get on as well with them. When you use the best tools, you see the results. Now, we don't have many of these, but we don't want to leave out the crocheters, because yesterday, the Knit Pro case that we had completely sold out. It comes in the most beautiful box. It would make a stunning gift for somebody. And look, you have got in here all of your beautiful crochet hooks. Now you've got 3.5 millimeters, 4 millimeters, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6 millimeters, 7 and 8. And they come in the beautiful, beautiful box. And they are embellished with Swarovski crystals. They're also embellished with those beautiful crystals. Now, using a crochet hook that feels nice in the hand, it's going to eliminate, I mean, there is a reason probably why you only get chance to, because it's not knitting needles, you crochet with a hook, Ben, don't you? He's like, why'd you get one of each? I'm confused. Your crochet hook, you've got all of the sizes that you're going to need, even for your super chunky yarn as well, with your 8 millimeters. But having the right tools for the job, for it to feel nice in the hand while you're crocheting. That's probably what stops you from crocheting for a long, long time, is hand fatigue. If you're using cheap tools, well, they say, don't they, buy cheap, buy twice. These are luxury. Maybe you're treating yourself to something special. I must say, I'm not a knitter crocheter, but when I was talking to Stuart Hillard yesterday, who has been knitting and crocheting for years upon years, I heard his passion for Knit Pro, and he says that they are, Vic, the Rolls Royce of knitting needles and tools and crochet hooks. And I can tell straight away with that beautiful presentation box that you're getting the absolute creme de la creme. Now, if you missed out on the knitting needles yesterday, those lovely knitting pins, the interchangeable circular needles, then definitely get these. They are made out of birch wood, so they're really lovely and luxurious. It is just a matter of, are you going to be one of the lucky people to get one of the last 2 sets now? There's more than enough of you there to see this sell out, with people missing out by the looks of things. In fact, there's 4 in baskets. Yeah, we had loads of the knitting ones yesterday, and they all went. We thought it was going to be enough to last us, definitely for today's show, and they've gone. There's nothing that's come back in stock. I asked Ben to check to see if any had fallen back into stock, but no, they've all gone. They are lovely, aren't they? So I think it's nice to treat yourself sometimes to the best of it, when, you know, you don't need loads of machines, you don't need lots and lots to get started with crochet, just some lovely hooks. And when you've got them, you will keep them for years and years. Stuart said his Knit Pro, he said, I've had them for years. He said I would have had them for longer if I'd heard about them before. He says I don't actually think that they were available when I started knitting, but now he says I wouldn't use anything other. Loves them. So I'm pleased that we had the crochet hooks. One of those sets left, and there's more than enough of you there. Talking to Stuart Hillard, we've also got the Colours of the World. Can we do them now? Because they're selling on pre-order. What I love about these are they're the self-patterning yarns. So these are brilliant for socks. I know that Stuart designs the colours of the yarns for Stylecraft, and these are going to be beautiful. What about if you've got the shawl pattern that we did yesterday? Do it in a Stuart Hillard yarn. I have no idea why we didn't have these yesterday. These are gorgeous. It's because they were scheduled for today. Ben said, I stole them. This is your Great Barrier Reef colourway. Absolutely beautiful colour. The great thing is with Stylecraft as well, you can go on their website. There's loads of great free patterns. We've got some lovely pattern books, inspirational books. But if you're buying one of these balls of yarn, you can make yourself a pair of socks with one yarn. Now, it's 70% superwash wool and 25% polyamide. So you've got 400 meters on here. They're able to be washed at 30 degrees. You've got your tension square there. You can use your 2.25 or 3 to 3.25 knitting needles, and the same with your crochet hooks. £7.95 for your Great Barrier Reef colourway of the Stuart Hillard collection from Stylecraft. Lovely quality. Now, that one, they're all, do you know what I love? Is that they're all really unisex. They're all perfect for gift ideas for somebody, making yourself a pair of socks that then you're going to wear and they feel lovely and top quality, but also you're going to be able to, they're practical, they're going to wash well. Okay, this one's also limited. This one is called Sacred Earth. There it is. It's the purple. Have you got a picture of what they look like when they're knitted? Can you have a look on the Stylecraft website? This is Sacred Earth. It's just because it looks so different. When you see the patterns that it makes, you'll see why Stuart is amazing at what he does. He doesn't just design the colourway and go, oh, actually, I want orange, I want purple, I want, cream in there. They actually literally create these really cool patterns when you knit them. £7.95. Colours of the World. Oh, there you go. I could just show you one here. This is the pattern that it will make. So the last one, that's the pattern it will make. On this one, this is the pattern it will make. How cool is that? Once again, same composition, 75% superwash wool, 25% polyamide. Am I saying that right? Polyamide? And that is so clever. You would presume you have to keep changing yarn. £7.95 for your head over heels. Colours of the World Australia edition with Stuart Hillard's gorgeous self-patterning yarn. With, it's with obviously with your socks in mind, but there's nothing stopping you using them for the shawl from yesterday or any of your other projects. You have enough in your yarn, in the one ball, to be able to make one pair of socks. Stripe up your life. The crochet hooks, yeah, the Knit Pro. So they are, I tell you what wood they are. Hang on 1 second, bear with me. They've also got a laminated finish to them, but they are a wood, yes. I'll tell you. Here you go. Birchwood, laminated birchwood. Are there any left of those? One. Just one. Just one left. All of the different sizes there for you as well. Right, should we do some more of the colours of the world? This is Daintree Forest. This is Daintree Forest. So this one is going to look like this. The same stripe effect, Stripe up your life. I love it, love it, love it. If you are thinking, right, I'm making socks for everyone for next year, you could set yourself a bit of a target, couldn't you? Make yourself, how many have you got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different pairs of socks ready for Christmas next year? £7.95. We love Stuart's Passion. Yesterday was such an amazing show. I think that we should start doing knitting at 9, don't you? Knitting at 9. It's just got a lovely ring to it. That one's your green and brown colourways. I mean, they all look amazing, and they're going to naturally create this stripe because it is self-patterning yarn. Now, we also have the blue. This one's called Blue Mountains. I would tell you, is it DK or 4-ply? Let's have a look. So, have a look on here. It doesn't say DK on it, so I'm guessing it must be 4-ply, but let me check on that. 75% superwash wool, 25% polyamide, designed with the socks in mind. Ben's looking into it for us, thank you. Sorry that, yeah, it's not on the packaging. £7.95. This one's in the blue colourway. That one is Blue Mountains. We also have Bondi Beach. There's your Bondi Beach colour. 4-ply. Thank you. Well done, Ben. This is my favourite colour. I think that looks so nice, doesn't it? 400 metres on each ball. We also have the wool winder. If you want to do any of these into cakes, like yesterday's show, I mean, you can still knit straight from these, but there's something about making them into a little cake ball like this, then this is perfect. Have you not seen how satisfying it is? Do you know when you see the lovely little, they look like cakes, don't they? They look like little buns. We've got a wool winder. Yeah. Ben thinks I'm crazy. Please confirm that I'm not going crazy. Right, so that's the Bondi Beach. I've got one more. Calgary Goldfields. Calgary. Isn't Calgary the... Calgary's not Australia, is it? Hang on, I've said the wrong one. Calgary. Goldfields. Yeah, Western Australia. I didn't doubt him for a second. It's in where? In Boulder. And now this is, again, one of the most beautiful yarns. It's 75% wool. It's not itchy wool, though. It's really nice and soft. It's also got 25% polyamide. Makes it machine washable at 40 degrees. Gold discovery there. There was a gold discovery. That's why he's picked these lovely golden tones. 6 pairs of socks there. 6 different colourways. All self-patterning yarn. I don't like the thought of the flight. It's a long way, isn't it? I'd love to go to Australia. £7.95 for all of your colours of the world colours. Stripe up your life. So, I've never actually seen this, but it's a Knit Pro, therefore I know that it's going to be brilliant. You clamp it onto your desk by the looks of things, and you literally can wind your balls of yarn like this into cakes like that. There are literally only 7 of them. Now, because you've got me and Ben on today, there you go, you've got a discount. $29.99, perfect for that ball of yarn. Maybe you've got loads of, let's open it up, let's have a look. Maybe you've got lots of yarn and it's your New Year's resolution to get a little bit organised with it. If you tend to get in a bit of a tangle or you want to see what you've got, I just think, one, they look so beautiful all in these nice cakes. I'm going to have to just grab some scissors, bear with. Oops, there we go. I think this would be a really nice gift for somebody as well, wouldn't it? Or treat yourself if you've got a Sewing Street gift card and you're thinking, right, how shall I use it? Oh, this is about to sell out. There's one left. Ben, you're not supposed to discount this, I don't think. It's gone crazy. No, there's not. Oh, yeah. Have I just said what? That definitely said one then. Oh, there's 6 left. You're all right. You've still got time. Sorry, I panicked then. Oh, so look. Oh, you don't need batteries, you don't need anything. It's literally going to sit on here and wind your wool round into a cake. You clamp it onto your table. Oh, that's great, isn't it? It's got a little pad to protect your table. And then you wind your wool up. Right, this is going to sell out at $29.99. Anybody who's got it in your basket, please do check out. Have a look on the Knit Pro YouTube channel or online, on the TikTok, on Pinterest. You'll be able to find demonstrations on it as well. It's $29.99, but there are literally 6 remaining now. Sorry, I panicked. It's going to be super quick as well. I know you can pay a lot of money for electric wool winders. Have you got a little price comparison on this one, Ben? That's a really good price, $29.99. Yesterday we had some lovely, I know a lot of yarns that you can get. I know that a lot of yarns you can get come as cakes like this, and you can just work from the centre of the cake or from the outside. $29.99 for Knit Pro. Oh, hang on, sorry, there is instructions that come with it, don't panic. It does come with that little topper as well, that sits in the top there. That sits there. Here we go. How to use. Turn the bobbin counterclockwise direction to fit the bobbin winder. It's got your little setup here. Then it's got how to set up your yarn guide, how to set it up onto your table, setting the bobbin into the bobbin holder, how to wind your yarns, how to wind balls of yarn like this. Full instructions on there, so don't worry about finding a different video. Yeah, that was it in German as well. Right, this is about to sell out. There is now 2 left of those, just $29.99. Can I do the Knit Pro, stick with Knit Pro and do those lovely long knitting needles? Because yesterday, I think, hopefully, Stuart converted everyone to Knit Pro circular needles. We had a fabulous set. If you missed them, then I'm sorry. We'll try and get more of those kits because they were lovely. But I'm just looking at different sizes that we have. Right, I'm going to go for these ones, please, because these are going to be great for your shawls. I actually got a kit to knit a blanket before I had Maisie, and I was chatting to Bex Reed, and it was Bex that recommended the Zing needles to me. She says that you will find it a lot easier for your stitches to slide off your needle, and these are fantastic because they're longer, so you can cast on stitches and stitches and stitches. Now let's start with the 6.5mm, please. They look very nice as well, don't they? This is OHZW61, if that helps. Nice bright colours. I just think they, for one, look nice. But when you're talking about quality knitting needles, when you're looking at your single-pointed knitting needles, these are your 6.5mm. So, correct me if I'm wrong, these are going to be great for your chunkier yarns. These are going to be fab for your super chunky yarns. They're only £12. Only £12. They'd go nicely in the storage bag that we had earlier if you haven't already got those. Or if you want to dip your toe in, have a go with Zing needles for the first time. Or if you missed out on Stuart's Knit Pro needles earlier, this is the one to go for. Now they are 6.5. I think you needed 5mm. We've got 5.5 coming up next. These are for your chunkier yarn. How long are they? Does it tell you the length of these? 30 centimetres in length. We've got the 5.5 millimetre needles as well. These are probably going to be the ones that are best for with your shawl. If I'm not mistaken, I think that Stuart used 5mm needles, and they're quite short, aren't they? If you're yet to have a go with circular needles, or if you're doing a project, I know some people like to knit with their needles under their arms, don't they? They have really big knitting needles. These are 30cm needles. We had Stuart doing demonstrations. It's worth watching yesterday, just because, I mean, we kept digressing onto all sorts of conversations. It was brilliant yesterday. We had a right laugh. But Stuart was telling us that he was showing us how he was knitting with European style. He was showing us how he flicks, not throws his yarn. He was showing us all sorts. He even did Portuguese style knitting round his neck and all sorts. So it was a really, really good tips show yesterday. If you are watching as your new hobby, get your tools today, have a look back on the TV guide and see the show from yesterday. Sorry that the products have sold out from the show yesterday, but there's some really, really useful demonstrations from Stuart. He was showing how to make the little knobbly bits on the end of a shawl as well. 3.75 knitting needles. Oh, now if I'm not mistaken, the larger kit that we had yesterday didn't have 3.75 in the bigger kit. Sorry, in the smaller kit. Get these, add them on, absolutely. I know that the smaller knitting needles are like this are great for ribbing as well, aren't they? They're good for ribbing around jumpers and, you know. So they are 30cm, 3.75mm needles, £6. And trying out Knit Pro. They are brilliant. Okay, we've still got so much that we want to show you. There was a beautiful book that Sandi, I know, has got her eye on. It's called Indoors. How lovely is this? Erica Knight from Rowan, and it is a book that, oh, is so limited. I didn't realise how limited it is. This is a book that I know Sandi says she's worked with Erica Knight's patterns before, and they are beautiful. They're very earthy projects in here. There is a little bit of information at the back as well with abbreviations, etc. Right, watch this. £30. Is that the RRP on this? Oh, half price. Half price. Oh, you've got some beautiful products. Ben, I haven't even shown you how nice this book is. It's £15 today. This is supposed to be a £30 book. If you've got a Sewing Street, gift voucher, you can use it on sale items, absolutely. This is £15 today. You've got lovely cushions, plant pots. Look at that one with the bubble, learn new techniques. Lampshade, a knitted lampshade. How earthy and organic is that? Upcycling, repurposing. You've got nice bags in here. You've got garments in here. The most lovely cardigans and sweaters. Patchwork blanket. Price per project, this is crazy, really good. £15. I just think that is a really nice coffee table book. I love the photographs. I love the projects, the colours that they use. It's giving you that really lovely sort of modern home. Do you know where I went over Christmas, which it reminds me of? Have you ever been to Dalesford Farm in the Cotswolds, Ben? Oh, you need to go. Dalesford. Yeah, it's really nice. You will love it. That's a nice place for you and Alice to go for a little bit of lunch. But this is what you see in there. And, oh, all these sort of pots and, oh, it's beautiful. Lovely rug. £15. Maybe I've recommended it to the wrong person. I was like, oh, so posh. Oh, that lovely, yeah, stitch throw. Adding layers, new texture, colour, interest to a tired chair or forgotten corner. You can never have too many cushions. Play with stripes and scales and scale up to yarn scraps and finish with a fabric back. They're beautiful. I'm so pleased you love that as much as we do. Half price today, supposed to be £30. Ben's taken it to 50, and that's really good. Can I pick another one? Oops, this one also looks really nice. This is your 4-ply. All of the lovely yarns that we had from Stuart Hillard, you can use from West Yorkshire Spinners. It's a project book. I like when you've got a nice ring-bound book because it means that you can work from it. So you've got exquisite knits to wear from day to night. Oh, a note from the designer, all your abbreviations. So obviously these are the opulent shades of West Yorkshire Spinners. But then don't forget, use from your stash if you've got any of the Stuart Hillard Stripe Up Your Life. You could make a really lovely the open work scarf like that. Let's have a look at that one on page 28 and see how much you're going to need. So for the snood version, you would need 200 grams. Bearing in mind these are 400 grams, you'd be able to do the snood with this. You'd be able to do the scarf with this. You'd be able to do, the snood or the scarf. And there are some beautiful projects. Jumpers. Cardigan. A lovely top. £15. Another fabulous pattern book. It just looks lovely. Again, it's timeless, isn't it? It's classic. I love West Yorkshire Spinners yarn as well. Have a look underneath us on the web. You might find some. Do you want to do a whole project? If you are looking at new year, new hobby, we have got a fabulous project from Adventures with Crafting. Sam Sabido, she comes regularly into the channel and does fabulous demonstrations. She also has huge online content with lots of video tutorials, and she is brilliant to get started with, because I'm not going to lie to you, when you're starting out crochet, this is crochet, if you're starting out crochet, you could buy a kit and it can cost you hundreds of pounds. This is your autumn days crochet jacket, and it's under £50. Look at how much yarn you're getting. It's in this gorgeous chunky yarn, all of those autumnal colours, and this is what you're going to make. It is gorgeous. And I know that Sam always talks to beginners. This is actually a granny square that is built up into those larger sections. Oh, look at this. In fact, there's loads of kits available. I just want to show you one example for anybody who is a new crocheter, how amazing they are. So you get your full pattern. It tells you need a 6mm crochet hook. It's got all of the sizes and everything you need to make this lovely autumnal range. It's got your size chart in here. And then it will tell you how to make your garment. It's so clever because it's actually made up of these two sections, two L shapes that you then make together. Oh, it's been such a busy hour. I cannot recommend Adventures in Crafting enough. All of Sam's kits have got lots of fabulous demos as well, so don't panic if you're getting this home. You'll be able to watch those back. That lovely chunky yarn in super colours as well. That one's caramel. You've got turmeric. You've got wine, bracken. All of those yarns that you need to make your jumper for less than £50 with your pattern as well. All comes in that lovely project bag as well. It is definitely a kit. There's loads of kits underneath us on the website from Adventures in Crafting, but we just wanted to show you just how much you get in there and the value for money. They're going, they are going, they are going. Just very quickly, I've literally got a minute. No, what were you saying, Ben? You tell me. There is a rainbow set of Zing crochet hooks. Oh, was Levi's just put them back? Here we go. Oh, they're knit blockers. They're blockers. Sorry, Levi, they're the crochet hooks. Thank you. Oh, these are super cute. These are your single-ended crochet hooks. Once again, they're from Knit Pro, and they are under £30. There are less than 10 of those available. When Stuart Hillard tells you that they are like the Rolls Royce of the knit and crochet world, go for it. These are your Zing. In a lovely fabric case as well. They come in the little case. All of the sizes. What sizes do you have in here? UK sizes 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, 5, 5.5 and 6. 9 crochet hooks. Ideal for crochet artists who prefer a light, smooth feeling of aluminium compared to the wooden ones. We've had all the choices today, just $28.99. Tomorrow's show, you're back with Ben tomorrow. Who's in with you tomorrow? Bex Reed. Bex Reed. Holly Dennett's here. I've never met Holly Dennett before. 8 o'clock, we've got Start Quilting, Essential Toys at 8 o'clock. Merchant and Mills tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We've got designer fabric bundles at 10. We've got the most beautiful Chelsea blouse tomorrow as well with Holly Dennett at 11 o'clock and homeware kits you'll love at 12. Thank you so much for your company today. It's worth having a look underneath us on the website and see what is available. Are there any green machines left? Oh, I really hope you've managed to get those. Have a look and see if there are any green machines. Go for it. Now stay exactly where you are if you want more crafting this afternoon. Hobby Maker team are about to take over with Paper Dynamics, fabulous deals, beautiful, beautiful demos from Keith. And yeah, we're back with you bright and early tomorrow morning. Oh, don't forget, Ben's on the opening VT. Have a look at this.
Looking